Ajá. Bueno, mira, señora, ay señorita, nadie sabía lo que iba a pasar. Solamente fuiste y me dejaste solito en la eternidad. Señora, ay señorita, yo sé que ahora estás lejos de mí. Siempre estoy pensando lo que estás haciendo y si te sientes más feliz. Y si te sientes más feliz, oye. Y espero yo que no te sientas sola y que tu vida está llena de felicidad. Porque deseo que nadie tenga que sentirse ahora mismo como yo, atrapado en la oscuridad, solito en la eternidad, solito en la eternidad, oye. Trompeta. Saxofón con Lidia. Toca. Que no te sientas sola y que tu vida está llena de felicidad, porque deseo que nadie tenga que sentirse ahora mismo como yo, atrapado en la oscuridad y solito en la eternidad. Ay señora, vuélvete acá, vuélvete. Ay señora, ya se fue.
see that ludicrous display last night? I know. What was Wenger thinking sending Walcott on that early? I'm all set for mods for right now, but keep you in mind for the next round of hirings. We received your application. We received your application. We regret to inform you that at the time, we were not making additions. So happy Mbappe can't score. Why? Blanche is the worst. But thank you for being here, Jen, though. No hoodie, no hoodie. Just, you get me with bangs. Guys, I'm like almost done editing. Wait, can I pause the music real quick? Just real quick. Secret between you guys. I'm almost done editing a starter pack. A starter pack of all the lost immunity debates that I've had. And included in the starter pack is my first ever debate with Ryan Mullally on the immunity decision. And first ever debate ever with Ryan Mullally. But the starter pack is like 10 hours. I think I'm just going to release it as such. And you'll be able to skip to which debate you want. But there's too much. I've had to like take out certain debates and maybe I'll put those on like the membership feed or whatever. But this is like lost Pisco content that exists in my like VOD files or on like my Twitter VOD that I found them all. And so I have a starter pack of all those debates where we go into all the SEAL Team 6 memes. But yeah. That's going to be, I think that'll be the next video. That or my long lost debate where Andrew Wilson is moderating me and Rob Knorr. So I have those two waiting in the wings. So that'll be good content. Because that's like the one time where Andrew Wilson and I have been in a setting where it's less than like 9 people on a panel. I think we've had like 1 or 2 other interactions live. Yeah. So it's like, it's probably like 5 debates. But it's like 1 Rob Knorr debate. True, Jen. This is real. Mike Lindell. Will be spectacular. He truly loves Minnesota, as do I. Good luck, Mike. I just love to see this, huh? All right, folks, why don't we get started? Where's this? Reading Todd Blanche's testimony. All right, we're done with the music. What up, everybody? Good morning. Top of the morning. It is July 15th, 2026. It's a beautiful day. And I just want to say, this is a Snark channel. We are snarking. We snark 2 men. And those 2 men are Donald John Trump, the alleged president, and Todd Blanche, the acting attorney general of the United States, allegedly. And so that's what we're going to be doing today. It's going to be a little bit more chill. And we're just going to be talking shit. Maybe Todd will say something that's worth getting all excited about. Maybe he won't. We want to see good questions by Democrats. I don't want to be disappointed by the questioning. Unfortunately, sometimes in the Senate, and this is a confirmation hearing, you get some not so great questioners from octogenarians or like cringe senators. And so we're going to be keeping a close eye on all the senators and their questions. Can I snark your bangs? You sure can. Yeah, you can snark my bangs. Sometimes I do my hair and sometimes I don't. Sometimes I just don't. Last night I was creating this starter pack of debates. And so I went to bed a little bit late. But I wanted to be up bright and early for this hearing that we're going to all witness together. Now, Pisco hates geriatrics. His hatred for geriatrics knows no bounds. I don't hate old people. You demand my civil asset forfeiture quandary be solved. What do you want me to assess there? Civil asset forfeiture. As I understand forfeiture, it's incident to some kind of like, this is Chuck Grassley. He's like 90. How old is Chuck?
Ground rules.
These are the ground rules.
I'll handle this hearing. As our committee handled the nominations of attorneys.
He was born in
General
1933.
Bondi and Garland.
He's literally
I
92.
want everyone to be able to watch without obstruction. If people block the view of those behind them or speak out of turn,
And me.
it's not fair. It's not considerate. So officers will immediately
Oh, wait. I'm going to try to put the
remove
volume up 1 second.
that person or persons. I'm going to give my opening remarks, and then Ranking Member Durbin will give his remarks.
Also, keep in mind that
Then I'll call on Senator Moody to introduce the nominee.
Lindsey Graham is dead, by the way.
Following that introduction, Mr. Blanche will provide his opening statement, and then we'll turn to questions.
Jesus.
Each senator will have 10 minutes to ask
I like his cute little,
questions.
little vest here.
My standard approach has been that if you got 1 second left as a member of the committee, you can ask your question.
Just so you're aware, this guy was 10 years old in 1943. And so he was like a young whippersnapper when World War II was going on. Okay. He was like 12 when World War II ended. These are the people that we have in charge of our country.
A rough Senate confirmation a little over a year ago, so you know all about it. I appreciate that you cooperated with this committee at every step and fulfilled your responsibilities in good faith while simultaneously running the world's
His hand is shaking.
largest law office.
The largest
The Senate
law
has
office.
already
His
judged
hand is
his
shaking.
fitness for high office and
Because the
confirmed
page is
you
too
as
heavy.
the department's second in command.
Deputy.
Today, we consider you for a promotion, and we're not starting out from a blank slate. You have a track record. My Democrat colleagues have relentlessly attacked the department and your and President Trump's leadership. They've called the department, quote unquote, a disgrace, and suggested the agency is broken. Their media allies and activist networks have echoed that message. Are these assertions correct? Let's put aside partisan criticism for a moment and address the evidence. The department's primary duty is to enforce our nation's
my
laws
God.
and to keep Americans safe.
All right, I can't. I'm sorry. Listen, I'm not ageist. I'm not. I really am not. But there's just something that rubs me the wrong way when Chuck Grassley is leading the Judiciary Committee or any one of these committees. Not just because he's, I think, in terms of capacity, incapable of being up for the job, but also because he's a corrupt asshole and he's always lying. He releases these drops of information to the likes of Miranda Devine, John Solomon, whatever, for them to go run and start lying about Joe Biden and the Biden crime family and all this shit. So he is at the centerpiece of this conspiracy, what do you want to call it, media network, where people rely on his partial disclosures, misstatements, twisting of facts to develop these narratives, especially on things like Burisma and democratic corruption. And oftentimes, what is really funny, though, is to watch his office just shoot themselves in the foot, because sometimes they drop releases of information that like totally exonerate Democrats. That's happened like 2 or 3 times before. They revealed that the Department of Justice under Obama started a Foreign Corrupt Practices Act investigation into Burisma, right? Downplaying, otherwise like undermining the narrative that they were just trying to cover up Burisma conspiracy, right? Like if you're going after the founder of Burisma as Obama, if you started a Foreign Corrupt Practices Act investigation, FCPA investigation, in what sense are you covering up for corruption? So he just is a clown, and he's a garbage human being, as well as being insanely old. He's 92. What did I say, 92 or 93? He's 90 fucking 2. He was born September 17th, 1933. Okay. His birth year coincided when Hitler took power in the Weimar Republic. I think that's true, right? Or is it 31 or 33? Anyway, Hitler was in power in Germany when Chuck Grassley was born. And I just think that that's of note.
2,900 child predators and human traffickers, a 70% increase from 2024, and located more than 6,900.
They often do this, by the way. They like
child victims. The
will
US
have these generalized stats as though
more than 1,100
Trump has any effect.
missing children. That doesn't sound like failure to me. In contrast, the Biden administration diverted prosecutors from child sex crime cases on January 6th.
And didn't he just say, so he's like, don't go after Jan 6ers. Don't go after Jan 6 insurrectionists. Don't go after the people who try to steal a free and fair election. And I think he started this by saying, like, let's not get political, guys. Let's rise above the politics for the moment. Okay, let's stay away from that. And then, like, not half a minute later, he's like, compared to Biden, they had less enforcement. And, like, no one even knows what you're talking about.
I do. In all my years of congressional oversight,
I don't believe
this
stats.
department has been the most responsive to my requests.
The most responsive?
That means every Republican or Democrat administration previous to this one. And the numbers back this up. Since January of last year,
True.
the department has produced approximately...
This is also true. Grassley and his staff revealed that Bill Barr dropped that investigation. That is true. Into Mykolaiv Zlochevsky. And Jen mentioned that I think they dropped all FCPA criminal investigation teams or whatever the unit is housed in the Department of Justice. They've like stopped prosecuting those foreign bribery schemes. I think that that's correct as well. So I have a very knowledgeable audience.
More coming every day. Their work is not done, and I expect continued responsiveness and, as well, the very important thing of declassification. Credit should be given where credit is due. A few more successes. They've established the National Fraud Enforcement Division
says,
to address
civil asset
more than
forfeiture
$5
takes money or
billion
assets through,
in fraud against
thought to be got by
American
crime.
taxpayers.
Pardon still did crime and immunity can't check
They've
if crime.
reduced the
Can we jack
immigration
cash?
case log
Yeah, so
by
I
more
think
than
that the forfeiture
468,000.
requires
They've challenged and
some
eliminated
preceding incident to it,
racist
like a
and
criminal conviction or
unlawful
some kind of like
discrimination in
civil
government
proceeding of some kind.
and the private sector.
And so
they're exposing
my
and
inclination,
addressing the
oh, it's a good
Biden
question.
era
I think that
weaponization of the
preventing
department against
prosecution
political opponents, They've captured
will
and are
prevent those forfeiture
prosecuting
proceedings. I mean, Trump has been able to
Nicolas
prevent
Maduro
forfeitures from
for
going through
relating
his
to
commutation and pardoning
narco-terrorism.
powers.
The
So he's
list
been able
goes
to
on.
cure
This
those
department
sentences.
is keeping
I believe that's
Americans safe,
true.
and the numbers
It doesn't.
back that up. Mr.
Citation?
Blanche, you
They have to
should
prove
take
cash wasn't gotten
pride
by
in
crime.
delivering the law enforcement promise
Takes money or
the
assets not to be
American
got by
people
crime,
voted
pardon
for
still did crime.
in 2024. But at the hearing today, we might expect the opposite. My Democratic colleagues will talk
What's
about
this? Is there some civil civil asset forfeiture statute?
they won't talk about these successes. I expect the same playbook that we've seen for
Any property
nearly
or
every
something.
one of President Trump's nominees: pure partisan obstruction and partisan attack.
Would be punishable under the
This
laws.
approach is the same one
Oh,
that
let me
we've
think.
seen over and over. In fact,
property,
it's
real or
become
personal.
such a pattern that I'll just quote myself from a speech I delivered almost a year ago
Thank
regarding
you for the
another
gift,
nominee.
Sub Vasaraka,
Last
Chief
July, I said, quote,
Justice of Gifted Membership.
since the very beginning of this Congress,
Civil forfeiture
Democrats
statute.
have
All
engaged
property
in
subject to forfeiture
relentless
in the United
obstruction
States.
campaign for nearly every one of President Trump's
Any real or
nominees.
personal involved in
Their playbook
transaction,
has included
that's
maximum procedural
laundering.
obstruction, unfair media attacks, repeated attempts to allege misconduct and demands for delayed consideration, records, and investigations. Like clockwork, just before a hearing or a vote, we get another breathless accusation that one of President Trump's nominees needs to be investigated. End of my quote of last January. So here we are again, just like clockwork. The Democrats and their media allies and activist networks have launched the expected crusade against your nomination. To be clear, there are fair questions for Mr. Blanche. I don't agree with how Mr. Blanche or the Justice Department has handled
Yeah, I
every
guess I don't know
matter,
anything about the
and
civil
I've
forfeiture.
demanded answers and
Civil
will
asset
continue to
forfeiture
do so. But many of the criticisms
Civil
aired in
asset
recent days
forfeiture.
just completely missed the mark, and I'll give one example. We've seen a coordinated campaign from former Justice Department employees opposing Mr. Blanche's nomination. My Democratic colleagues in the partisan media have publicized their letter framing the signatories as a group of nonpartisan, quote-unquote, career
Supreme Court case.
civil
One
servants.
second, guys. Just listen to
Of
Chuck
course,
Grassley
they
while I
fail to mention in
look
that
up this
letter
shit for the super chatter. My bad.
was coordinated by the same
The
group
United States
that engaged in partisan and misleading campaigns opposing Judge Bovey's nomination.
Huh.
They also don't mention that the letter's signatures include a who's who of partisan activists, including former Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot and Jack Smith's partisan prosecutors, J.P. Cooney, Molly
By which an offender is
Gaston,
released from the consequence
and
of his
David
offense
Rhodey.
so far as such release
And
is
they
practical.
certainly don't mention that Mr.
Power.
Blanche has received letters of support from organizations representing more than 600,000 law enforcement officers, 23 state attorneys general, and scores of former Justice Department officials.
If, for example, by the
So,
judgment, a
from my
sale-
vantage point, if the people who engaged in the worst partisan lawfare this country has ever seen have a problem with Todd Blanche, that's a good thing in my book. As sure as sunrise, today some of my Democrat colleagues will tell us that Mr. Blanche has uniquely terrible nominee. Before they do so, however, I urge them to remember the boy who cried wolf and take a long
Right.
look in the mirror
Everyone chill. all
before lecturing anyone about
I'm reading
partisanship
something real quick.
at the Justice Department.
Mr.
So I
Bryant.
have one more subject. I'd like to discuss developments in my and Senator Johnson's Jack Smith investigation. Smith team subpoenaed the National Archives June 2023. That subpoena sought text messages from cell phones connected to Trump's White House staffers. The date range for the records was October 1, 2020 to January 20th, 2021. The Archives then General Counsel, Gary Stern, emailed Thomas Wyndham, one of Smith's deputies, on August 21st, 2023 at 12:19 p.m. That email said responsive records were ready. On August 21, the same day, 2023, just 20 seconds later, Wyndham had already...
The guy's asking about civil asset forfeiture, and there's this case from post-Civil War. And it says the following. You guys tell me what you think about this. I'm going to show it to you because he's just yapping right now. We don't need to look at this right now. All right, just give me a second. This is more interesting. Thank you for the super chat. And if you super chat, maybe I'll answer your questions. All right, this is the case. The question presented for determination in this case whether the general pardon and amnesty granted by President Johnson by proclamation on the 25th of December, 1868, will entitle one receiving their benefits to the proceeds of the property previously condemned and sold under the Confiscation Act of 1862 after such proceeds have been paid into the Treasury. The proclamation of the President extended unconditionally without reservation a full pardon and amnesty for the offenses of treason against the United States, blah, 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 blah. And let's see, the effect of a pardon upon the condition and rights of its recipient have been the subject of frequent consideration by this court, and principles have been settled which will solve the question presented for our determination in the case at bar. A pardon is an act of grace by which an offender is released from the consequences of his offense, so far as such release is practicable and within control of the pardoning power or of officers under its direction. It releases the offender from all disabilities imposed by the offense and restores to him all his civil rights. In contemplation of law, it so far blots out the offense that afterwards it cannot be imputed to him to prevent the assertion of his legal rights. It gives to him a new credit and capacity and rehabilitates him to that extent in his former position. But it does not make amends for the past. It affords no relief for what has been suffered by the offender in his person by imprisonment, forced labor, or otherwise. It does not give compensation for what has been done or suffered, nor does it impose upon the government any obligation to give it. The offense being established by judicial proceedings, that which has been done or suffered while they were in force is presumed to have been rightfully done and justly suffered, and no satisfaction for it can be required. Neither does the pardon affect any rights which have vested in others directly by the execution of the judgment for the offense, or which have been acquired by others whilst that judgment was in force. If, for example, by the judgment a sale of the offender's property had been had, the purchaser will hold the property notwithstanding the subsequent pardon, and if the proceeds of the sale have been paid to a party to whom the law has assigned them, they cannot be subsequently reached and recovered by the offender. The rights of the parties have become vested and are as complete as if they were acquired in any other legal way. So also, if the proceeds have been paid into the Treasury, the right to them has so far been vested in the United States, and they can only be secured to the former owner of the property through an act of Congress. Monies once in the Treasury can only be withdrawn by an appropriation by law. However large, therefore, may be the power of the pardon possessed by the President, and however extended may be its application, there is this limit to it, as there is to all of his powers. It cannot touch monies in the Treasury of the United States except expressly authorized by act of Congress. The Constitution places this restriction upon the pardoning power. Where, however, property condemned or its proceeds have not thus vested, but remain under the control of the executive or of officers subject to his orders, or in the custody of the judicial tribunals, the property will be restored or its proceeds delivered to the original order upon his full pardon. The property and the proceeds are not considered as so absolutely vesting in third parties or in the United States as to be unaffected by the pardon until they have passed out of the jurisdiction of the officer or tribunal. The proceeds have thus passed when paid over to the individual entitled to them in the one case, or are covered into the Treasury in the other. All right, so maybe this doesn't actually affect anything, because you're basically saying that we're not talking about any criminal consequence. Oh, God, here we have another old person, Dick Durbin.
Able part of this committee. I'm glad that we're honoring him with this memorial today. Let me say at the outset that the chairman
I'm about to
spent
respond.
several minutes talking about Jack Smith. I want to make one thing clear about Jack Smith,
81.
who was a special counsel.
Spry.
Months ago, perhaps 6 months ago, maybe longer, he volunteered to appear before this committee under oath.
Okay, bored. What was I going to say? So the question presented to me was like, well, what's one thing to make it interesting for you guys? The question presented was like, well, how can we find a way to fuck with the corruption, to recover from the corruption, to get all of the proceeds from the corruption of the Trump administration and his cronies and get it back, right? How do we get that wealth? And something that was provided was, well, why don't we do civil asset forfeiture? Why don't we find a way to do that? And the response is, well, what if he pardons everybody? And so there's no way to take like a criminal action against them such that you can recover the proceeds of that, of like whatever criminal conduct was at stake there. And I think the result of a pardon before any conviction happens or any kind of financial obligation occurs related to a criminal offense that they wouldn't have yet vested, and therefore you can't reach them. But I think the response would be, well, we're not proposing a criminal action. We're proposing a civil action to recover proceeds from criminal conduct, right? I want to take their crime money, make them prove it's not crime money, can get around a pardon or immunity. I guess that just the whether that is okay, I think just turns on interpretation of the civil asset forfeiture statute. Maybe that's a good way to do it, actually, as I think about it. I just don't know how that operates, so I should look into that. But I do think if it's not a consequence of a criminal punishment, vested or unvested, the pardon shouldn't relate to it, right? Unless the civil asset forfeiture requires some kind of conviction of some kind. You get me? Does that make sense? So I think I follow the logic there, that doesn't really matter. So as long as the civil asset forfeiture statute doesn't turn on a determination of guilt or innocence in a criminal context, I think the pardon doesn't affect it, regardless of whether the money is vested or the property is vested in one party or another. I think that's right. Okay, sorry. While you guys listen to these old people talk while we wait for fucking Blanche to start yapping, I'll look into this civil asset forfeiture statute. I admit I've never done research into it.
Fund by claiming, quote, people hurt police, get money, who hurt police,
I hear you.
get money all the
For bringing
time.
it to my attention.
End
For
quote.
paying money.
Despite resounding bipartisan criticism and admitting that it was a mistake, you've refused to rescind the order creating this fund. That order can still be found on the Department of Justice's website today. We talked about this yesterday in my office.
Can you imagine if we just had like a killer up here, be like,
quite understand your explanation.
the slush fund,
Chance, of course, to explain it.
the
You said it was
corruption,
up to
what about
Congress to
Comey?
codify the elimination of this fund. This was a creation of the executive branch. It was not a creation of Congress.
He's got no riz, man.
clarify
That's
that statement.
crazy.
Earlier this week, a federal judge characterized your explanation of the settlement that led to this fund, quote,
And this is why
at best,
I'm so pissed off. These are showmanship opportunities. These are opportunities to dazzle. These are PR opportunities. And we have these old people just reading off like this. This is a problem. Okay, what is the point of this? I know the question is what's relevant, but we should be firing on all cylinders in every context. I don't know, man. It just pisses me off.
for any mentions
Sorry
of
if that sounds
President
ageist.
Trump. When scrutiny of the cover-up intensified, you participated in meetings in the White House Situation Room to strategize about how to protect President Trump, not Epstein survivors, the president. When Congress forced the administration to release the files, hundreds of survivors' personal information was unredacted, victimizing them again. Meanwhile, the names of powerful Epstein allies remained protected, in clear violation of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Your explanation, quote, "It isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein." Mr. Blanche, these survivors deserve much better. I want to recognize many of them who are in the audience today. I thank them for their courage in speaking out. Tomorrow we will hear one of them during our outside witness panel. I'd like to enter into the record 6 letters from Epstein survivors in opposition to the Blanche nomination.
Without objection, so ordered.
I'm asking you, Mr. Blanche, today, before you leave this room, to agree to meet with these Epstein survivors personally and to bring with you professionals from the Department of Justice to hear them out. They have the courage to tell their story, and they should at least hear from their government that they take it seriously. After your interview with convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell, an attempt, I believe, to exonerate President Trump, Ms. Maxwell was transferred to a minimum security camp. That is unheard of for offenders like her. You said it was for her own personal safety. I hope you'll explain that today. You told me yesterday you want to be Attorney General because you love the Department of Justice and you love prosecutors.
Okay. All right. Here's my final determination. Let's fucking try it. I think we should try this civil asset forfeiture because it really does seem, as I'm looking at some of this case law from the Supreme Court, that they are not connected to criminal convictions. Now, probably this court will like limit it, right? They'll be like, "Oh, you can't take Trump's stuff," but I'm all for it. Let's try it. This is a great idea. I'm gonna add this to my repertoire. Good shit, man. Great recommendation. We need to get devious like this. This is the brain trust. I need my chat to give me ideas, to give me tackling fuel, and that was a great one. Yeah, let's try it. Fuck it. And barring that, let's find another way to nationalize his ill-gotten gains. But yeah, why shouldn't we let's try to do the forfeiture when it comes to things related to bribery, things related to all manner of, I think the immunity doctrine might be an issue there, right? The immunity doctrine might be, the application of the immunity doctrine might rear its head. Now that is for criminal liability, granted, but the logic of it, which is all bullshit, right? But the logic of the like vigorous executive incentive structure argument, the policy argument, basically, that is the basis of Trump versus the United States, they might have something to say about it. But like, let's try it and let's force them to write some opinion about it. I think it's based. Good suggestion.
Ethics and professional responsibility. After the department's top career ethics lawyer advised you to recuse yourself from any matters relating to Trump in his personal capacity, that lawyer was fired. Every smarmy, suspect deal in this administration has cryptocurrency behind the curtain.
To the extent the substantive violation is related to official actions, I could see them raising it, right? Whoever's the beneficiary of it. Oh, but then that would force them to answer the question: is the logic of the opinion, right, extends to other officials, but the family members aren't officials, you'd say? But then whether or not they received monies that are connected to criminal actions pertains to their culpability, right? And doesn't their culpability turn on, or does it turn on their culpability, or does it just turn on the directness of the funds? That's okay. That'll be relevant. But I say we try it anyway.
Prison in order to pay $50 million fine for a money laundering scheme. $50 million fine. He then brokered a deal to channel $2 billion into the Trump family's crypto business, World Liberty Finance, after which President Trump pardoned him. Binance accounts have funneled about $1.7 billion to Iranian entities linked to terrorism.
In
the president's World Liberty
in the debate with like Gibbs and whatever, right?
To partner with Binance.
So he's saying all the right stuff. I'm not saying he's not saying the right stuff here. He's just like saying it bad and boring.
You recently claimed, quote, Mr. Blanche, that there's a ton of evidence that the 2020 election was rigged. You should see what happens in this committee room when judicial nominees of this administration appear before this committee, raise their hands, take the oath, and then field the questions asked by members of the committee. You'll see some of the people who are even judges today at state level and have distinguished careers in law start to avert their eyes, squirm, and then give a script which doesn't acknowledge the obvious. Donald Trump lost the 2020 election by 7 million popular votes. 7 million votes popular vote, and he lost by that number. That's a fact. Any eighth grader in America knows it and can repeat it for you. And yet when it comes down to asking Trump judicial nominees who won the 2020 election, you ought to see him squirm. What's the reason? The president's big lie. He believes in his heart of hearts that he somehow won that election, though he can't produce any evidence of that.
Why do you say that? He believes in his heart of hearts. I mean, what a clown. Why would you ever say that he believes in his heart of hearts? You understand that the prosecutions of Jack Smith aren't premised on him believing in his heart of hearts that he won the election. He's a liar. He's a fabricator. And Dick Durbin says, he believes in his heart of hearts. Dude.
Shells. This prosecution, personally ordered by the president, who despises Mr. Comey for overseeing the investigation of Russian interference in the 2016 election. You have also baselessly indicted the Southern Poverty Law Center, a civil rights organization that has worked tirelessly to expose violent extremists like the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, a group which we in the Senate know well for their January 6th escapade. The same people you gave a clean slate for their role in attacking this Capitol. A federal judge recently singled out your, quote, remarkable statements targeting Kilmar Abrego Garcia as evidence that his criminal prosecution was, quote, marked by a retaliatory taint for successfully fighting his deportation. And despite my repeated request, you've yet to produce the DOJ memorandum concluding that it was legally permissible for the President of the United States. This is what I wanted to say.
You are the most corrupt acting Attorney General we've ever seen, and we've had plenty. We've had Pam Bondi. We've had John Mitchell. We've had Bill Barr. And you stand head and shoulders above both of them in terms of corruption. You tried to cover up the Epstein files, sir. You went to Ghislaine Maxwell and asked for her conditions of a confinement to be lowered so she gets to enjoy herself in camp. You are approving this slush fund. Do you realize how corrupt you are? You want us, the most deliberative body supposedly in the world, to make you the permanent Attorney General when we have boxes and boxes of your corruption? Like, that is the energy I want you to bring to these fucking hearings. And these old, I'm sorry if that makes me ageist. They don't have it. They don't have the energy. Wouldn't Durbin just get interrupted by Grassley in their opening statement saying, listen, you're corrupt, accusing him of corruption? This isn't like the UK Parliament, is it? Is that out of order? Is it out of order to accuse him of corruption?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my goodness, I expect you'll be getting a lot of questions about how one person may influence every decision you make and unduly influence everything you do. And I hope you say you are absolutely right. And it is that granddaughter sitting right behind you.
It is that granddaughter.
She is the cutest thing I've ever seen. Good morning, everyone. Thank you.
God, I hate these people.
I have the distinct pleasure of introducing Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche. He serves and has served as our Acting Attorney General and our
in American parliamentary rules to accuse people of corruption. I know it's out of order in the House of Commons to accuse people of lying, to accuse fellow members of Parliament of lying and ministers and stuff. You have to say something like you inadvertently misled the House or whatever. I don't think that that's true of American parliamentary decorum. I don't think it's out of order to do that.
As he is now a Floridian and my constituent, as the newest senator from the great state of Florida. But he has led a very distinguished career within the realm of the Department of Justice, of which he now seeks to head as the permanent Attorney General.
Yeah.
Before I go more into that, I want to thank you, Mr. Blanche, for offering yourself not just first as Deputy Attorney General, but now as Acting Attorney General. Any one of us on either side of the aisle sitting here today knows what it means to serve and what comes with that. And what that takes every day, and certainly what that means for your families that stand beside and behind you and sometimes hold you up throughout the process. We thank you, and we thank your family that is here today.
Do you ever watch the Boondocks? There's at one point, there's like this chicken flu or whatever going around. It's like, fuck your fellow man, fuck your family. What about us? What about us? What about the country? I'll say it. I don't really give a shit how his family's doing. I care about the corruption. That's what I care about. These are demons. Look at these demons. Look at that fake glance.
That is an increase of 70% since 2024.
Wow.
And when it comes to fighting for a fentanyl-free America,
job.
which we both
the most corrupt
appeared at a
DOJ
summit
in the
this
history of
week,
this country.
You and the department are excelling there too. DOJ has made over 6,300 fentanyl arrests, seized more than 5,000 kilograms of fentanyl powder, 55 million fentanyl pills. That is fatal doses enough to kill 428 million people. And just
this is like the Trump shit where we're like, we saved 10 billion lives today. Because the quantity of fentanyl or whatever is the scientific amount to kill that many people. They're like, we saved millions of lives today.
Both sides of the dais will give you time to talk about that today, not only for their consideration of your nomination, but also so the American people can hear about that. I know that you are in for a long process today, so I want to take my remaining time to talk about you, the person, your career, Todd Blanche. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche is a patriot who was raised in the Department of Justice. He spent nearly a decade in what is recognized as one of the best prosecuting offices in the country, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, where he prosecuted drug traffickers and violent criminals. In fact, this career dedicated to justice and the rule of law started even before that. He started at the Department of Justice as a paralegal. I love that story, how you started there and you worked your way through the ranks. And it was always about hard work. Throughout time, he didn't just clock in and clock out. He did really good work, such good work that he was noticed routinely and honored for his commitment to excellence. In 2011, while he was at the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York, he received the Director's Award for Superior Performance as an Assistant U.S. Attorney in the Criminal Division. In 2013, he received the Federal Drug Agents Foundation's True American Hero Award. He received the New York City Police Department Commendation 3 different years. He received the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration Commendation 2 different years, and a commendation from the FBI 2 separate years. And to round out this collection, he received recognition from the ATF in 3 years. I think this is emblematic of a career that was really spent doing the work of the people and trying to do it well, keeping his head down without seeking recognition, but he couldn't help but get it because of the work and the superior performance that he was doing. And I really think that's an example for anyone watching today, anyone in this audience, any young person at home, any young lawyer. Do good work, put your head down. You are evidence of that. You do good work, you do a job well done, and you get noticed for that, and opportunities will seek you out, commendations will seek you out, more than networking, political connections, anything like that. It is that in which people will seek you out to serve. And it may be just that job
Biden
well done that got you recognized by the
which
President
Fox
of
and
the
MAGA will
United
drag it
States
back in
and
the news
completely
during
changed your
midterms.
life. Some members will try to hold that against you today. They will ignore that long career and every commendation that you received before you ever met or served or acted as an attorney.
I don't really think it'll affect anything, so I don't really care.
President. They'll ignore all those orders and they'll gnash their teeth because they don't like one man. And I believe that misses the mark. It completely ignores the fact that the reason you stepped up to serve
making it up
is because you love this country. You dedicated your career to the Department of Justice. And in fact, you lived out the motto in Latin. I will not say the Latin because no one will understand that, but I will say the motto of the Department of Justice is who prosecutes on behalf of justice. Not who prosecutes on behalf of a political agenda or to target someone. Who prosecutes on behalf of justice.
Really tells you something about the state of our
And you stood up and took on that responsibility. And so I hope today's questions will focus on allowing you to explain the legal positions of the department that you've been a part of, or why you've made certain positions in cases or compliance with orders. All things that might go towards how you will perform on behalf of this great nation and the people you serve, how you will excel as an attorney general. But I suspect that nuance and good faith will be the price paid for clips and likes by some members in this room. I hope today is the exception. Nonetheless, I thank you for stepping up to serve, acting as the Attorney General in this time in which we are seeking for your formal nomination.
Can we ask
thank
why
you for
Pam
being
Bondi
willing to
was
take on
removed?
not only
That should
this
be a good
nomination process, but the job itself, because that will be an enormous responsibility, not only to the Department of Justice and the people that work there, but for the American citizens in this country moving forward. So I thank you very much. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I introduce Mr. Todd Blanche as President Trump's nominee.
Thank you, Senator Moody. Would you please stand at this point and respond to this oath? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth,
John
the whole
Cornyn
truth,
right here.
and nothing but the
See
truth?
him.
So help you God. Thank you for your positive
Senator
response. Now it's up to you
Tom
to
Tillis.
take what time you want
Shifty
to
Shift,
make
Cory
a
Booker.
statement and introduce any people you have with you.
Blumenthal, Klobuchar.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman Grassley, and thank you, Senator, for that introduction. I appreciate you and your friendship. Good morning, Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and,
I would say,
other members of the committee.
Who
Thank
told you to do the
for
slush
having
fund?
me as
Whose idea was it to have this settlement?
Senator Durbin said a minute ago. I would like to offer each of you my condolences for the loss of your colleague, Senator Graham.
I would read
he
the
was
quote
a patriot
from
and a friend to so
from
many
Trump, where he's
of
like,
us.
Trump said that
It's
he
a
had
loss for the
to settle
American
this lawsuit
people,
against
and
himself.
I think honoring him today, and as he's been honored for the past
Was the White House
several
involved
days
in the creation of the
is the
slush
right
fund?
thing to do.
I would say, why did you
17
cover
months
up the
ago,
Epstein
I sat at
files?
this table as the nominee to be the Deputy Attorney General,
Dude, what's wrong with
and I
this?
told you that serving in the Department of Justice was my American dream. Since then, I have helped lead it, first as deputy and now as acting Attorney General.
I want just like
And
direct
I'm here
questions.
today to earn your trust.
Was the White House
once
involved,
more.
yes or no, in the creation of the
I've
slush
lived
fund?
the American dream. I waited tables to get through college, moved to New York with my wife and 2 young kids, went to law school at night, read textbooks on the late train home while I worked days as a paralegal at the U.S. Attorney's Office. From that start, I became a prosecutor and spent 9 years prosecuting violent gangs and drug dealers. I rose through the ranks of the Department of Justice as a line prosecutor, then a division chief, then, as of last year, Deputy Attorney General, and now Acting Attorney General. But I did not take that path for a title. I took it to make a difference for American families and the towns they call home. I'm exceedingly grateful to President.
I'd say, why did you stop doing the slush fund? Why have you stopped pursuing it? Why haven't you tried appealing all these decisions? Why have you stopped?
And Justin, my granddaughter Blaine, who's here today, all of them are here today. My wonderful friends, many of whom are here today, are really what make this worth it and what gets me.
I would ask, was the department correct to prosecute the Proud Boys? Yes or no? Do you support the prosecutions of the Proud Boys? Yes or no? I would ask questions like that. Is there evidence of criminality regarding the Proud Boys? Do you think that they deserve their sentences? Was the department wrong to prosecute anybody in January 6th? Stuff like that. Just very simple questions.
None of it is.
I'll have to get some
That's my job,
like
securing safety
86,
for
also,
every
100%.
American. I'm pleased to testify again today to
Probably
tell
closer to
everybody
90.
here that we are doing just that. We are keeping America safe. Since President Trump took office, it's been said a few times this morning already, but it bears repeating, murders are down roughly 20% nationwide. We have the lowest murder rate since 1900. Violent crime arrests are up nearly 114%. We've taken almost 5,000 child predators and human traffickers off the streets.
I would just be like, is there anything that the president would order you to do that you wouldn't do? If Trump ordered you to initiate a indictment against Obama for treason, would you do it? Shit like that. Just like hypothetical questions too.
Just the last 4 weeks, and just the last month,
Just to put him on his fucking toes.
$96 million in claims through the Public Safety Officers Benefits Program to eligible surviving families of fallen public safety officers. Even while fewer...
I would say, why did the Department of Justice and the FBI, you oversee those, correct? Yes. Okay. Why did you bring in representatives to try to push them on the Expedient Transparency Act? Did you know that happened? Did anyone tell you to go meet with Ghislaine Maxwell?
Look at Washington and Memphis as examples, where we have worked with federal, state, and local partners, pulling thousands of criminals off the streets in those two cities. Homicides in D.C. are down about 60%, and overall crime in Memphis declined by more than 40%. We've seized thousands of illegal guns, brought more than 150 missing children home in those two cities, and cleaned up parks and spaces family once avoided, so you can take your kids and loved ones there once again. We are enforcing our borders. We are prosecuting the smugglers who profited from an open border, removing criminal aliens, and dismantling gangs like MS-13 and TDA. We're smashing the cartels and ending the scourge of drugs in our communities. We designated the major cartels as foreign terrorist organizations because that's exactly what they are. And we're using every tool that unlocked: narco-terrorism charges, forfeiture, and extraditions. Dozens of cartel leaders are now in American custody. Drug seizures are skyrocketing, and overdose deaths are finally falling. We are protecting taxpayers. Last year, the department brought the largest healthcare fraud takedown in American history, more than $14 billion.
You mean all these cases started under Biden? You mean, before or after Trump pardoned all those scammers of nursing homes? Remember that shit? Yeah, we're really cracking down on them. We're just like destroying these fraud units, getting rid of crypto fraud units, putting everything on immigration to disincentivize, very economically useful activity by overwhelmingly less dangerous group of people.
Pulling in the same direction. That is what happens when we fight crime together, and I want to bring that model that we've done in a few towns
does
to
Kash
more
Patel have your
communities in
confidence?
every
When is he going to be
state.
fired? Why is Kash Patel?
Above
this
all,
is a picture of
we
Kash
are
Patel.
restoring American trust.
This is also what I would do. I'd be like, this is an image of Kash Patel at his girlfriend's concert on 3 separate occasions. This is an image of Kash Patel at the World Cup. This is Kash Patel in Europe celebrating with the hockey team and getting drunk. These are, by and large, do you think the director of the FBI is spending his time wisely when it comes to recreation? Is this up to standard? Yes or no? Like those kinds of questions pit the administration officials against each other. Do you think that it was right for this to occur? Do you think that this is like based? Do you think it's cool for the FBI director to be doing this? What do you say about this report? This kind of shit,
I've ever worked with, and leading them is the honor of my professional life.
There's a WIC debate
We are
with
keeping
Andrew Wilson.
America safe, and we are just getting started. I love this country. I love the Department of Justice. Thank
You're
you
a
very
weasel,
much, Chairman,
a
for the
rat.
opportunity to
This is a
appear
rat.
before this committee
This is a weasel.
today, and I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony, and we'll now have our 10-minute rounds of questioning.
Oh, yeah.
I'll start, and then Senator
I will
from
start.
Illinois.
You will follow.
I've long been concerned about concentration and anti-competitive conduct in healthcare technology, but particularly in agriculture. Family farmers deserve fair prices. I held a hearing on anti-competitive activities in this committee last October on
Why
the
did you shut
subject
down
of
the antitrust division,
of
basically?
agriculture. As I recall, as a result of that hearing, the president issued an executive order and an investigation was started
No,
in your
I have other
department.
things to do.
And I've sensed some pause in that right now.
I said my regrets.
So if confirmed, do you have a commitment that the Justice Department will make antitrust enforcement a priority?
Shut down.
And since I think there aren't too many people in the
Antitrust
Justice
enforcement.
Department know much about agriculture, with some concentration on agriculture.
Chairman, absolutely. You're right. President Trump issued an executive order. I have worked already closely with Secretary Rollins on this very issue. We recently held a press conference announcing some of the work that we're doing to not only deal with the anti-competitive behavior that we've seen, but also to help ease prices in the cattle market around the country. So yes, Chairman, I commit to that.
Yeah. Our committee has received a lot of outreach about the department's litigation position in Louisiana versus FDA. The plaintiffs in this case challenged the relaxed regulation governing mail-order abortion drugs. Can you tell the committee about this case and explain what the department's doing?
Chairman, first, President Trump is the most pro-life president in history, and the work that this department's doing in that space is something that hasn't been done for 10 years. For the first time in a decade, HHS and the FDA are actually taking a real look at what's happening with some of these abortion pills and whether they're actually safe or not. As it relates to the litigation you referenced, it would be
improper.
It would be wrong for me to talk about any litigation strategy beyond what's in our briefs.
Yeah, okay.
But suffice to say, Chairman, that as we talk about in our briefs, we are not in any way defending what Biden and what his administration did with respect to that judge. But beyond that, I don't want to comment on the strategy about that litigation.
This committee has also received outreach concerning the department's handling of the investigation and release of Epstein files. And your role in it. Some allegations include problematic redactions, insufficient effort to follow investigative leads, a refusal to meet with victims, and questions regarding the transfer of Maxwell to lower security prison.
Yeah. If you fart, you win.
I want you to take the opportunity to respond to these allegations.
If farting is your goal and you fart,
what would you like this committee to know regarding these files?
Epstein files.
President Trump signed the Epstein Transparency Act.
Under duress.
The Department of Justice undertook a Herculean task to review millions and millions of potentially responsive files. We were required under the statute to do this expeditiously and very quickly. The Department of Justice did so. We reviewed over 6 million pages. Many of these pages were not responsive. And what I mean by that is we intentionally over-collected potentially responsive documents. So, for example, there was a case going on in Florida at the same time as the Jeffrey Epstein case involving another defendant named Epstein, having nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. When we collected materials, we collected everything involving Epstein, including the Epstein that had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. So the review of materials included non-responsive materials. The reviewers were qualified, experienced attorneys within the department and the FBI. They took pains to apply appropriate redactions. There were mistakes that were made, and so approximately 1% of the redactions had to be fixed after we released the Epstein files. Chairman, we had dozens of
the
lawyers
White House
on call, 24/7.
Tell you to redact
whenever
Trump
we learned
in particular
that any
documents.
victim's name had been improperly not redacted. We immediately took the document down and fixed it as soon as we could. That doesn't excuse the mistakes of which I take responsibility, but it does mean that we tried to fix them. We complied with the act.
Did the White House direct the department?
It required us complying with judges' rules in New York
to sequester
which
documents related
to
to Trump
certain
in any
victims' names, even if the victim was also somebody who participated in criminal conduct. The judges in New York did not allow us to unredact those names.
Oh my God.
The other thing that we
blaming
did,
the judges
Chairman,
now. This is
we
bullshit.
made
This is bullshit.
unredacted versions of the entire database available to everybody in this body. And we did that because of transparency. Remember, for 4 years, there wasn't a peep about Jeffrey Epstein. The Biden administration did nothing to be transparent about the Epstein case. We have been extraordinarily transparent in not only producing the records, but letting unredacted versions be available to anybody in this body. And if, after reviewing unredacted materials, a member had concerns about why something was redacted, they brought them to the department's attention, and we addressed that. Mm-hmm. So I want to make sure the American people know that this administration, when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, has been more transparent than any past administration, than Biden was, or anybody else. And what we did is we complied with the law. And if we learn a new material, we will most certainly review it and make it available. When it comes to the victims of this horrible man, we will never not talk to victims. We will never not do everything we can to prosecute anybody that committed any crimes against any of these women. So that narrative is false. We have spoken with over 30 representatives of dozens and dozens of victims since this process started. Any victim, if they're here today, I would encourage
she was convicted
them or their lawyers to meet
Why
with
would
the
you
FBI.
do that?
We will 100% investigate. There are no closed investigations. If we learn today,
that's not what you said in July 2025.
If we learn next month that there's an individual that we can investigate, indict, and prosecute out of the Epstein files, you better believe it, we will. We worked hard, the hardworking lawyers within the department to do the right thing to comply with the act, and we did, and we'll continue to do so, Chairman.
Jack Smith and his team possessed and reviewed congressional information and other sensitive materials when they shouldn't have and they were advised not to. Describe the steps you've taken to impose accountability so that this egregious and partisan misconduct never happens again.
Some people are lying about Jack Smith and like communications
is
and
be transparent
poll records
about what
versus
happened. That requires
White House
us
records.
doing
Very
a
different.
check
People are
on
lying.
ourselves and on the work that happened before us, and being transparent with this body and providing records
typical
to you.
Grassley, typical Miranda
When the
Devine,
American
typical
people
Solomon,
understand and
typical
learn
all this
what happened
industry
and the
of
egregious
conspiracy
abuses
bullshit.
that happened. It will be a check on making sure it never happens again. We strive
It never
every
happens
day
again. What never happens
to
again?
not only move forward as a department, doing the right thing,
Investigations
but
into
to make sure that
insurrection and seditious conspiracy?
anything that happened in the
we
past.
believe that. We believe you guys won't investigate
whether
that.
it's releasing emails or admitting to things that we did and the department did that we shouldn't have done, to being
Like what?
transparent with the American
Like,
people.
what did
about
Jack
that.
Smith do?
That's the best we can do.
You
And
went
that's
after
what-
your boss.
That's what we're
That's
doing.
what you think he shouldn't have done.
I made messages public between Jack Smith's office that appeared to relate to the Trump classified document case. Those messages showed government personnel left open a classified facility and potentially mishandled classified information, causing a security violation, while defense
Can you imagine the gall of these motherfuckers taking what appears to be some incidental or accidental, or even if it were intentional, as though they give a shit about classified information, right? So they are acting as though they give a fuck about mishandling classified information when Trump got off scot-free, for now, on that Mar-a-Lago documents case where it was obscene, storing it in bathrooms and then Signalgate and everything. Like, it is obscene that we're like even here listening to these rats discuss this shit.
this year, I made public a signed and sworn statement from an FBI official. That statement says two important things. Special Counsel Mueller's team lacked a legal basis to pursue a FISA renewal of
They're
the
still talking about FISA.
Ferris and investigate Thomas Barack, but did so anyway. What steps have you taken to investigate these very troubling criminal allegations?
FISA.
And if you haven't taken any action, why not?
We are investigating that, Chairman, and it would be inappropriate in this setting to get into the details of that investigation. But
you ain't got shit.
The sworn affidavit that we reviewed that you provided does raise serious allegations. Yes.
Thank you very much, Senator Durbin.
Thank you much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blanche, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. Is it not true that Congress had to pass a law requiring the Trump administration to
Yes or no?
disclose the Epstein files? The Epstein Files Transparency Act passed by bipartisan roll calls in the House and Senate to finally get the files made public?
President Trump signed that law.
Yeah,
Yes.
of course he did. After overwhelming numbers of the House members and Senate
Did he
members
want it signed?
voted for it.
Ask him the
on
question.
a bipartisan basis, because the administration would not voluntarily produce these documents. Now, I've mentioned.
That's not true.
Well, what part of it isn't true?
We were prohibited by law from producing
That's a
those
lie.
documents. This is the Judiciary
That
Committee.
is a fucking
There are laws
lie.
that did not allow us to produce those
That is
documents,
not
which we
true.
made plain in numerous court filings. So when
No,
and President
no.
Trump had said from day one
certain grand
to
jury
release the
materials.
files, even when he was running.
This is
And so, yes, he signed
he
it
should
into
be
law, and we
fucking
complied
indicted
with
for this.
it.
I remember, and everyone in the
That was
audience
for
remembers, the links that the
0.001% of grand
administration
jury
went
materials. You
to
fucking liar.
delay production of these documents to the point where Congress did an extraordinary thing, discharge motion in the House to bring this matter before them and vote on a bipartisan basis to compel your administration to disclose those documents. Let me talk to you for a moment about the survivors who are in the room. There are 10 individuals who were exploited and abused by Mr. Epstein.
Everybody just doesn't
They are
have
here
it, man.
today. None of them have had a chance to speak to anyone
No
in the department
motion,
or
no
FBI, though they've asked
Riz.
repeatedly. So can I get your word under oath that within the next 30 days,
You'll meet with them?
will personally sit down with these 10 victims and hear their case in terms of what needs to be done by the Department of Justice?
Chairman, I appreciate them being here today. I also have somebody from my office who's spent her entire career working on cases like Mr.
Lobot.
Epstein's. She's in charge of our task force investigating human trafficking. She's available to talk to them.
She can sit right next to you. She can sit right next to you when you meet with these survivors.
I have never said I will not meet with survivors.
Will
I
you
am-
meet with
so
these 10 survivors? I'm asking you on the record.
If they have lawyers, as you know, I'm prohibited from meeting directly with them.
Oh,
I have met
my
with counsel
God,
for survivors, as has many
first of
people
all-
in the Department of
So
Justice,
you
over
want-
30. But if they are represented by counsel, we will work with their counsel. If they don't have a lawyer, I will certainly make arrangements to make sure the right people at the Department of
Yeah, so
Justice
no.
meet
Will you
with
get
them.
it done?
Absolutely.
Will
So
you
no.
get it done within the next 30 days that each
I
of
will
these
get it done
survivors?
today if that's necessary. I mean, my point is there's somebody here who can meet with them today, get their information, and arrange to meet with them.
I think you ought to be
Absolutely.
in the room.
Pardon me?
I think you ought to be in the room because you ought to hear this. You have singular responsibility for these files.
I hate this
There's
so
a delay
much.
in meeting the statutory requirement of disclosure. You were involved in that. I think you ought to be part of this.
I am definitely part of it, and I have been from day one.
And it will be done within the next 30 days.
I can keep on repeating myself, but I said it could get done as soon as today. It could have gotten done last week. We remain available to meet with any victim or their representative at any time.
Will you notify the committee when you've done this?
That would be prohibited by law if they're talking
What?
about an ongoing investigation.
I'm asking you if you'll notify the committee that you
It
met with
depends on
these
what they
survivors.
said. I'm not sure I'm allowed to notify you.
To notify you that
if
you
there's an
met with
ongoing
people?
investigation.
Well, you're dancing on the head of a pin here.
I'm not dancing on any pin
You
at
have
all.
these survivors who have the courage to come before this committee, have the courage to tell their terrible stories, how they were exploited. Don't you think it's important that we have a prompt response by our government to these survivors?
Absolutely. And there will be a prompt response. My
you'll-
heart breaks for every survivor,
Well,
every victim of Mr. Epstein. Absolutely. And I would love to prosecute anybody that did any harm to these
Will you
victims.
meet
So
with them within
absolutely.
the next 30 days? The
Dude,
last time I
this
asked a
is
question,
such-
you
I
can say
hate
yes
I
or
can
this.
no.
keep
I
on
hate
answering
this
it the
line of
same way.
questioning. I'm sorry.
I can meet with them. My staff will meet with them. We have a staff member here
If you
today
can
who
meet with them, will you meet
specializes-
with them?
I'm not sure what you're looking for me to say. As I said,
Yes, is what I'm looking for.
there are, if they're represented by counsel, I'm not allowed to meet with them.
Assuming it
directly,
doesn't
as
violate
you
your
know.
ethical
I
obligations
assure
and
you
that their
the
counsel
FBI,
approves of it,
who are
Is it
experts in
okay?
this
Would you do
space, prosecutors
They're
who are
asking to meet
experts
with
in this
you, you
space,
motherfucker.
And me, if necessary, will absolutely meet with them. I promise you this.
I think it's
I will stay
necessary.
updated and know everything that's happening with any victim
It's a
that
waste
has
of time.
information
This
about
entire
any,
line is a
any
waste
other
of time.
people
There's
that
better
work with
ways to do
Epstein that
Epstein
committed any
stuff.
crimes with Epstein. Absolutely.
Well, if you're truly committed to extraordinary transparency and you're willing to meet with these victims, I hope you will do it immediately or we're going to hold you to it. I want to ask you about the immunity provisions that you signed relative to the responsibility and liability of the president and his family and their businesses when it comes to tax audits. Would you like to explain how we can give to the president and his family and business?
Okay. I have to pretend that this is like really good. All right. So this is what this guy wants me to do, is just pretend that this questioning is really good. And to just pretend that this is like effective. That's what he wants me to do.
The United States releases, waives,
Don't
acquits,
criticize
and
the old
forever
fucks.
discharges each of the plaintiffs when it comes to tax liability. That's how it reads.
He's doing great. Wow.
Pretty sweeping. You don't believe that is a discharge forever from liability?
Of any past filings, yes.
All right, it is. How do you explain that to the American people, everyone in this room, all of us on this side? We have to follow the tax laws of the United States. And if we don't, we can be held responsible for it, to the point of even criminal prosecution. Why did you decide that President Trump and his family and their businesses should be exempt from that same responsibility?
As part of the settlement between the IRS,
well, I want the Epstein grilling too, but like, will you meet with them? Will you meet with them?
And his organization
only works if you have Riz.
as is typical when there's a
Doesn't work if
settlement
you don't have
between
Riz.
plaintiffs and the
My view.
IRS.
That's my view.
Part of the settlement included release of any past audits. It does not give any protection to the president, his family, or his organizations for any taxes they file. If they filed it the day of that I signed that agreement, or the day after, they have no protection.
No matter what their liability, no matter what their violation of tax law, you signed a document that forever discharged them
this is
from any
good.
legal responsibility.
That's good.
As part
that
of
was
the
good.
settlement that we entered into, any past audits were
How often do you think that's been done in the history of the United
This is good.
States?
This is good now.
involving the president of the United States. I'm not sure it's ever been done, but this type of settlement is done regularly.
Oh, this is good.
So you're saying that when it comes to the president of the United States, his family and businesses have no responsibility under the tax laws for any wrongdoing prior to the signing of this document?
No, I mean, I didn't say that at all. What I'm saying is that I think President Trump and his family are the first president that had their tax returns illegally taken, and made available to the public. So that is unique to President Trump, yes. But this type of settlement is not unique to the Department of Justice.
The slush fund and the waiver are not unique.
Explain to the American people that no one is above the law when that type of document was signed by you, forever discharging that family and that president from any liability for violating the tax laws.
Nobody is above the law. And when we enter into settlements like that, we do it with all kinds of people. It's not just President Trump.
Was the White House
It doesn't make
involved,
any of
though?
those
That's what you want to
individuals
ask.
above the law.
Did the White House
let me ask
communicate
you,
with
since you don't believe anyone should be above the law, about the January 6 rioters pardoned. We've taken a look at some of the people that the president pardoned on his first day in office, the ones who attacked his Capitol. And I'll use the word attack because I was here and I saw what happened.
Collusive
Anyone looking at the
nature of it.
videos
That's
knows
what
what
makes
happened
it
on
so
that
fucked
day.
up.
Among those who were pardoned by the president are individuals who've gone on to commit serious crimes.
Yeah. Also, how does it apply to
against,
assembly?
innocent victims across the United States.
True.
Do you think that blanket pardon by the president of January 6 rioters was the right thing
You
to
got a heart
do?
attack? I'm sorry.
I think that the Constitution gives the president the full power to pardon anybody for any reason he wants. And so I don't question President Trump's authority or his decision to do so on January 20th.
You don't question his
So
decision?
if he pardoned Maxwell, would you have an opinion on that?
President Trump, under our Constitution, just like
push
President
him,
Biden,
push him,
has the
him, push
authority
him.
to pardon anybody
Would you love to be grilling
for any
top
federal
Yes,
crime.
100%.
And that's
I would
something that
unleash.
every president, that's a privilege every president's
I would
afforded.
give yes or no tutorials, yes.
Including President Biden.
Are you saying
and
that you
President
would
Trump.
categorically never
Well,
criticize
I
a
can tell you, he
pardon
may have had
of
the
any
authority
president?
to do it, but I think someone should have grabbed him by the arm and said, "Stop!
Grab him by
You can't release all of those rioters." Some
Whoa,
of them,
whoa.
well, I can tell you, he may have had the authority to do it, but
Hey,
I think
yo.
someone should have grabbed him by the arm and said, "Stop! You can't release all of those
Hey,
rioters."
yo.
Some of them actually physically assaulted policemen in the Capitol. Some of them were guilty of crimes, serious crimes before that day. And for the president to
Yeah,
give a
and you just
blanket
have those
pardon to
quotes
these
ready.
individuals
Have those quotes
is
ready.
something that I don't think you can explain to the American people. You certainly can't explain it to the policemen who almost lost their lives because of these attackers. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Before I go to Senator Cornyn,
Please.
I'd like to enter in the record.
Oh no, another really
for
spry guy.
supporting
At least Cornyn isn't
Blanche's
like literally
nomination
92.
From former Attorney General
Without
John
objection.
Ashcroft, and this is a quote from the letter. This rule of
Isn't
law
Ashcroft
is
dead?
the best friend of liberty. To safeguard this core value, America needs an
He's
Attorney
alive?
General exclusively devoted to the rule of law and will honor his oath to the Constitution. Todd Blanche is the right person for that responsibility. His record and credentials.
Oh, wonderful. So now we have John Ashcroft, obviously the paragon of virtue and human rights and having a Justice Department that is totally faithful to the Constitution. John Ashcroft, let's hear from him now. Yeah.
Undergird my wholehearted support for his nomination without objection. That'll be entered into the record. Senator Cornyn.
Good morning, Mr. Blanche.
Wow, thank
Congratulations on your nomination.
He's just
There's a lot to admire
incredibly old,
about
not
your record of
insanely
service
old.
to our country, and
He's also
I
considered
respect
like a
the fact that
non-committed
You want
vote.
to continue that service as the Attorney General. As I told you in my office, I think the Attorney General has the hardest job in Washington, D.C., because you are at the same time a member of the President's cabinet, subject to dismissal
But you're supposed to be independent.
whatever the
right?
president wants for any reason or no reason at all. But then you also have a duty as the chief law enforcement officer
Do you?
of the United States. And I think it's a very, very difficult balance.
It's difficult
And I want to
when
ask you a
corrupt
little bit
bastards
about
make it
that,
difficult.
particularly in connection with the settlement of the tax case.
Yeah, give it to me.
There's so much that's unusual about this.
Yeah.
First of all, the fact that the tax returns were leaked by a IRS contractor,
Who's
Charles
Allen?
Littlejohn, who was appropriately convicted
Under
of
the
a
Biden
crime
administration?
for
Under the
doing
Biden
that.
administration?
President Trump and his
Under
his
the Biden
family
administration?
were definitely victims of a crime there. But it happened back in 2020, and the lawsuit wasn't brought until 2026. So with the 2-year statute of limitations, it seems to me
Yeah.
that that was something I know that was
It
the
was
subject of
a
pleading
dead case.
in the complaint and attempt to avoid the 2-year statute of limitations.
Yeah,
But
how'd you
that
do that?
struck me as unusual.
It struck me as unusual that Trump brought a lot. So first of all, even just the optics of this, right? He is presenting this as though Blanche is responsible for the lawsuit against the Treasury Department. And the reason why this would seem odd if this were like some neutral person coming to this set of facts is like, well, hang on a second. He doesn't really get to decide what the plaintiff brings, right? But the truth of the matter is that it was all collusive, right? So there's one unified interest that's setting up this whole lawsuit in the first place. That's why the posture here of Cornyn, it feels like Cornyn is grilling Blanche, because Blanche is responsible for this whole thing because he's part of the collusion that occurred to create this non-adversarial collusive lawsuit. Okay, that's why it makes sense. But even just putting that aside, yeah, it was a little odd to me that this completely dead case that was time barred and also substantively weak. It's a little odd that you decided to give a $1.8 billion slush fund settlement to a dead case. Case that was time barred, a case that was also substantively weak, a case that was already indicted for the people actually responsible by the Biden administration. That seemed a little odd. Well, that's a mild way of putting it, John Cornyn.
Let's talk. That struck me as unusual. But let's talk a little bit about the settlement agreement and the release. First of all, I believe you have said that the weaponization fund is a moot issue. Is that your position?
Yes, it is a moot issue, meaning there is no weaponization fund. The weaponization fund is dead.
Why?
It's not moving forward.
I would ask, why did you stop it? Why did you start it and then stop it? That's the question. Like, if this was justice, why not pursue it? Why not appeal all of the decisions? if you think that it's justified. Why did you take the decision to stop it? That's what I would want to know. Force him to be like, oh, I can't get into deliberations.
Well, I would refer you to the settlement agreement. Do you happen to have a copy of that in front of you?
I do not.
Okay,
Senator.
well, you probably know what's in it.
I'm familiar with it, yes.
I'm sure you are. On page 4, this settlement agreement may be modified only upon the written agreement of the parties.
Both
Has there
parties.
been a written agreement of the parties to modify the settlement fund?
No, the settlement fund's just
fucking owned. And this was called out, and Cornyn, I think, probably had his staffers read the opinion if he didn't read it himself. This was called out by the judge in the Southern District of Florida. Fucking owned. John Cornyn with a fucking... Now you'd probably vote for him anyway.
Written agreement of the parties to modify the settlement fund?
No, the settlement fund's just not moving forward. There's no modification. It's just, it never started. No money went.
What do you mean? You executed a contract. A settlement agreement is a contract. He's like, we're just not moving on the contract. Then how can you say it's a moot issue? The government entered into an agreement with private parties, allegedly private parties, and you're like, well, yes, it's a binding contract. It never started. You executed a fucking contract. Like this, and they will defend it. The scum of the earth, MAGA clowns, will defend this bullshit.
From the not moving forward. There's no modification. It's just, it never started.
Never started. Like, imagine saying that. It never started. You mean the fund itself never started, but the contract is still there. It's an executed agreement. Both parties signed the contract. So isn't it binding is the next question.
Money went from the Treasury to any other account. There's no commissioners. It's not moving forward.
Well, so the settlement agreement remains as it was originally, but I hear what you're saying.
No.
Is it?
Push him. Is the agreement enforceable? God, please. It's such a good question if you ask, is the contract enforceable? Is the settlement agreement enforceable?
Is the settlement agreement enforceable as a
Oh
contract
my God!
by the parties? Is the settlement?
I'm Neo. I did you just see that? I couldn't have pre-watched. Holy shit! Holy fuck!
I hear what you're saying. Is the settlement agreement enforceable as a contract
what a good
by
question.
the parties?
Well, yes, it's an enforceable document.
Fucking owned! So it is enforceable. So how is it not moot? How the fuck is it not moot?
As a contract by the parties?
Well, yes, it's an enforceable document. So I suppose if President Trump's counsel sought to enforce it, they potentially could.
Bro, eviscerated. So you're telling me that Trump, if he wants to, can enforce the terms of the agreement that you say is moot? Bro.
Including the weaponization fund.
Well, they could try to enforce the contract. They can't force the Department of Justice to move forward with the weaponization fund. They could potentially say that, I suppose...
You're in breach of your contract? The executed contract. I suppose they... Now, the reason that this question is so good is because the only reason Todd Blanche felt confident to make that representation is because Trump's on both sides of the V, right? But what he's saying is, I guess if they wanted to sue me, you mean like they already fucking did? It's insane.
That we justice to... Well, they could try to enforce the contract. They can't force the Department of Justice to move forward with the weaponization
unless they
fund. They
sue?
could potentially say that,
We're in
I
breach?
suppose that we breached.
Yes, obviously. You executed an agreement on behalf of the United States, on behalf of the United States government and the Treasury Department and all these other components in the Bureau, and you're in breach of that contract, obviously. So how can you say it's moot? Dude, this is insane. What an amazing, immaculate line of questions by John Cornyn. It's so good.
By not moving forward, they haven't done that, and I'm not aware that they're planning on doing that. Like I said, Senator, and Senator Durbin talked about this, but I've talked to.
He's totally fucked. I mean, like, it doesn't matter because these guys are all guys. It doesn't matter that he's owned. The only thing that gets us out of this is a political solution and winning fucking elections. I just want to be clear about that. So I get excited just because it shows how much of a corrupt asshole he is. But let's temper our expectations here. John Cornyn might still vote in favor and probably will still vote in favor of this loser.
Extensively with you and other colleagues about potentially codifying there's no weaponization fund.
So let me get this right, Todd. Let's sit Todd down. Let me get this right, Todd. You fucked up and entered into a contract that Trump, you're saying, can enforce. And how we get out of it is by getting Congress to pass a law to undo the contract that I entered into. Come fix my mistake. And you want us to, you just approved $1.78 billion of money that you had no right to do, by the way, that violated the emoluments clause, that violated statutory commands. And you're like, well, if you pass a law, the thing is, I doubt this agreement's even enforceable anyway. I bet you a court will strike it down as like, I don't know, an unconstitutional bargain or something.
Which is certainly something that could be done. And I wasn't meaning.
But maybe it could. He's purporting that it is enforceable. And so he's like, I guess it's not moot, right? It's not rendered moot. You'd have to pass a law on Todd Blanche's view?
To insult this body, but just that in response to questions from senators about whether that could be done, we very much are okay with that.
But just to be clear,
he's okay with you passing a law. Why don't you just have a modification? See, this is what's so insane, right? Because this is what you would need. This is all you would need to prevent this from being an issue. Who knows what you would need to prevent this from being an issue? Again, don't worry, we'll speed up to catch up. You wouldn't need a law. You don't have to go through a law. What do you need to make this contract completely unenforceable in the future without passing a law, assuming it's enforceable in the first place? It's very simple. What would you need? Anybody? Bueller? It's very, very simple. I'm going to give you guys like 10 more seconds. You wouldn't need a law. I know one of you can get it. I know it. Executive order. Close. The question is false. Instead of doing a law to make the slush fund portion unenforceable, there are other things that could happen to make the contract, the settlement agreement, unenforceable. What's an easier way to do that without passing a statute? A gun? No. Minus 10 points from Gryffindor. What's an easier way to do it? Modificate? Yes. Just get Trump. Kristen Dallas. What a great answer. Our star pupil, Hermione Granger. Yes. All you need is Trump to sign off on disavowing the contract. Just get an agreement in writing that the parties hereby disclaim we unilaterally withdraw from the contract. We amend it to make it non-enforceable. That's all it would take. So he wants to go through Congress, and here's the the slippier part still. Trump has a role in how law gets made because he has the veto power too. So Blanche's like, we wouldn't be opposed. Why don't you get an agreement with your boss? Do you see the conflicts of interest? Do you see the corruption at play here? Isn't it the most obvious thing in the world? And this guy Streamriffs in the debate we had, he tried to say this wasn't corrupt. Even Gibbs had to say it was corrupt. Getting out of it, all the steps it would take to get out of it show you how corrupt it is.
The President of the United States, who is a plaintiff in this lawsuit, has not agreed in writing to delete the weaponization.
I mean, I am John Cornyn. I had no idea that I embody two places at once, and I embody two entities. I had no idea that my being is that of Pisco and also of John Cornyn. That's crazy.
Fund in this lawsuit has not agreed in writing to delete the weaponization fund, and there's no guarantee that he or one of the other plaintiffs might raise that issue by way of a lawsuit.
Including someone who's not Trump, including one of Trump's sons, who's a party to this case.
Lawsuit and a breach of contract lawsuit in the future.
Well, Senator, the plaintiffs have no power over the fund. The fund was administered solely by the by the 5 commissioners.
How can you say that? Trump was at the head of the fund. But regardless, are you telling me, you just said it was enforceable? Are you going back on that? You just said it was enforceable. This guy's a clown.
And through the Department of Justice. So no, they don't have any power with respect to the fund at all. I suppose they could bring a lawsuit and then we would litigate it. But even if we were litigating it, there's no fund. So the results of such litigation, whatever it would be, wouldn't be a revival of the fund.
I want to ask you about the release, and I know I'm guilty of what a lot of lawyers are guilty of in having a chart you can't read, but I know you're familiar with this document, which is the release that you signed on May the 19th, 2026. First of all, does this purport to release parties or people who were not parties to the lawsuit?
No, Senator.
Well, it says here that claims asserted by defendants or any of the plaintiffs or related or affiliated individuals, including without limitation family or others filing jointly or parties, including trust, parent, sister, or related companies, affiliates, or subsidiaries, they weren't a party to the lawsuit, were they?
I didn't hear everything you just said, Senator, but the only parties that were that had any release as respect to any potential audits, even if they existed, were the plaintiffs in the lawsuit.
Did you talk to the president about the settlement? He originally sued for $10 billion and settled for an apology and this weaponization fund, and then the release of future liability for tax audits. Did you discuss it with him?
No. I did not. He had outside counsel. I did not discuss it with his outside counsel either. It was done by other people in the office.
Mm-hmm. And this was a lawsuit brought.
Can I qualify that?
Sure.
After when we determined not to move forward, as the president has said, that's the only time that he and I had conversations about this at all. Was after when it was dead. When we said we're not moving forward.
You guys talked about it.
And this lawsuit was brought against the IRS and Treasury, yet this release purports to apply to defendants or other agencies or departments. So does this release apply to, let's say, an investigation by the Security and Exchange Commission or some other federal agency?
No, yes. That's the standard language that we use when we enter into settlements between plaintiffs and the IRS. But no, it doesn't bind. It's issued by me because statutes require an authorization.
No, but it's on behalf of the United States
as
government.
opposed to other cabinet members.
It's on behalf of the United States government.
In this case, it binds only the IRS and, by extension, the Treasury.
Wait a second. It says United States government.
I hear what you're saying, but I certainly don't read that in the agreement. But let me turn, since I only have a few minutes left.
Read it. The United States releases and waives. So he's like, no, just the Treasury. But that's not what it says.
Senator Grassley raised the issue of the mifepristone lawsuit. And just to be clear, you understand the difference between the morning after pill and mifepristone, don't you?
Yes.
And so mifepristone is a chemical abortion that can be administered up to 10 weeks of gestation. The length of gestation should be, according to the medical literature, confirmed by ultrasound or clinical assessment by a healthcare provider. And it's generally safe and effective according to the literature when used under medical guidance. But the problem is that President Biden's administration changed the Trump policy and allowed the administration of this chemical abortion drug without any medical guidance whatsoever. And as you know, I've written a letter. Senator Tillis and I sent a letter yesterday. And what I would appreciate.
So now he pretends that he gives a shit about fucking with Dems.
I understand you can't necessarily talk too much about your litigation strategy in the case of Louisiana against FDA, but I would appreciate it if you would respond to this letter for the record about the intentions of the administration. If President Trump is the most pro-life president, this ought to be a pretty easy call.
Wow, thank you for the memberships from
Bad Wars. As a result of side effects, heavy bleeding, prolonged potentially infection or sepsis, incomplete abortion, other complications when this is being sold through the mail or through online prescription. Will you do that for me?
Yes, virtuous, very good thing to do.
Finally, let me just go back to in the 50 seconds I have, go back to this release. This purports to release lawfare or weaponization or weaponization. Those aren't legal terms of art, are they?
Yeah, undefined.
They are just legal terms of art. They're not. There's not.
Have they been defined in any?
What their terms of art? Lawfare is a term of art?
Okay, terms of art, are they?
I think they are just legal terms of art. They're not. There's not.
Have they been defined in any case or
Weaponization and lawfare are legal terms of art?
any statute?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
So they're not a legal term of art.
Well, I think that the terms have been used by the legal community and by people within government, but no, I'm not sure that they're in Black's Law Dictionary.
So we don't know what that covers.
Well, I think it depends on the circumstances of the facts presented as to what it covers.
Ask him what it means. What does lawfare mean?
As to what it covers, sorry.
Thank you. My time's
Ask
up.
him. No.
Thank you very
All
much.
right, but that was more effective than Durbin. Just to be clear, that was more effective than Durbin's questioning.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Blanche, after both the assassination of Melissa Hortman, our former Speaker of the House, and after the Annunciation school shooting in which 20 people were gunned down through stained glass windows, federal law enforcement, as you and I discussed in my office a few weeks ago, worked cooperatively with state and local. And we also know that they've worked together on the important work going on in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota with regard to fraud and the ongoing fraud investigation. And I know we have your commitment to continue giving resources for that investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Thank you. So we also discussed my concern about the lack of cooperation we saw after the horrific killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, with the federal government refusing to cooperate with state law enforcement for months, blocking
why did
Minnesota
that happen?
investigators from accessing the scene of Alex's death, even though they had a judicial warrant. They also failed to secure, according to news reports, failed
Ask
to
the
secure and
question.
process the scene, failed to process Renee Good's
Klobuchar.
car
Come
for
on,
evidence.
Amy.
When we met a few weeks ago
Why?
at length, I asked you to ensure full cooperation, and I appreciated that the department shared evidence with state investigators early this week. Will you commit to continued information sharing between federal and state investigators in these cases, as well as with regard to the recent shootings in Texas and Maine?
I expect that these investigations should be run as every investigation of similar kinds, and so that necessarily includes working with state and locals in the appropriate way.
Oh, really?
I think that the
Then why did it take you so long to do it in Alex Preddy and Renee Good, to the extent that you even are still cooperating?
definition of full
And
cooperation
there had to be a lawsuit even for Minnesota.
can be disputed, but I very much expect that whether it's the Inspector General or the U.S. Attorney's Office or the FBI or who's ever on the federal side of the investigation, where appropriate to work with state and locals. I think a lot of the news reporting that you referenced is actually not accurate with what has been happening since the unfortunate events several months ago.
Okay, but that aside, we've seen these recent shootings in Maine, and the reactions of the community is understandably concerned, as well as Texas. I think that people are going to want accountability in these cases. And one of the things that doesn't get as much attention is the non-death cases. The Hmong elder pulled out of his house in Minnesota in his underwear and Crocs in 10 below zero weather. And as the nation's chief law enforcement official, do you agree that it is unacceptable for federal agents to forcibly enter someone's home without a warrant and drag them onto the street without even checking that they have the right person?
Well, it depends on the circumstances, as you just
Without a warrant.
as you know. I mean, yes,
If these exceptions, the warrant requirement, all that shit.
obviously law enforcement agents need a warrant to enter a house, except for limited exceptions to that. So yes, we very much believe in the constitutional protections afforded American citizens. The same protections are not afforded people who are here illegally. So it's
Fourth Amendment so then ask the question: does the Fourth Amendment apply to alleged illegal immigrants?
not a black and white answer where I can say yes or no. But yes, I very much expect the law to be followed by our law enforcement agents.
So since the Civil War, along those lines, federal law has made it clear that the president does not have the authority to deploy armed federal officials to election sites. Will you commit to following clear federal law and not deploying federal agents to polling locations?
I will commit to following the law, Senator, of course.
Okay,
Yes.
but does that include not deploying federal agents to polling places?
I will absolutely follow the law no matter what it includes. So yes.
Do you understand why voters, U.S. citizens, are concerned about armed agents at polling places?
I'm not aware of armed agents being at polling.
This has been the most effective. I didn't like the first question. I thought they should be more direct and seeking answers for why there was a failing. But this is good.
Thank you.
I'm not aware of that
Wait, let him.
concern, but I will tell you we will follow the law, Senator.
All right. The DOJ has carried out a campaign to push states to turn over voters' sensitive and private data
true.
to the
They've
administration.
lost
30
0
states,
and
including
12.
Republican-led states like Georgia and West Virginia, have refused. In doing so, the West Virginian Republican Secretary of State said, quote, "I will not break the law, give up our states' rights, or compromise the privacy of our citizens." 15 federal courts in decisions from Democratic and Republican appointed judges
more than
have
I
all
thought.
found that these actions to force the states to turn over this data is unlawful. Could you discuss how cutting off anti-terrorism funding to states that refuse something that 15 federal courts have found to be illegal enhances our national security?
So those cases are still being litigated, so I can't talk specifically about the cases that you mentioned. But overall, what I will say, Senator, is that election integrity is extraordinarily important to this administration. It's important to this body. And so to the extent that the work that we're doing is to make sure that we have fair and honest elections, that the only people voting are the people who are eligible to vote and that they're only voting once, that's important.
If secure elections is important, how does stopping the long-standing practice of critical information sharing and scenario planning between the DOJ, other federal agencies, and state and local election officials promote election security? Because we have heard from our own Secretary of State that Steve Simon that the standard briefings trainings have not happened.
We're not doing that, so I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I'm happy to follow up with your office about that.
Appreciate that. So you and I talked about some of the antitrust concerns I have, the independence of the department. I was very concerned by the department's weak settlement of the monopolization suit against Live Nation Ticketmaster. Do you believe that this settlement was good for consumers? And if so, then why didn't there was another case, of course, that the state attorney general's brought that is going to result in much better protections for consumers. Why didn't the DOJ join them, stay in that suit?
I share your concerns, and yes, I do believe that settlement was good for consumers. The American people got a lot out of that settlement with Live Nation, and you talk about another case that's separate. That's ongoing litigation that could potentially take years to resolve. And so when we make a decision as a department to settle a case, we are only thinking about the American consumer and making sure that we're complying not only with the laws, but with what's right for
Did the White House have any involvement in that decision?
In the decision regarding which case?
To settle the Ticketmaster case.
That we work at times closely with White House counsel on certain issues. I am sure that I wasn't directly part of discussions, but so I can't speak to that. But I'm mostly not saying they were not part of it.
So okay, are you concerned that former Republican?
Is that a issue for you guys that Trump is influencing the department to close all these antitrust cases? Is that concerning?
Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General Roger Alford, who has appeared before this committee as a Republican witness in the past, has said that in your department, antitrust cases are being resolved based on political connections, not the legal merits.
100%.
No, his words don't concern me because they're not true.
Well, a lot of us disagree on that front. So I want to turn to some sort of number of issues involving security. So in the wake of the shooting last year, Annunciation Catholic School was approved to receive funding through the Office for Victims of Crime for mental health and other support services. And I appreciate that the department has worked closely with the Annunciation community on this issue, but the delays in the release of these funds are creating budget concerns. Could you commit to work with me on getting those funds to the school?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. The president's most recent budget reduces COPS office funding by nearly $500 million, eliminates the Stop School Violence program that I championed with Senator Hatch. He was the lead on it. Are you concerned that cutting this funding will impact school safety?
No, we have. I understand the question. I fully expect that the grants that ultimately are included in the budget that's passed will make sure that we're providing appropriate funds to our communities so that they can continue their good work.
I have concerns about, and I've heard this from several law enforcement and domestic violence groups, about the DOJ plan to consolidate the COPS program, HIDA program, Office on Violence Against Women. And why do you think this will be helpful? Because we believe that they have very different functions.
I agree with you. That's not what we're doing. There will still be 3 separate functions. What we're doing is consolidating above them to one group so that the application process is smoother and easier for grantees to do their work, and also so that internally some of the bureaucracy that was involved in having 3 separate bureaucratic streams doing the same work, even though you're right, the underlying programs serve different functions, was not efficient, so we're making that efficient.
And I'll follow up with you with some of the domestic violence grants, and also just want to mention the continued enforcement under the Take It Down Act that Senator Cruz and I passed and how important that is going forward.
Thank you, Senator. Yes.
Before I go to Senator Kennedy, I'd like to read a letter supporting the nominee from the National Association of Police Organizations. More than 1,000 police organizations and 250,000 law enforcement.
Without objection.
The rule of law is built within the. He is consistently will be.
Yourself. General, I assume that you consider yourself to be qualified to be the permanent Attorney General. Is that right?
Yes, Senator.
I've read your resume. We all have. You don't need to comment on this, but it just seems to me that no fair-minded person could conclude that you're not qualified.
Really?
Spent a long time with the department. Spent a long time in private practice.
Isn't this guy like a fake
the
accent
opposition
haver?
of my Democratic friends must be based on something
Wasn't he a
else.
Democrat?
Are you and President Trump friends?
I'm his lawyer, was his lawyer, and now I'm the Deputy Attorney General.
Kind of slipped up there, huh?
Are you and President Trump friends?
I'm his lawyer, was his lawyer, and now I'm the Deputy Attorney General. So I met him as his criminal defense attorney.
Caught. Fucking caught.
I'm not sure there's very many people who have ever had a criminal defense attorney who calls that person their friend. I now have a...
Well, let me put it this way. Are you enemies?
No, we're not enemies at all. No.
Have you ever seen a president of the United States appoint an enemy to be Attorney General?
I have not.
Usually they appoint their qualified friends, don't they?
Yes,
I mean, one president appointed his brother, right?
he did, Senator.
And I can think
Yeah, the Kennedys, the different Kennedys, and that's bad. Actually bad. I don't know why we like defend nepotism.
another president who appointed his former law partner. Is that right?
It is correct.
Okay. Are you responsible for all the president's decisions?
No, Senator, I'm not.
I mean, does the president get up in the morning and give you a call first thing and say, Todd, tell me what I ought to do today?
He does not.
Okay. Does he ever
Is that a concession that Trump is corrupt as fuck?
ask your opinion on actions
He
he should
does.
take?
Yes.
Yes,
Do you tell him the truth?
every time.
Have you ever disagreed with him?
Yes,
And have you ever disagreed with him and he did it anyway?
yes,
And did you go call a press conference and announce that the president made a bad decision?
absolutely not.
That's not what attorneys general do.
Correct.
Okay. Has he ever asked you to do anything illegal?
No,
Would you do it if he asked you?
absolutely not.
Okay.
It's so phony, dude. Got Marsha Blackburn waiting in the wings, right?
How many pages of the so-called Epstein files
So cold.
has the department released?
About
Nearly
3
3 million.
How many more pages are there?
That are responsive, we're not aware of any.
How about that,
Oh.
in the department's opinion, are not responsive?
Well, from what we collected, about 3 million that were just nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein or the case at all.
Haven't you asserted privilege over some documents? Can someone ask that question? Have you asserted privilege over any of the Epstein Like, I know this is a Republican, but a Democrat should ask that.
Why don't you just release everything? Just let it rip.
Well, that would be against the law because the only reason we could release the 3 million we did
Well, imagine that, right? They're constantly left and right releasing inside document, declassifying shit when they think it bears poorly on Democrats. It's against the law to release those documents. Why?
because of the Epstein Transparency Act. There are federal laws that prohibit the release of case files, and the Epstein Transparency Act was very explicit and specific about what
Says who? What law? Name the law.
could be and should be released.
Other than to himself. Well, first, we can agree, can we not, that Mr. Epstein was a pig?
Yes.
Other than to himself.
You got him for perjury on that. Does this look like a pig to you?
Who, if anyone
Now, I'm
else,
just a simple Louisiana farmer. I've seen a pig before.
did Mr. Epstein traffic young women to?
There's from what we learned, from what we know. So when we know, I mean, what's in the FBI files and what's in the DOJ files, we did not identify evidence. And by we, I mean career prosecutors, not me, not my leadership, but career prosecutors in New York and career prosecutors in Florida who worked this case hard, did identify other participants, some of whom, as has been discussed, were also victims themselves of Mr. Epstein. But we did not have evidence, as of now, of other men who were that were trafficked, that Epstein helped traffic. That does not mean it didn't happen, and I want to be clear about that. It just means that we have evidence that the FBI gathered and that the Department of Justice gathered, and that's the body of work that we have to work with, which is why I said earlier, if there's anybody out there, victim or otherwise, that has information, I beg them to come forward.
Beg them.
Did Jack Smith read my emails?
I'm not sure, Senator. I don't know.
Would you check for me?
We will check, Senator, yes.
I think he read.
Why? Oh, so you just take those requests? So Durbin asks you, will you meet with these people? No, I can't comment on that. I can't even say whether or not we've met with them. If there's an investigation. Will you check if Jack Smith checked my emails? Sure.
Senator Grassley's emails. How can someone at the Department of Justice get Senator Grassley's emails without probable cause?
There are checks in place that should make it extraordinarily difficult for a prosecutor to collect and review a senator.
It's called a grand jury subpoena, and you're going to pick up sometimes when you subpoena someone, emails from other people. I don't think that Grassley was a target of a grand jury subpoena, but it's so funny. People think that they have a privacy interest once they've sent an email to someone else. If there's a subpoena against that person, or if there's some other document discovery or exchange, document requests pursuant to a legal process, that like it's spying on you to take that email. Like, not if it's done legitimately, not if you're emailing someone else and you're email gets picked up through the legal, lawful process. In what sense is that like abuse of authority?
Senator's emails or a congressman's emails or
And
lawyers.
a lot of these there's equivocation here between like some of these quote unquote tolling records that were obtained and the contents of emails which weren't obtained.
Emails or other folks that have privilege protections associated with their communications.
Yeah, it
And
would be
those
like,
checks and
let's say you email like some mafia guy and like they subpoena some mafia person and they get the email. Like, okay, we were supposed to not subpoena the mafia guy, not subpoena the criminal, not try to get their documents because it might have documents from other government officials. Well, guess what? The communications to other government actors actually is part of the investigation because you guys are all sicko fucks. Weird sickos.
balances should always be used.
But Mr. Smith just ignored them?
I cannot speak for Mr. Smith, Senator.
Would you check for me, first, if he read my emails?
Yeah,
And
yes.
number two, how he got them.
Now we go.
And number three, I don't mean to single out my friend Senator Grassley, but what emails did he get of Senator Grassley? And I mean, what were they limited to, if at all? You know, did he get emails from Senator Grassley talking about his corn harvest and all of that? And who did he share them with? Do you know if Mr. Smith shared my emails with Attorney General Garland?
I do not know.
Can you check for me?
We are investigating that, Senator, yes.
Yeah, I'd kind of like to know all that. Now, Mayor Lori Lightfoot sent the world a letter suggesting that we should not confirm you as Attorney General. Who is Mayor Lori Lightfoot, just for the record?
So she's the former mayor of Chicago. I believe she had a brief stint in the Department of Justice prior to her political life.
Right. And you had some conflicts with her.
I do not believe she supports our administrative efforts making America safe again.
Okay, right. She
wants
thinks
it to be
cops are
dangerous.
a bigger problem than criminals. Would that be a fair assessment?
She definitely, her public rhetoric is not something that either myself or this administration supports, which is to always back our law enforcement.
She thinks if a cop shoots a criminal, it's automatically the cop's fault. But if a criminal shoots a cop, it's automatically the gun's fault. Would that be a fair assessment of the mayor's position?
Her public statements suggest that.
Yeah.
Dude, these guys
Would
are
you put her
clowns.
even in charge of a ham sandwich?
I don't believe she should be any part of this administration.
Well, the people in Chicago apparently agreed. I think she ran for re-election and got 16% of the vote. Is that right? Do you recall?
I'm not sure what percentage she got, Senator.
Okay. Tell me a little bit. One of the things that under your authority the department has concentrated on, which I agree with, in addition to prosecuting crime, is the prosecution of white collar crime, fraud. Tell me a little bit about.
Bro. They think that this admin is like historically prosecuting white collar fraud when it's like the direct opposite.
that.
It's incredible since COVID, the absolute thievery that's happened from the fisc by people in this country. And so we have focused.
He says, as one of the progenitors of the slush fund, a thievery of the fisc. Can you imagine?
Tremendous amount of efforts, not only in the new division, but at every U.S. Attorney's office, with every Inspector General and their offices, the FBI, DHS, and HSI, to just root out this fraud. You have examples of rampant individuals just stealing. So setting up entire centers for autism when there are no patients, when there is no center, and taking millions of dollars of hard-earned taxpayers' money. And so we are very focused on that. We've already, like I said earlier, billions and billions we've already collected in just the past couple of months. That effort is going to go forward for as long as I am in the position that I'm in now, no matter whether I'm confirmed or not. And it's extraordinarily important to every American that this doesn't happen, because we're not talking about whether someone agrees or disagrees with a policy. It's just outright theft by individuals. And unfortunately, many state governments, if they didn't absolutely know what was happening and just encourage it, they certainly stood idly by while it was happening, which is also a problem.
Okay. Don't forget to check on my emails for me.
Senator, yes.
Thank you.
Senator Whitehouse.
What a disgrace.
Morning, Mr. Blanche.
Good morning.
Why won't you tell us what became of the $50,000 in confidential money that the
Homan.
FBI reported that it gave to Tom Homan?
I'm not aware of what you're speaking about. To the extent that there have been public
Fucking
reporting
liar.
about an investigation, I know nothing about it.
Well, the public reporting is that the FBI reported giving $50,000 in the nature of a bribe to Tom
Where's
Homan,
that money?
And there's been no report of what became of that $50,000. Will you answer that question? Not now, but will you answer that question?
So you're gonna go look into the fucking emails from Foghorn Leghorn, but you're not gonna follow up on where the $50,000 that Tom Homan got as a fucking bribe
We've been asking for a long time now. Your department certainly
in a
knows what's happening.
sting?
I'm not aware that that's true.
Can you look into it
Take a look
for
at
us?
it. And it's publicly reported and the FBI reported it, and you should answer the question. That's not the only one. Here's a list of unanswered questions that I have just asked. I don't know how it is that the chairman thinks that you've cooperated with the committee or that you've been transparent with the committee. That is not my experience. You said earlier that you welcome our questions. Great. Answer our questions. That's the real point. Where we've failed to get answers to our oversight questions, we've actually had to revert to the Freedom of Information Act, the general law of government transparency, to try to get answers from the Department of Justice. Here's how we did. Not well. We have this stack of questions that you haven't answered in the nature of oversight. We have this stack of FOIA requests that you haven't answered. And I think it's important for us to believe that you actually take seriously your constitutional oversight responsibilities in order to confirm you, that you actually take seriously your obligations to this committee, irrespective of party, majority or minority, in order to confirm you. So I will ask before we get to a vote on this that you take a look at these and get us answers. Where we have had answers, Mr. Blanche, they have not been informative. They have been blow-offs. So let's move on to Trump versus IRS. Our research indicates that senior DOJ officials have never in the history of the department before faced a judicial inquiry into a fraud on the court participated in by the Department of Justice. That was the inquiry opened in Florida. The question about fraud on the court committed by the Department of Justice remains open in the judge's decision. Here's what she did find. She found that the Department of Justice colluded with the Trump plaintiffs, that the Department of Justice violated DOJ policies in that collusion, that department attorneys were derelict in their responsibilities as DOJ attorneys, that the department failed to zealously advocate on behalf of the United States of America, its true client. And as I said, the fraud on the court question remains open, an unprecedented allegation about the department. As a result of that, the order was transmitted to the New York State Bar for potential disciplinary proceedings. I would like to ask, in addition, since this is new news, the decision was, 2 days ago? I would like to ask that you say to us that you will be willing to provide all of the documents and communications between the Department of Justice and the Trump plaintiffs in that matter.
No way.
I'm not aware of any communications. I didn't have any. So if you put a request in, we'll look at it. I mean, obviously, that's active, continued litigation in the Southern District of Florida. So it depends on...
Explain how it is active, continued litigation in the District of Florida.
Well, there's been several indications that...
You voluntarily dismissed it.
Explain how it is active, continued litigation in the District of Florida.
Well, there's been several indications that the parties of... I never entered notice of appearance, but that the parties intend to appeal the judge's...
Yeah, that, by the way, the fact that you didn't enter notice of appearance was evidence of the corruption and the collusion, by the way. But you're the one who said it's a moot point, it's a moot point, it's a moot point. You voluntarily dismiss the case. You say that there's no jurisdiction.
Indications that the parties of... I never entered notice of appearance, but that the parties intend to appeal the judge's Monday 56-page decision.
You know that plaintiffs intend to appeal? Oh, that's the litigation. Oh, you're appealing the decision on sanctions. I see. Okay, that's the litigation that he's referring to. And it's specifically on the sanctions issue. So why doesn't he just ask, well, once the appeals are over, will you hand over those documents?
Well, it'll be interesting. Do you intend to appeal the Department of Justice?
We weren't really even part of that decision. So to the extent there's something...
It'll be interesting. Do you intend to appeal the Department of Justice?
We weren't really even part of that decision. So to the extent there's something that we can't appeal, I very vigorously will encourage the department to do so.
Well,
You're the acting attorney general.
The tell. In that case, the Department of Justice filed no answer, filed no agreement with respect to the extension of time, filed no response to the case of controversy, amici, filed nothing related to the withdrawal of the complaint, filed no settlement, and filed no response to the fraud on the court inquiry. To me, as a one-time litigator, that looks like really weird behavior.
Yeah.
And when for the first time in history there's inquiry into fraud upon the court committed by the Department of Justice, the silence from the department in response to that is deafening, Mr. Blanche. Deafening. And it strikes me that the stratagem here was to file no pleadings.
Correct.
To try to keep the department out of the authority of the court when what the department knew to be a collusive and false enterprise was blown up in that court.
100%.
Now, it didn't work because the court found collusion, and it takes two to collude. And they also went on and made the other adverse findings about the department's conduct. And the problem here, Mr. Blanche, is that it's not just that one occasion. Between judges appointed by every president harshly criticizing the department's work in your tenure, grand juries rejecting indictments, judicial findings of outright misconduct, capable lawyers fleeing the stinking ship. This seems to be the most troubled Department of Justice in history. Here are some of the misconduct findings against your U.S. attorneys. And if I haven't put it up yet, here's a word cloud of the commentary by federal judges about the conduct of your DOJ. These are red flag words that when I was a U.S. attorney would have provoked, at minimum, an internal conversation about what the hell went wrong, and very likely a conversation with OPR and maybe OPR pursuit. Words like pretext mean a lot coming from a judge about a government argument, usually enjoying the presumption of regularity. We need answers. I need you to be able to tell me that this kind of misconduct is going to stop if you're confirmed as Attorney General. Can you say that?
The Department of Justice works hard. The prosecutors work hard every day, and I appreciate the hand-picked words that you have behind you right now, but that's not reflective of the 100,000 indictments and informations that have been filed to do the work that I talked about earlier today. And so while cherry-picking a few isolated words from district court or magistrate judges in certain districts is something that you're entitled to do, it's absolutely false to suggest that this Department of Justice is not executing as we should and doing the right thing every single day.
I will tell you that you are wrong. That in the history of the department, this kind of criticism by federal judges is unprecedented, and it comes from judges of every different political persuasion. Let me ask about the FBI. How long do you intend to put up with that Kash Patel character? Are you good?
Wait, didn't I recommend this exact question? All right, they're watching my stream.
FBI.
All right, he's doing a good job.
How long do you intend to put up with that Kash Patel character? Are you good with his airplane jaunts? Are you confident he's not drinking on the job?
Yo.
Are you sure none of his travel is a pretext for vacation activities like snorkeling, Olympics, and visiting girlfriends? Are you sure he knows what he's doing? Do you vouch for him? Are you willing to look at whether he lied to this committee?
That's an extraordinarily obnoxious question, Senator.
Whether the FBI director is doing his job instead of going on recreational excursions is an obnoxious question. Isn't he the head of the most important domestic law enforcement and counterintelligence agency that we have, who reports directly to you? It's an obnoxious question to ask, whether he's getting drunk on the reg.
Vouch for him? Are you willing to look at whether he lied to this committee?
That's an extraordinarily obnoxious question, Senator, and I have full faith in Director Patel and the work that he's doing every day.
Great, you get to own that.
Yeah, own it.
One last
Own
thing,
it.
if I may.
Beautiful.
You have refused to exclude January 6th.
And to my brother, Charlie Kirk, we have the watch now. And I'll see you in Valhalla. What did he say? Rest now, brother. Fuck, I don't even know.
Rioters from your anti-weaponization fund. You have refused to put in writing that the slush fund is dead. Indeed, you signaled to allies that payouts are still on track. You have vacated seditious conspiracy convictions against members of the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers. You hired January 6th rider Jared Wise, who would urge the mob to kill police officers. You scrubbed press releases about January 6th prosecutions and called the releases partisan propaganda. You denied that Trump encouraged any violence on January 6th. You've cleaned house of every attorney who worked on a case related to Trump, and you bragged that bringing justice for violent rioters meant that every one of them was either pardoned or had their sentence commuted. I hope that our colleagues who are concerned about what happened on January 6th take that into account. Thank you.
Would you like to respond?
I would. Almost everything the Senator just said, and he's protected. He's allowed to lie. But almost everything
what's the lie?
he just said was absolutely false. Okay, starting with the fact that I have never said that any sort of violence against law enforcement is appropriate. I have never said that publicly. I have never said that in a speech, and I certainly do not believe it. I did not hire the person referenced, and that is again something that just happens not to be true. When I talk about what happened with the convicted January 6th defendants, I talk about what President Trump did. He has the absolute right to pardon anybody.
Do you agree with it, you bastard?
Any reason he sees fit, and every one of them got pardoned or commuted. I am not celebrating that. It is a fact, and the fact that my department had to take action in response to those pardons by dismissing some cases is exactly what I have to do under the law, and it's what I did. So that the narrative that the Senator just suggested and put on me as something I believe is absolutely not true.
Since he accused me of lying personally, Mr. Chairman, let me ask that I put this series of concerns into a question for the record, and that you, under oath, one by one, tell me where there's a lie.
I'm happy to do that.
We'll get that to you.
I'm happy to do that. Absolutely.
Before I go to Senator Blackburn, since oversight was brought up and responsiveness of your department.
I mean, I do other stuff, guys. Hey, just chill. I do other stuff. I don't just do YouTube, but yeah, I don't like to tell you everything that I do. So just keep that in mind. I know you're like, this is like the 5th time you asked, but yeah.
I'd like to speak about how it was with the Biden Justice Department's non-responsiveness to my oversight letters. If the Biden Justice Department would have been remotely responsive, there wouldn't be such a backlog right now. So let's not pretend for a minute the last administration was a benchmark of responsiveness. And this administration, to its credit, has been more responsive. I talked about, in my opening statement, 43,000 pages of documents that you have released compared to a lot less in the previous administration. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being with us today. Before I get to my questions, I would like to make you aware that when Ranking Member Durbin was chairman in the last Congress, I tried repeatedly to subpoena the Epstein files so that we could get those banking records and those flight logs, and repeatedly that was blocked. So the Democrats at that point didn't want to know what was in the Epstein files until they lost the majority, and then they were hell-bent to get that. I also want to make certain—
Hell-bent, by the way, great Sarah Palin term. They were hell-bent.
That we get on the record that you and that DOJ has met with the following list of attorneys who represent victims, including many who have claimed that they've never had a meeting with DOJ. Now, here is this list: Sigrid McCauley, Jordan Merson, Gloria Allred, Eric Fidai, Alan Goldfarb, Daniel Kaiser, Miriam Meyer Wang, Glenn Nick, Adam Horowitz, Jack Scarola, Dennis Artie, Kevin Menser, Jill Greenfield, Julie Keys, David H. Brody, Robert Glassman, Kate L. Doniger, Andrew Villacastin, Brittany Henderson, Brad Edwards, Avron Robin, Neil Binder, David Flessig, Roberta Kaplan, Tasha Thompson, for the record.
Own them.
I do want to talk with you a little bit about Memphis and the Memphis Safe Task Force. We are so grateful. When you talk about a success, the work that has been done in Memphis in fighting crime, this is going to be a big part of President Trump's legacy and his commitment to Memphis. The commitment that has been made by his administration is something that Memphians and all West Tennesseans are incredibly grateful for. And this is something with President Trump, with Kash Patel, we started saying, please help us, and that call was answered. I brought the crime stats. We get the daily report from Memphis. 11,040 arrests have been made. And yesterday, there were 40 arrests. These included someone charged with second-degree murder, another with first-degree murder, aggravated child abuse, attempted rape, and aggravated assault. There have been nearly 2,000 firearms that have been seized, and there have been 155 children that have been recovered. The stats here tell the story. You, President, Director Patel, and the agencies that are there, working with our governor, state agencies, the Memphis mayor, the Memphis police chiefs. This is the way to fight crime.
Did she just say cheese?
Agencies, the Memphis mayor, the Memphis police chiefs. This is working with our governor, state agencies, the Memphis mayor, the Memphis police chiefs. This is the way to fight crime. And we are ever so grateful. And we want to be able to sustain and build on that. And I'd like for you to talk just a moment about Memphis and what lies ahead for Memphis and more broadly for other countries, other cities and counties that are focused on public safety.
Thank you, Senator. What we have done, and by we, I don't mean the Department of Justice alone. I mean state and local partners, the National Guard, all of our federal agencies, DHS in Memphis should be a poster child for a lot of cities in this country. You have a city that had skyrocketing crime and restaurants that were out of business, storefronts that didn't exist, they were boarded up, and we came together. And you're right, it was President Trump working with you, working with the governor, working with our partners, and said, we're going to fix this. We're going to, just like we did in D.C., we're going to go into this city and we're going to arrest, amazingly, a very small percentage of Memphis's population was committing a very large percentage of the crimes. And so if you can focus on that small percentage.
Who was a small percentage?
You're actually able to bring the crime stats down remarkably, which is exactly what we did. As far as what happens going forward, we keep on doing it. Memphis, there's restaurants opening in Memphis, there's stores opening in Memphis, it's a new city compared to where it was 1 year ago, and that's something that we can't let up on. But again, I look at it as a poster child of what we should do in cities across this country.
And we are pleased to know that you all are doing a model city
Wait, someone
program
should zoom into the
DOJ
notes.
in order to help with public safety in other areas.
Yes, and that's not just for Memphis, but for several cities around the country where we are going to put money where our mouth is and put a lot of resources into the cities to help make sure that cities that need to be safer are safer, and if they're on the right track, that they have the resources they need to keep doing it.
When you were in the office, we talked about my carjacking bill that would lower the intent standard to a general knowingly requirement, giving the prosecutors, federal prosecutors, more tools so that they could hold some of these violent carjackers accountable. We thought it was going to move with the NDAA and Leader Schumer has blocked that, and we're disappointed. It's a bipartisan bill. But talk about the importance of lowering that statute so that we can prosecute these crimes.
Yes, it needs to be done because carjacking not only in Tennessee but at every city in this country has gotten out of hand. The criminals are better at it than they have tools that make it easier to get into cars. They're willing to exact violence, and so the standard that exists now under the statute, but also because of certain cases, make it higher than a regular general intent crime. And law enforcement and prosecutors will do the right thing. So we need to be empowered with tools to prosecute these cases. And if there's cases where somebody was in the car and didn't know, prosecutors are not going to move forward. They'll do the right thing, but it shouldn't be the law that puts the damper on that. And so I'm hopeful that we can continue to work together on that because it is very important.
Didn't you charge 8647? Wait a second. You want us to lower the standard? Didn't you charge 8647 though?
A deeply disappointing decision from the court in the Trump versus Barbara case that it's clear that Congress and we're going to have to step up and do something about birthright citizenship. And this is our opening. We know that birthright tourism is something that is taking place in our country. We know that during the first Trump administration, there was a good bit of evidence on this.
Sterilize
of a
all
birthright
individuals
tourism
entering
bill
the country
that would block these 33,000 births a year from people who are circumventing our laws and coming here simply for the purpose
dissolve the union. I'm going to bring up this list too, by the way.
Of giving birth. It's primarily the Chinese, and it is also the Russian oligarchs that are exploiting this. And my bill would make coming here to give birth inadmissible as a way to obtain a visa and immediately deportable as an offense. And touch on why Congress needs to act and give the administration more tools to enforce this.
Yes. So the very day or the day after the decision came out, the Department of Justice issued a directive to prosecutors to focus on the conduct you're describing using existing laws and tools that we have, which is mostly around false statements or fraudulent information in the visa application process. We're going to do that. And that's pretty much, we are limited in how we can prosecute folks that are coming here for lying about why they're coming here just to give birth, and also the organizations that are facilitating that. Any congressional statutory adjustment, the Supreme Court opinions relied in part on the statutory part of this that would control, would give us more tools and would give the president more tools to keep out people who are absolutely not coming for the right reason, only coming to give birth.
And you're doing a great job on fraud and going after fraud that has been committed. The fraud task force seems to be working well. And from Tennesseans, I hear a good bit about this. They want the fraudulent activity to stop. It's taxpayer money, and they want their money to be used wisely. We have had legislation that would apply to individuals that have come into the country either illegally or maybe they've been naturalized citizens. But the Fraud Accountability Act would push for that deportation and denaturalization if they have been found to be defrauding individuals or local, state, or federal government. And I'm over time, and I'll ask you for this in writing since I'm over my time, but I'd like to hear from you why it is important to put more tools in that toolbox for you all to go after these individuals that are defrauding the U.S. taxpayer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Before I call on Senator Coons, Senator Durbin would like to speak for a short time.
Very short. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on the statements just made by the senator from Tennessee, we've checked the transcript of the committee. During the November 30th, 2023 Supreme Court Ethics Subpoena Authorization Markup, I chaired and attempted to recognize Senator Blackburn multiple times so that she could offer an amendment regarding Epstein's flight logs. But her Republican colleagues prevented her from doing so by filibustering and then invoking the Senate rule on 2 hours to end the markup. Many Epstein records, including flight logs, have been public for years. My staff subsequently reached out to Senator Blackburn to work to identify which records she actually wanted and still believes had not been made public. To this day, she's never responded.
Mr. Chairman, since he mentioned my name, I have previously and will continue. There is video, there is a transcript, and Mr. Blanche, I'll be happy to forward that to you.
All right.
Senator Coons.
We're here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. Acting Attorney General Blanche, thank you for your service and for appearing here. And thank you to your family and to the men and women of the Department of Justice who work tirelessly to fight crime and to make our nation secure. I'm grateful for their service. I'm sorry that your schedule apparently didn't permit us to meet before this confirmation hearing, but I hope and expect we'll find time to meet soon after today.
Absolutely.
Thank you. As I consider your nomination, like all other nominations to similar cabinet positions, I need to know you're qualified to serve. You demonstrably are. That you have the policy views to serve well.
Fuck?
We will discuss.
Why even say that? I know what he means is you have experience in the department, you're Deputy Attorney General, you have legal experience, but like, why even say this? It's just such an embarrassment that qualification isn't just you had a job before. Qualification refers also to character. Are you qualified or not? Why concede qualified? Just weakness. Fucking
We'll find time to
annoying.
meet soon after today.
Absolutely.
Thank you. As I consider your nomination, like all other nominations to similar cabinet
Disgusting.
positions, I need to know you're qualified to serve. You demonstrably are. That you have the policy views to serve well. We will discuss that today. And most importantly, in this role, that you have the independence to serve as the Attorney General.
I mean, like, are corrupt people qualified? Just silly.
For the American people. And that last question has troubled me the most. You're in charge of a Department of Justice I don't recognize. Prosecuting the president's
qualified.
political enemies,
Crazy.
firing rank-and-file prosecutors and FBI agents because of the cases they were assigned to, slashing grants for law enforcement and public safety. These are some actions that in your previous confirmation hearing before us, you said you would not take. Now, I appreciate your statement walking back the $1.8 billion weaponization fund that you created, but I question how it got that far, and we'll get into that. You sat in appropriations hearing earlier this year before me and defended it at that time. In fact, if I remember correctly, you told me I was
Why are you yapping? Ask some fucking questions. This is so
wrong
embarrassing.
for criticizing it. But following questions by Senators Durbin and Cornyn, I'm concerned it's not dead yet, and I think we should talk that through. Overall, this is not what I believe the American people expect or deserve from the Department of Justice. Having spent critical parts of January 6th in this room taking
Like, it's such a waste of time.
shelter from the mob, I just wanted to open with some questions. How many people were convicted of assaulting law enforcement officers on
there we
January 6th?
Just start with that. Way better.
I believe around 120 approximately, but I could be off a few more. A few
You are. The answer is more than 200. And how many of those individuals had their sentences commuted or were pardoned by President Trump?
All of them.
President Trump either commuted or pardoned every defendant from the January 6 events.
That's correct. And in this room right now and outside this room are Capitol Police officers protecting us in this hearing room. How many of them do you think might have friends or colleagues who were attacked by supporters of the president on January 6th?
I don't know the numbers, but I'm sure many of the Capitol Police officers who are here today were working on January 6th or knew people who were.
I'll just say that I consider it a shameful slap in the face of the men and women of law enforcement for those convicted of assaulting police officers to have been pardoned. I know you were not serving as Deputy Attorney General when President Trump pardoned those folks, but you said just a few moments ago that you were not celebrating this decision by the president. He was exercising his constitutional power. But earlier this year in front of CPAC, a conservative event, I would say from the transcript, you actually trumpeted it as an achievement. And I quote, saying, if you look at what happened to the men and women convicted because of January 6th, by 5 p.m. on January 20th, every one of them was either pardoned or had their sentence commuted by President Trump. So when folks say you've done nothing, I say you have a very short memory.
That is celebrating.
Would you
Good job, Chris Coons. All right. I've calmed down. These are good.
say that you are proud of President Trump's decision to pardon individuals who assaulted law enforcement?
No, that's not what I was saying there at all, Senator.
What were you saying? Was that statement showing the pardons to be a good thing or a bad thing?
I was responding to inquiries around why more hadn't been done by the Department of Justice with respect to January 6 defendants. And so my answer was that January 6 defendants and some of their lawyers had a short memory because a lot had already been done. Indeed, by the end of the day on January 20th, they had all been pardoned or commuted. So I wasn't celebrating it. I was merely stating a fact, which is that the January 6 defendants did receive a very generous pardon or commutation from President.
Why was it generous? Is it generous to pardon people who have been attacked politically?
President Trump, every one of them on January 20th.
A generous, and in my view, for those who had assaulted police officers, unwarranted, unjustified, ahistorical, and a terrible precedent.
Unfortunately, not ahistorical with what we had with the Civil War.
Let me move on to questions I've asked in previous hearings. Is President Trump, just as a simple matter of constitutional law, eligible to run for another term as president in 2028?
I don't believe he is, no.
That is a correct, in my view, reading of the plain language of the 22nd
Nice.
Amendment.
See, these are the kinds of things that I actually like to ask, is like just these kind of general questions that just undermine Trump a little bit. So I got really triggered at the start, but now he's in his groove. I think he's doing a good job.
Why do you think several of the judicial nominees of this administration have refused repeatedly to answer that question simply and clearly as you just did when I put it to them?
I have
He can't answer that. That's a silly question.
no idea why they answer questions the way
Me neither.
I mean,
was
you're asking me
confounding.
to speculate about something I don't know.
Is the Department of Justice that you're running independent from the White House?
No.
The Department of Justice, like every single department in the
Subject to the
executive,
president.
is part of the executive. I mean, Article 2 of the Constitution.
The White House, though, granted, but is the White House overseeing and influencing your particular prosecutorial decisions?
Gives the power of the executive to President Trump. So we certainly operate with integrity. We certainly operate in the single mindset to serve the American people and do the right thing. But I am a member, if confirmed. I will be a member of the cabinet. I'm serving in the acting capacity that way now, just like the other cabinet members. And President Trump can fire me whenever he wants. So,
do you have a sense why he fired your predecessor?
Yeah, good question. I read. They're all watching me. Everyone's watching me, watching them.
Idea. I mean, President Trump, we all serve at the pleasure of President Trump in this administration.
Did President Trump ever post on Truth Social directing your predecessor to get at it, to prosecute his perceived political enemies?
I don't think those were his exact words. But
those were not his exact words,
no,
but clearly that was the intention. It is my impression, sir, that you are here rather than your predecessor because the president was unhappy with her failures to actually secure convictions of folks like Attorney General Tish James or former FBI Director Jim Comey. If you're confirmed and you're asked to take an action you believe to be illegal or unethical, would you resign?
That will never happen, but yes, if it were to happen, I'm not going to violate my oath to the Constitution.
I appreciate that answer.
You
did answer a question by a colleague about input that you gave to the president. Did you ever say no to the president on the slush fund, the anti-weaponization fund? Did you advise him against this?
I will not talk about communications I have with the president. I served as his lawyer for a couple years before he was elected. I'm the Deputy Attorney General and the Acting Attorney General, so I'm not going to talk about communications that I have with him. But Senator, I will say that President Trump trusts me to give him counsel. Counsel does not mean yes, man, and so that's true in my case,
ma'am?
like it should be in any Attorney General's.
Huh?
Yes, man, and some counsel. Counsel does not mean
being a yes man. Got it.
Yes, man, and so that's true in my case, like it should be in any.
Pronounced it weird.
And President Trump trusts me to give him counsel. Counsel does not mean yes, man, and so that's true in my case, like it should be in any Attorney General's case.
Let me just for a minute bear down on the anti-weaponization fund. You've testified to the House. We are not moving forward with that fund, period. But you've repeatedly refused to put that commitment in writing or to submit a declaration to the court. You're an officer of the court, a member of the bar. You should be able to make that assertion in a court filing or even in a letter submitted to this body. On May 19th, you testified before the Justice Appropriations Subcommittee. Since the case had been dismissed, there was no judge and no mechanism for judicial review. But in an opinion this week, a federal judge wrote, and I'm quoting, that your testimony was at best misleading and at worst disingenuous, explaining the court remained available to review this agreement had you sought relief. Why not seek review of the settlement agreement or submit some record, some writing, given that the president continues to publicly champion this weaponization fund?
Good question.
And given your previous answer to me in another hearing, that you wouldn't say whether or not those who assaulted cops on January 6th would be eligible for multi-million-dollar payouts.
So there's a lot of questions there. First
Indeed.
of all, we have put it in writing. It's in repeated court filings in EDVA and DC. So this narrative that you won't put it in writing happens not to be true. The reason why neither myself nor Secretary Bessent agreed to put a declaration in is because there's long-standing precedent that judges cannot ask cabinet secretaries or people like me to put in declarations. It has nothing to do with whether the fund is alive. I'm under oath today, and I've said it's dead repeatedly. I said it to the House Oversight Committee, and I'm happy to say it as many times as necessary.
It's dead, but it's enforceable by Trump, is what he's saying. It's dead, but he also said previously under questioning from John Cornyn that it's enforceable. So I don't know what is the contract enforceable? He said it is. So it doesn't seem like it's dead. It seems like it's alive. It seems like the contract, by your own testimony, is enforceable.
As far as what the judge said in Florida, just the last question you asked about Florida, that judge disagreed with what I said. I still believe that 11th Circuit precedent, which I've studied, I am right. So we'll see.
You did say earlier, this is the most transparent Department of Justice in American history. We have nothing to hide, and you started by saying we're here to rebuild trust. Two decisions or two OLC opinions I'm very interested in. I'm the senior Democrat on Defense and Intelligence Approach. I'm the most senior member of the Foreign Relations Committee on my side, who's currently serving on this committee. I'm curious as to why the most transparent department has refused to release the OLC opinion that justifies the 66 strikes the military has conducted on boats in the Caribbean, which have killed more than 220 people.
Murder.
Either a redacted version or in a classified setting to me and others who are in relevant decision-making positions.
Well, Senator, we made the head of OLC available on multiple occasions to explain that to you and other members of the committee. And that is extraordinarily transparent and unprecedented that we've done that. Whether an OLC opinion is released, there's a lot of process that goes into that. But the idea that we were not transparent about our legal basis there is absolutely not true.
Okay. Another chance to be transparent. The FISA court in March certified your Section 702 proceedings, but found compliance deficiencies. This is an important power of the federal government that will soon be up again for a vote, and you have not declassified that opinion. Senators Cotton and Warner, Republican and Democrat leads on intelligence, in April wrote the administration saying that they expected declassification of this March opinion within 2 weeks, yet it remains classified. You have a bipartisan request from the leadership of Intel. Will you declassify it or make it available to us?
We'll continue to look at that. I agree with you that that's a very important issue, and we need 702 reauthorized.
Thank you. Last question, if I could. The Safer Supervision Act is co-sponsored by Senators Lee, Cornyn, Tillis, and Langford, and it gives a path forward to making sure that federal probation.
So, for example, there was an OLC opinion regarding Obama's decision to drone strike Anwar al-Awlaki, and some of the rationale, the application of legal tests, relied on classified information. So they redacted certain portions of factual things that were classified, but released the parts that weren't, sensitive material, and that were just like legal principles and shit.
And parole is more effective. We've discussed it before. Will you meet with me to talk about ways that this important criminal justice reform, supported by federal law enforcement, could move forward?
I think that
Please give a short answer to that.
I think it's yes. Absolutely. I very much agree with what you're trying to do there, Senator.
Thank you.
Before I call on Senator Schmidt, and after Schmidt gets done questioning, we're going to take a 15-minute break, and that 15-minute break starts when you leave the chair and be back in at the 15th minute. Before then, I'd like to enter into the record for your supporting your nomination from 382,000 members of the National Fraternal Order of Peace. The letter emphasized Mr. Blanche's distinguished record of public service and his commitment to work closely with law enforcement across the nation. The letter states, quote, "We believe Mr. Blanche's leadership will help ensure that the Department of Justice remains focused on public safety, the rule of law, and providing unwavering support for the law enforcement professionals who risk their lives daily to protect our families," end of quote. Without objection, it'll be entered. Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blanche, welcome. You're entering this arena in this confirmation hearing as the nation's chief law enforcement officer at a very interesting time in our country's history, where the folks on the other side of the dais, the Democrats, in my view, have just taken an all-out assault on the men and women of this country who serve in a law enforcement capacity.
You pardoned all of the terrorist scum that attacked Capitol Police
months ago, got through a government shutdown where I was on the Senate floor listening to things that I never heard, certainly an elected official say, in characterizing the men and women who serve this country to enforce its laws, calling them the Gestapo, President Trump's secret
ICE. Yeah, and I don't take it back. Yes, and I don't take it back. Yes, and
police, mass mercenaries. This is insane. These calls to defund ICE.
In virtue of what is it insane, sir?
This hammer and sickle wave that came through New York.
I didn't just say defund. I said abolish, and I meant it.
Just a few weeks ago, that's now dominating the discussion on the other side of the aisle. The central plank, of course, is defunding the police, assaulting,
I didn't say that. I don't want to defund the police. I just want to abolish ICE.
Throwing Western civilization. This is not your grandfather's Democrat Party.
Thank
You're
you.
fielding questions that I think are totally unfair. But it's all meant, I think, to undermine and demoralize. I saw it in my time as Attorney General in Missouri, where we had a Soros-funded prosecutor who refused to prosecute crime.
Soros-funded, dog whistle, anti-Semitic dog whistle.
Police officers, many retired early. Fewer came into the ranks to protect and serve. And so you're coming at an important
harmful anti-Semitic trope
time. I think President Trump, like he has with the military, has inspired the men and women on the front lines to serve. You're helping, I think, restore that with your focus on violent crime, your focus on fraud. I heard one of my colleagues say that this is the most troubled Department of Justice in history. I happen to live through the previous administration where you have Department of Justice in history.
Yeah, what happened there? Yeah. He lost
I heard one of my colleagues say that this is
he was having like this low kind of voice, kind of masculine sounding voice. He was saying total bullshit, but then he did that.
You're helping, I think, restore that with your focus on violent crime, your focus on fraud. I heard one of my colleagues say that this is the most troubled Department of Justice in history.
What is that?
I heard one of my colleagues say that this is the most troubled Department of Justice in history. I happen to live through the previous administration where you had a Department of Justice completely weaponized against political opponents. They tried to throw their chief political opponent in jail, ruin his family's lives.
Yeah, for crimes. They did.
You were his lawyer to see some of that, and I was with you in a courtroom in New York to witness that offense in one of those cases. Were aimed against Catholics in this country who happened to attend a traditional Catholic Latin Mass. Went after parents under the Patriot Act for showing up to school board meetings to object to critical race theory or the masking of their kids.
All the fucking laundry list of bullshit talking points. Bullshit talking points. The Catholic memo ship, which was disavowed by the Department of Justice. This is all their greatest hits. And they try to compare these non-stories, these nothing burgers, to the mountains and mountains and mountains and mountains and like never-ending ceasing stream river of corruption from this Department of Justice.
We lived through Jack Smith, and the chairman has just revealed new revelations, of course, that he was reading text messages. By the way,
can you imagine? Like, he was reading text messages. Fucking based. Text messages of people implicated in a criminal scheme who send messages to criminals. Yeah, I mean, if your message gets picked up because you're part of a criminal scheme, are we supposed to take issue with that? Or if we pick up your messages because the person that we're subpoenaing, their communications, they happen to have some with you, are we supposed to like feel bad for you?
Jack Smith testified under oath he didn't do that. He testified.
No, he testified with regard to the tolling records, which is what he was asked about. So these guys, again, they can't help but lie. It is so insane, their capacity for lying. So they're taking a quote that Jack Smith had regarding tolling records, which is like basically a lot of metadata regarding messages of certain members within the Capitol building for purposes of investigating the fucking insurrection that occurred in the Capitol. Who was talking to whom? Right? Those are the tolling records. That data did not contain content of messages, and that's what they're conflating with other messages obtained through like subpoenas through like members of the White House. And they just lie. They can't stop lying. These are scumbags in suits. These are rats.
Testified that they just had the phone
MAGA
logs.
elites.
We know that's not true now. Jack Smith should be subject to prosecution for lying to Congress. So this weaponization, let's draw a distinction. When you go after your political opponents, that is a weaponization. When you hold people accountable who weaponize the justice system, that's not the same thing. So you have a very important job. I want to highlight a few things that you've done in your time as acting Attorney General. Hopefully, as Attorney General, you're confirmed. You created the National Fraud
Jack Smith should be president of the United States.
Enforcement Division. I think this is very, very important. I think it's the tip of the iceberg, what we're seeing in Minneapolis, in California, and places that I think the work will continue. Carried out the largest healthcare fraud takedown in department history, expanded the fight against Medicaid.
By the way, if you don't believe me, let me just show you exactly where they're getting. And they always get it from the same people, right? They get it from people like Miranda Devine, John Solomon, and this woman, Catherine Herridge. So listen to
the toll records that you requested.
Listen to this.
Did the toll records that you requested
The toll records
from the senators,
did
they include the content of the phone calls? No.
The toll records did not contain the content of so specifically the toll records, right? The toll records. And Rand Paul says, Jack Smith swore under oath that he didn't spy on text messages belonging to members of Congress. New evidence confirms he spied on dozens of members of Congress, myself included. It's a blatant abuse. kill to debate any of these motherfuckers. They're just such obvious liars. And then people like Miranda Devine, John Solomon, Catherine Herridge, this like just blatant propaganda scumbag, pretends that the fact that they had messages in other forums that aren't toll records somehow makes it so he lied. It's literally insane. And then, based Anna Bauer calling it out. Smith was specifically asked about toll records obtained from members of Congress. He accurately said those records didn't include message content. Grassley's docs relate to texts of White House officials obtained via NARA, which happened to include exchanges with Congress people. Very, very different. Not what he was asked. No lie. And this is how they start these conspiracy talking points, right? You just saw it play out. People like Catherine Herridge, Miranda Devine, John Solomon, Chuck Grassley, often at the center of this. They just start creating these fake, bogus, debunked talking points. And 5 IQ, either Congress people or propagandists like Rob Noor, just steal what they say and just say it. Even though it's debunked garbage, and it's debunked in 2 seconds. This is the same thing on Burisma, the Twitter files, all this nonsense. Anyway.
Fraud after the $90 million Minnesota fraud takedown. You secured 6 fraud convictions
Agreed.
Involving more than $1.1 billion
Agreed.
in less than
Pondering
3 weeks.
Shout out
Cleared the
Pondering
backlog
Desire.
of immigration cases, allowing for deportations, more deportations. You filed a historic number of denaturalization cases. You secured...
That's good, right? It's a historic number of denaturalization cases, historic number of deportations.
Major
How's our country doing? How's our economy doing?
DEI wins against IBM and PayPal. You ended the EEOC's racist disparate impact regime. You secured 450 years of prison time for Antifa members involved in the terrorist attacks against ICE.
Yeah, these people way over sentence, crazy over sentence. Some of these people, one of the individuals who was not accused of any terrorism-related charge, not accused of attempted murder, not accused of any substantive thing other than obstruction of justice-related offenses, he got 30 years, which is like 7 more years in the than fucking Enrico Tarrio, who was the most years of anyone from the terrorist attack on the Capitol. Right? Insanely overcharged, and they still talk about double standards. Crazy.
You prosecuted the Southern Poverty Law Center for secretly funneling millions of dollars to the KKK and neo-Nazis.
This is an example of DOJ corruption. That Southern Poverty Law Center indictment, in my view, is more evidence of the corruption of the Trump administration, not the other way around.
That's a hell of a record in 100 days.
He knows. He knows.
But more work continues. I want to talk about a few things that I'd like to, and I'm going to allow you to answer, to focus on. First, I think we have to break this sanctuary city scam, the system. To the people watching or listening at home, what is a sanctuary jurisdiction? Here's what it means. It means that if you are a criminal child rapist and you're here illegally and you've been released from prison, they will not tell federal immigration authorities that that person is being released. They would rather have that individual, that monster, released into the community.
I'm going to join you during the 15-minute interruption. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, let's do
it. Than be deported. That's how sick this regime is. And so we were able to secure in the ICE funding, I was able to secure in the ICE funding $350 million to clean up this mess, to allow ICE in those sanctuary jurisdictions to actually carry out those deportations. Sanctuary cities be damned. Will you use every tool that you have in your toolbox to go after these sanctuary jurisdictions?
I mean, absolutely. You just hit the nail on the head when you described one example, but there are thousands of examples of our law enforcement agents being put at risk because instead of going into a jail to arrest somebody or take somebody...
Sanctuary jurisdictions, it means you're in favor of child rapists. Yeah, after they're done in prison for... First of all, I actually do think that in some cases, like in a normal circumstance, I wouldn't have a problem with cooperation with immigration enforcement. In normal circumstances, I wouldn't have a problem with that. The problem is it's abused. And the problem is the current DHS is fucking lawless. That's the problem. And so it makes sense under current regimes, and frankly, even under Biden and even under Democrats, I do not support cooperation from these localities until we fix our immigration system, because it's too arbitrary, it's too fucked up, and you guys don't know the half of it. And that's the truth of it.
Who's here illegally, even with a final order of deportation, that individual gets released in the community, and it puts everybody in the community at risk. It puts law enforcement.
And Voting Rights Act against unlawful racial gerrymandering or other fundraising platforms.
Yes.
Evidence of straw donations, foreign contributions, identity fraud, and other legal activity through ActBlue or other fundraising platforms.
Yes, of course, Senator. Yes.
Thank you.
What happened?
Third, protect free speech from the new censorship. Stores determine which platforms can reach the public. AI systems increasingly determine which claims are treated as true, false, respectable, extreme, or beyond discussion.
forces. And above all, and just as importantly, is fraud and bringing money that is stolen from the American taxpayer and getting it back and putting the guys responsible in prison. That's what I've learned, is that we can just go out and do our jobs, and we can do it. There'll be noise in D.C. Like I said, we prosecuted nearly 100,000 informations and indictments since January 20th. We're talking about 3 or 4. And that's the message that I take to prosecutors around the country.
Thank you. And I also want to thank you early on with this administration in Kansas City, but specifically in St. Louis, working with the department, Kash Patel, others. St. Louis got the largest infusion of permanent FBI agents anywhere in the country, and they're helping clean up the streets. People feel safer. It's a great American turnaround as relates to crime. Those numbers hopefully will continue, and I look forward to working with you on those efforts as well.
Thank you. We will. Thank you, sir.
Before we take this 15-minute break, I wanted to say that from 12:30 to 1, I'll be in the Capitol to vote. Another Republican will chair the meeting, so we're going to go on through the noon hour. And so we'll take a break now, and we'll be back at 11:45, and Senator Blumenthal will be the first person to ask questions.
Let's go, Dick Blumenthal. All right, we're going to have Josiah. Pondering Josiah is going to come in, and he's going to say some things. He's going to say some things that you might not want to hear. He's going to say some horrible things. I'm just joking. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to go grab some water, okay? Or as Vosh says, agua. Just 1 second. I'll be right quick. I'll be right quick, and we'll have Pondering Josiah on here. We'll have Pondering politics, pondering. Oh, I can just drag him in while I go get water. 1 sec. All right, 1 sec. Hey, brother, I'm getting some water. And entertain my stream real quick. I'll be right back. What up, Play?
Well, somebody asked earlier about karaoke. Do I fuck up some Journey with karaoke? No, I don't, and I'll tell you why. Because anyone who listens to Journey, the greatest American rock band, yes, I said it, the greatest American rock band. Anybody who listens to Journey knows that I almost said late great Steve Perry. He's not dead. He's still alive. That the great Steve Perry is a countertenor. He could hit notes that Freddie Mercury could not. So he operates at a higher register. And nobody human has that range. It's one of the most difficult vocal catalogs to sing. Journey's gone through like 3 replacement singers because just singing that shit on a regular basis will just shred your vocal cords. So they're actually in the midst of their farewell tour. I got the chance to see them one last time. I'm considering very strongly going to San Francisco and seeing them for their very final show in, I think it's November or December of this year. I was a huge Journey fan. My late mother, that was her favorite band. My father, his favorite band was Journey. So I grew up. I've seen them dozens of times. But no, I don't fuck with Journey in karaoke. I know my limits. I'll do some Goo Goo Dolls. I'll do some Matchbox 20. I'll do some of that. I will, if I'm appropriately drunk, attempt Mr. Brightside by the Killers, the ultimate drunk white guy anthem, I think.
Yo, what up? How you doing?
Man,
what's up, player?
Listen, what do you think of this hearing so far? I'm curious.
I think that Blanche is a piece of shit. I thought Cornyn's questions left a lot of potential for Democrats to pounce on. And I'm not happy with the octogenarians. Dick Durbin.
Dude, Durbin.
I thought White House did a decent job.
Yeah.
Coons, but I just don't like them when maybe they're trying to like butter him up initially. I would just get to the questions, but saying that like Blanche was demonstrably qualified, that's crazy. Why would you say something like that if you're Chris Coons?
Yeah. I mean, even Klobuchar too. Like, I'm sorry. I think this administration, I think like the default, I think every Democrat has an obligation, a moral and political obligation to just be hostile from the very beginning. Yeah. There's really no point. I mean, you're not going to vote for him. Like, I don't think anybody on the committee is going to vote for him. And
who's a Democrat?
If he gets every every Democrat, obviously. If he has all the Republican votes lined up, he's going to squeak by anyway. So like, there's just no incentive here to play nice or to be kind. You're not going to get justice from this Justice Department anyway, after all that's been done. I think that you should go in, and your goal should not be to fart your way through the committee, even though I understand that you can win a debate that way.
Yes, correct, yes.
Your goal should be exposing the hypocrisy and lawlessness and injustice of this thing, and just right out the gate. And you should ask the toughest possible questions. And Sheldon Whitehouse is the only one so far who's brought the appropriate level of energy.
Yeah, and sometimes the best questions aren't necessarily the ones that have the biggest wind-up. Klobuchar for governor, she's running for governor, right? I think that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, this isn't an indictment of these people as legislators or in other domains. It's just like these kinds of hearings are part of the job and are important for us to farm clips. That's what it is about. Let's be honest, it's about farming clips. And sometimes the most effective question is something like, do you agree with Trump that he gets to run for a third term, right? Or whatever the question was. That I think that was Whitehouse who asked that. And if it was Whitehouse? I think it might have, or was it Chris Coons? Maybe it was Chris Coons. I'm not sure. But no, in general, I think these long wind-up questions aren't good. I think you just get right to it, and you don't need to give any concessions. And by the way, folks, Josiah said on the committee for Democrats, I don't think that he would say that like Fetterman is a for sure vote in the general.
No, fuck
Senate.
no. I mean, I could see Fetterman. I 100% could see Fetterman. I would actually be more surprised if Fetterman doesn't vote for Blanche. At this point, I treat Fetterman as a Republican. Like he and
made a joint fundraising.
He's a Republican for all intents and purposes.
That is very good, guys. That's a big deal as well, guys. Like, if you're doing like joint victory committees, that is like a really bad sign, in my view.
It is a really bad sign. And I just want to emphasize this. I don't care what your politics are. And I know that there's been a lot of like internal critique and back and forth over the Graham Plattner scandal. Not even controversy, just a full-blown scandal. I need everybody to understand that whoever, it's Troy Jackson, it's I quite frankly, I don't even remember who the other like potential nominees are, because Shaw, whoever it is, we have got to get Susan Collins out of the fucking Senate. And for those who say, well, we can win all these other seats and we'll leave Susan Collins in, and with Fetterman, we'll have a Senate majority. You need a Fetterman-proof majority. A Fetterman-proof majority.
Sorry, 52. We need 52.
Yeah. Right. So, yeah.
We need Fetterman proofing.
Fetterman.
I mean, like Fetterman might go vote for John Thune to be Senate Majority Leader. Like, no
100%. I could see that. Yeah.
Like
and nobody has any reason to trust him.
Yeah. You just need to like, yes, he's better than Republican. Yes, I would vote for Fetterman over McCormick, right? But it just like, we need to Fetterman proof our majority. And that unfortunately means winning Maine, winning Ohio, winning North Carolina, winning Alaska, winning Iowa. Like, we need to reach for these, reach for the stars. I think Florida's probably out of reach, but and hopefully Texas, right? Like, we need to get as many seats as we can, and the margins here are super, super, super important. Fuck Collins and fuck all these motherfuckers. I think John Cornyn will probably vote for Blanche if I had to guess. I mean, I just think that these people.
Oh, you mean the quote unquote rogue Republicans like Cornyn and
maybe
Cornyn
Murkowski would be different. Yeah, maybe Murkowski would be different. I don't know, but so often when they vote against the party, it's like on votes that the party's going to win anyway.
Right, like they negotiated behind the scenes. Like, hey, optically,
Plattner had a really good, say what you want to say about Plattner. He had a really good line in one of his acceptance speeches or whatever, where it's like Susan Collins will vote her conscience on votes that don't matter, something like that. It was a really good line, but But no, I'm not delighted with the Democrats' performance here. No, I've rescinded my endorsement. I'm not loving it. Like, I think that they're like Dick Durbin is saying things that are correct. And people, it's not like the topic, they're just the way they deliver it just seems to me without any energy, without any impetus, without any like turning up the pressure. And you really felt, I felt that he was most uncomfortable when John Cornyn was asking him questions about the settlement agreement.
Oh, fuck. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He was like hostile. Like he was defensive. And I mean, he's Blanche has been less defensive certainly than Pam Bondi was. I mean, Pam Bondi was just a fucking joke. Yeah. Blanche is obviously trying to comport himself in a less cringeworthy manner. But the closest he's gotten to defensive and uncomfortable certainly came from Cornyn. I think it's because, Cornyn's a Republican. I think he had to have known these questions from Cornyn were coming because Cornyn has been publicly signaling, along with Tom Tillis, that they are going to grill Blanche, and even the grilling. I mean, it was kind of like a light sear. You know what I'm saying?
It was light.
Yeah, it was really light. Now, what will be interesting to see is how Tillis handles him, because Tillis did go fucking nuclear on Kristi Noem, you may recall.
Yes, and it's funny. It's funny you made the comparison between Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche. That like Todd Blanche is like the toned down version of Pam Bondi and less cringe. That the person they got to replace Kristi Noem on that front was Mark Wayne Mullen, someone who famously like tried to fight the head of the
Sean O'Brien,
yes,
which honestly, like in hindsight, like I thought that was cringe, but honestly, it's like, you know, whoever got the shit beat out of him and as a consequence of that fight, like they both suck. Like Sean O'Brien turned out to be just a total fucking traitor, you know, bailed out by President Biden and the Democrats and opposed by every single Republican. And then he refuses to endorse Kamala Harris. He refuses to endorse the Democrats. He cozies up to the Republicans. It's really disgusting. And I do hope that the next Democratic president is low key a bit of a bully. I just keep thinking about this all the time. Like, I kind of want a Democratic bully who also summons certain people into the White House the way that Trump is and be like, listen, well, since you guys opened the door to just being pushed around by the last president, I'm going to take out my dick and slap you around too, and you're going to give me what I want. And so, Sean O'Brien, the next time I bail out the Democrats, I better have it written in fucking blood and notarized that you're going to get down on one knee and swear fealty to me and the Democratic Party and talk about how amazing we are and how vastly superior we are intellectually and morally and on policy and how our dicks are bigger and we're just better in every which way. Like, I want that sort of like bullying energy from the next Democratic president. Not going to lie. I do not want a nice person. I love Andy Bashir with all my heart, but I don't think Andy Bashir has it in him.
We want some grit. We want some fight. And it's not just us either. And it's not just like, when you look at the Democratic Party, just like look at the polling just shows that a majority, or it's a plurality at least, but it might be a majority, doesn't approve of our own party, doesn't approve of our own leadership. And the reason overwhelmingly is not doing enough to fight back against Trump. Now, there's the question you might ask, which is like, well, what more can they do? And we're sympathetic to that, but like, you can't shake that feeling. The feeling is that Democrats are weak. And a lot of that, I think, is premised not just on losing the election in 2024, which I think some of it is, but just also on rhetoric and appearance and what they say. And I think that it's someone who's unwise who like discounts that general feeling, because I share it. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. I'm not watching your stream at the moment because I'm obviously having a conversation with you. Make sure you're playing the interregnum on in the background so you don't miss it.
It's about to start. Blumenthal just came back. I just paused it because I care more about you, but I'm happy.
Well, I understand. All right, he's about to go. All right. Well, listen, I'm going to listen along, and I may drop out as soon as I need to record my next video, but I'm going to be listening along in your stream.
Do you want me to like try to share?
I don't want you to fuck it up. Last time you did that, it ruined everything. So I'm just going to listen here in silence, and I'll say something if I have something to say, and then I'll drop out when it's time to. Yeah.
I want to begin where maybe we have some common ground. You would agree that the Islamic Republic of Iran is well known to detain, torture, even kill political dissidents, including evangelical Christians, would you not?
Yes, Senator, they have done that. Yes.
And last week, the Iranian American Legal Defense Fund filed a lawsuit alleging that the Trump administration has adopted a policy of collaborating with the Islamic Republic of Iran to provide details about asylum applicants. This is the United States government providing information regularly and frequently to the Iranian government about Iranian nationals who are seeking asylum here in the United States. These are declarations made under oath before the court about high officials stationed here with Iran getting information from the United States government, and then the American government deporting hundreds of individuals, including evangelical Christians, back to Iran, where they face torture, imprisonment, potential death. Were you or the Department of Justice consulted about this policy?
Well, that's not our policy, Senator. We would never send somebody home to be tortured. That's not what the American people would expect of us. That's certainly what President Trump does. So I'm not
really, because you revoked TPS. You revoked TPS for Haiti and for Syria. We would never send them back to get tortured and be in horrible situations, except for the Haitians, right?
familiar with the
Yeah, that's
lawsuit
what
you're talking
gets them-
about, but there's
that's
no
actually like how they get their kicks. They get Harvard
Yeah.
prospect.
such policy.
Will you commit to investigate these allegations?
I haven't know nothing about the lawsuit. I will. When I say you say commit to investigate allegations, we don't do that. But certainly, if the lawsuit needs to be answered,
What the fuck? So he just said, Josiah, we don't just commit to doing investigations based on allegations. But 2 seconds ago, when Senator Kennedy was like, would you check on that for me? That Jack Smith looked into my emails? That seems kind
He's
of
like,
weird.
there's gold in them there hills.
And he's like,
By
yeah,
the way,
I'll do that for you.
Just as a sidebar, yes, I mean, obviously, like, that's hella corrupt and whatever, but just as a sidebar, like, those of you who are unfamiliar with Foghorn Leghorn, aka Senator Kennedy, you need to go just Google him, because this guy makes more references to sex on live TV, in interviews, and in Senate hearings than you would think would be possible given his age and how he looks and the office he holds. He is, I believe, the only senator in U.S. history to use the word dildo repeatedly in a Senate hearing as he was reading smut from, like, verbatim. It was like one of those culture war bullshit hearings during the Biden administration.
Shit. You guys want to give dildos?
Yeah,
to,
exactly. I mean, it's just really weird. This guy has sex on he's the horniest senator in the entire U.S.
I heard it's a fake accent. Have you heard this?
I've also heard that, because he's like Harvard educated or something like that, and like from like 20 years ago, he didn't have nearly as thick of a Southern drawl. And then I don't know, he like walked by a banjo one day, and it just fucking like he blossomed into a full blown hick. So it's very strange.
and part of that includes investigation. Absolutely.
Well, you do investigate allegations of illegality. This policy would clearly be not only illegal.
Yeah, aren't you? They're like, we don't investigate allegations. Isn't that like your whole job? Isn't that like the only things you do?
He's like, I want to assure the American people we will investigate no allegations. There will be no allegation investigation on my watch. God damn it!
Wait a second. Don't you do that?
There is no such
morally
policy.
repugnant, would it not? You agreed with me that it should not be the policy of the United States to do it.
But in your question, you're suggesting there is such a policy. I'm telling you there is no such policy.
Well, if there is no such policy, then I presume you would investigate it.
When I see the lawsuit, I'm just not familiar with it. We will, of course, do what's appropriate.
But you'd agree with me that it would be wrong.
That it would be wrong, meaning it would be wrong to send somebody home to be tortured. Yes.
Let me ask you about...
So what about Kilmar, huh? It would be wrong to send someone to be tortured. What about sending them to Sikot and defending that shit like you and your boss did?
Allegations in connection with David Gentili. I think we talked about these allegations when you visited me. Thank you for coming to my office. In May of 2025, David Gentili was sentenced to 7 years in prison for his role in an almost $1.8 billion Ponzi-like scheme that defrauded over 10,000 investors, many of them middle-class retirees, of their hard-earned savings. And he was imprisoned. He boasted to fellow inmates and others that he was going to be released because he paid $2.5 million for clemency.
Fees. Yep.
Evidence collected by the Eastern District of New York supported those allegations.
Jai, I don't know if you heard about this, but so they're talking about the money paid for pardons, like that's like an open door policy now. It's funny in the Trump versus United States discussions, we're all like, can you imagine if someone like did a bribe for a pardon? And now that's basically the business model now.
That'd be weird, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I've heard allegations that some people, the way that they're getting it is they're funneling money to Laura Loomer associates and friends, and like Laura Loomer is being the conduit. I don't know if she's getting money specifically, but like Loomer is somehow involved as a conduit for some of these individuals who are getting the pardons. And that just strikes me as a really good idea. The next Democratic president needs to incorporate Laura Loomer in some way in the decision-making process.
I agree. She's basically like the HR director at the White House anyway. So she was the one who got like walls fired.
Generals fired, some of these like missile generals. It was like some crazy tech general, cyber generals, and she like got them all out.
And reportedly also included statements by Father Frank Mann that he spoke to the president about David Gentili. The Eastern District of New York was investigating these allegations and reportedly received a call from one of your top deputies instructing them about the concerns of the Department of Justice. The investigation was stopped by the Eastern District of New York. I wrote to you on June 23rd and United States Attorney Joseph Nacella about these allegations, that an investigation into this impropriety was shut down at the request of your office. Did you have any involvement or knowledge about the commutation of Mr. Gentili's sentence?
President Trump, as I've said a couple times today, has full authority to pardon or commute anybody convicted of federal crime.
That's not my question.
So I'm answering your question, Senator.
Did you
I'm answering your question. What my communications with President Trump, I will not talk about. He does not, nor should he. He has no obligation to discuss pardon or commutation decisions with me, and he has not. As far as the what you just suggested about an investigation, I believe you're referring to a news article that was the result of apparent leaks, and I would caution that there's falsehoods in those news articles.
I'm asking you whether you had any involvement in commuting that sentence or in stopping the investigation into the allegations of impropriety possibly payment to Father Frank Mann.
And I answered the first question, but when you say stopping an investigation, there's an assumption built into your question that I will not concede. We will not talk about whether investigations exist or don't exist, and certainly some leak about something that we supposedly did doesn't warrant an answer either.
There was an investigation, correct?
That's my whole point in saying is that there's an assumption baked into your question that I don't think is true, meaning that we cannot comment on even the existence of investigations like that.
I love that this kind of like, we can't comment. My guys, you are on social media talking about investigations that you're starting, and you're the ones doing the leaking in many instances of the investigations going into Democratic opposition and shit. So it's just such a obviously false standard that they don't uphold.
Yeah, it's funny because another hearing that you might want to try to cover today or tomorrow is Clayton. Is it Bill Clayton? I can't remember the guy's name. The one who will eventually be confirmed to be the official DNI. He's being his confirmation hearing is going on in another Senate chamber as we speak. It's going poorly because he still won't say that Joe Biden won the election. He'll say Joe Biden was certified. Blah blah blah. But I got to tell you, this pisses me off a little bit. Like, and at this point, I think that the Republicans would catch on anyway. But if you really wanted to have maximum effect, as soon as you knew that the Republican candidates weren't going to answer that question, what you should do is you should say, all right, bit of trivia, who won the 2016 election? And they would say President Trump. You won the 2024 election? President Trump. Then you hit him with a fucking who won the 2020. Then you expose these fucking idiots, these morons, these fools. They can't even do the gotcha right. You want to maximize the gotcha. I've publicly atted them multiple times.
This is
Twitter,
relevant.
No. Yeah,
Josiah, because I've gotten this comment a couple times. There was one that triggered me that was like, "You guys are like a circling firing squad in a circle or something." I forget what the actual thing was.
Yeah.
And now Timothy Douglas says, "Why do people think Dems are weak?" Reminds me of Eric Andre shooting Hannibal meme. So basically, accusing us of being the reason people like us, that people have these negative feelings about Democrats. And this is just cope. You're basically saying any critique of Democrats is part of this it's part of a bad faith attack on Democrats that they don't deserve, and that's why they get the reputation as opposed to their their conduct and their inadequacy. I want you to respond to that though, because I get these comments and it triggers the fuck out of me.
Look, there are very often bad faith attacks on Democrats committed by a lot of people who are really dumb or ignorant, or they're just chasing clicks. So you do have people, it's typically predominantly on the farther left, who will say, do something Democrats. Yes, that's bad faith. When you take power away from the Democratic Party by definition is limited in what they can do. That is the fault of the Democratic candidate for not winning in a particular election. It's also the fault of the voters for not voting to empower those Democrats. It's also the fault of political commentators such as myself who failed to make a persuasive case, or more left-leaning progressive political commentators who were shit-talking the Democratic Party relentlessly along the way. We have created the conditions by which Democratic lawmakers are very limited in their ability to actually compel compliance or exert authority over the Republican Party. We all did that collectively. We all made that choice collectively. So that's bad faith, and yes, it's good that Hutch and others, myself included, make fun of people like that, okay? That's good. You should make fun of those losers. But then there's the good faith attack.
Especially those who are like, I don't care that Hillary Clinton gets the Supreme Court picks, at whatever that woman is.
Right,
Brianna,
If you're Brianna Joy Gray, if you're a Brianna Joy Gray leftist, you can take all the fucking seats in the world. You can shut the fuck up for the entire eternity of shut the fuck ups. You are entitled to them all. You should have them all. You're a loser, and no one should take anything you say seriously. However, that's not what Pisco and I do. Pisco and I actively push back on that bullshit. What we're doing here is a good faith line of attack, is with the capability that you do have with the limited cards at your disposal, you have an obligation to play those cards to the best of your ability. And so if you are in the minority party and all you can do is expose the hypocrisy and get the dunks and go viral and clip farm, then you need to do that to the best of your ability. And so if you go for the layup, like who won the 2020 election, you need to set the trap impeccably. And the way to do that is if you know the candidate is going to give a canned answer, because there are some people out there who do not understand the difference between Joe Biden won the election and Joe Biden was certified the winner of the election. There are a lot of people out there who'll say, well, he did answer the question. So you need to show the asymmetry in the answer. Do we expect that a nominee by Trump would say, President Trump or Donald Trump was certified the winner of the 2016 election? Donald Trump was certified the winner of the 2024 election. No, of course not.
He won by a historic margin.
Right. Yes, exactly. So you get him on 2016, you get him on 2024, then you ask 2020 and expose the asymmetry in the answers. That's what you need to do, and it's perfectly fair to criticize the Democratic
and
Party
you do
for
it
not
too,
playing
by the
their
way.
limited cards very well.
You've done this in as recently as our Supreme Court debate, where you started by saying, will you condemn X? You lay out the state Supreme case to set up for a potential, and you have different ways to go, because if they bite the bullet on that, then then you know what you're going to do then, and you know if they don't, you can hit them with the disparity in the answer. And so it's just a very classic way to set it up. What doesn't work are these kind of like long monologues where you're not actually thinking about the best way to present it to an audience.
Precisely. So, so to those out there who say that, our criticisms are bad faith, it's just not true. And again, we're not saying that these senators, my issue with Dick Durbin isn't that he's a bad legislator. It's just he's not the man for the moment. He's rhetorically ineffective, and he's also, I think, too feckless when it comes to bold action. I think Sheldon Whitehouse will be a much better Senate Judiciary Chairman.
Yeah, I just think that boldness, that ganas, that riz, these are things that like we desperately need, and there's like not just a generational gap, but just a meeting the moment gap. And I don't think that calling that out is problematic. I mean, I felt this way not just about how they present themselves in hearings, but also on some of these shutdown fights where there is power, right? Where there is authority, where there are opportunities to take a stand or utilize some aspect of power or the podium. That's where I want to levy my critiques most at Democrats. And I'm not going to stop doing that just because people are like, whoa, stop. Like all these other bad faith actors are criticizing Democrats when they don't deserve it. I feel like I only criticize Democrats when they do deserve it. And so if you disagree,
and we actively push back on bad faith criticism of Democrats. Yes.
1,000,000,000%. And so I'll give you one example. I think you and I both commented on Chris Coons comes out and says, you're manifestly or demonstrably qualified for the job. And now, at the end of the day, is it going to change? No, but like, it's okay to be annoyed at that. It's okay to be like, that's fucking dumb. Why are you saying this? Why, like, even if it's just like a small thing, it's characteristic. It's emblematic of giving too much ground.
Who is Timothy Douglas? Is he a troll or is he like?
He's not a troll. He's like a consistent. Take every opportunity to justly or unjustly remind everyone watching you.
I see that. Yeah, I see that. But I'm just curious, like, if he's being serious. I don't know this guy.
He's just very much around, and he just never wants you to criticize Democrats ever, even if it's like a very obvious point. It's like you should just say that they're always doing the right thing, even when they're not. I don't understand that, but yeah, that's his position. I don't get it. Oh, my mic is fucked up. My bad.
It is. Timothy, under what circumstances is it permissible to ever criticize a Democrat? Can I criticize John Fetterman?
We'll wait for your answer, Timothy. I like it when someone else goes after Timothy, all right, because it's usually just me. But the question was, under what conditions, under what situations is it acceptable to criticize Democrats, and would you do so of John Fetterman? That's the question.
Could I criticize Kyrsten Sinema or Joe Manchin when they took particular votes against President Biden's legislation?
Or the forced to vote people, if you thought that was, not smart to do at the time.
Right. Can I criticize Rashida Tlaib? Can I criticize Ilhan Omar? They're Democrats.
Ilhan Omar for not voting for the Ukraine stuff.
Yeah, I'm curious too if this is more of from a moderate position, because I know a lot of people who are like, no, you can't criticize the Democrats except for these Democrats.
Yeah, except Fetterman, for the lefties
or far left Democrats. You can criticize those.
Yeah. Obviously, it doesn't include Mamdani, doesn't include the squad.
Yeah.
You can criticize them. You can criticize AOC's answer on Taiwan and China. Obviously, you can do that. And you have no response. So cool. I never want you to criticize. The question was asked to you, Timothy, by Josiah.
Well, there you have it. There you have it. So he's not going to give an answer because he knows that if he does give an answer, we'll blow him the fuck up because we're right and he's wrong and we're smarter and he's stupid. So yeah, just take the L and move on. Take the L and move on. We'll criticize wherever we goddamn feel like it. You obviously feel the same way, which is why you won't commit to an answer. So shut the fuck up. You're wrong.
He says, yes, Josiah, pondering. You can criticize Fetterman. Okay.
Then shut the fuck up. I will criticize any Democrat that I feel it's appropriate to criticize. I don't go overboard. I don't make criticizing Democrats my raison d'etre. Yes, I find it annoying when people make, attacking the lib left coalition or the internal circular firing squad. They make that their entire form of content. Yes, it's annoying. I don't do that.
Yeah. Do we do that? I mean, clearly Josiah does not do that. Saying, oh my God, they're weak and feckless is not a substantive criticism. No, citing to the fact that that's the feeling of most of the party is some evidence that they feel that leadership is not made for the moment in general terms. Yes, in general, vague terms. And I'm sorry, that's just how people think in these vagaries. And I can point to specific instances where I think that Schumer has failed.
You gave substance. We just gave reasons why. We didn't go, oh, how feckless, and then moved on. We gave a reason as to why their actions or lack thereof project a sense of fecklessness. Even their demeanor in this hearing. Not all of them. Again, Sheldon Whitehouse, we gave him his flowers, but the tone should be adversarial. This is the most corrupt administration in American history. This guy is very likely to be confirmed, and he will be the most corrupt attorney general in American history. And we shouldn't be friendly with that. We shouldn't talk about it. Even if he is qualified on the merits, why do you need to acknowledge that?
Why say it?
Why do you? Yeah, don't fucking say it.
He says, haha, pondering Josiah, I know you agree that when you criticize your side, you should elaborate and substantiate the criticism. Doing the, oh my God, they're old and cringe and they're weak. Nah, I'm sorry. So first of all, I feel like I also said that Durbin was doing a decent job at like certain parts of it. But if seeming weak, if seeming old, and if seeming to not be able to extemporaneously give a full sentence without like pausing and sounding like a geezer, if that is a point of weakness, which it is, and that, by the way, was one of Biden's biggest weaknesses when it came to the election in terms of why he was not popular, then it's something to call out. And you would be like, oh, it's not fair to call them out for being too old or not being good on camera. But if those are the metrics by which we're judging success and failure, and if those are the like sort of battle lines where we expect Democrats to be fighting, then it's something to be included into the analysis, in my view, in my opinion. There's a reason why Janet Mills was getting crushed by Graham Plattner. There's a reason for that. And it's not just, because, I don't know, the online lefties, or it's because of bad faith criticism. No, it's because Mills was too old. And Mills was the old style of doing it. And there's a reason why people looked at people like John Ossoff and others for ganas, for the capacity for the fight, and not to people like Janet Mills and Chuck Schumer. He says, yes, having old people is not ideal, but old people fucking vote. That's not a contradiction. Pisco, I'm in your desk in Discord. Can I say one thing? Oh, wait. Can we bring in Jola? Because Jola also has been.
Jola!
I've seen him.
Yeah. And then we're done with Jola. I got to go record.
That sounds good.
This is the problem.
Yo,
this
what
is
up,
the problem
Jola?
when I talk to you and Hutch every time.
I know. Jola, I think, also has a question about some legal thing, I think, too.
Hi, I just wanted to say.
Jola?
Yo, what up, Jola?
Jola. He said he just wanted to say, and then he didn't say it.
One big thing I wanted to bring up is if you saw Jim Clyburn's tweet, and I want to see chat's reaction to this as well. Okay. He essentially congratulated Lindsey Graham's sister. He said this is a major breakthrough for women, and I hope all young women aspire to her success and her achievement. He gave her HBCU cred. So if you look at Jim Clyburn's, I think it was a few tweets ago, he gives Lindsey Graham's sister credibility for being a woman who graduated from HBCUs, and I guess she broke the glass ceiling. That's a good example of Democratic leadership.
Wait, I'm trying to find it. Is this on his government account, or is it his personal?
Yeah, I'll try to find the link really quick.
Yeah, please. Clyburn.
Oh, Clem Jyburn.
Because I didn't see it. Let's see. What's is this fake news? No one. what's the name of is her name like Denise or something? Darlene or something?
Darlene.
D nice. Oh, it's James Clyburn. Yeah, no, it's real. It's real. Hang on a second. I'm going to put it up for people. And I'm going to read it out in a booming voice. Jola, I think this is accurate. I think this is true and accurate. And then I want to get what's the so what of this from Jola. Quote, Jim Clyburn. I congratulate Darlene Graham Nordone on her appointment to serve as U.S. Senator for the state of South Carolina for the remainder of the 119th Congress. While this moment comes in the shadow of the profound loss of her beloved brother, it is my hope that we will continue to diligently work together as we have in the past. I wish her success as she takes on this new role, and I have confidence we will use every opportunity in the months ahead to do all we can to help make America's greatness accessible and affordable for all. Your thoughts, Jola?
So I had thoughts about that, and also about Senator Booker. If you saw his live or the video he put up the other day, he spoke about how great of friends him and Lindsey are, how they always were huge companions, and Lindsey couldn't talk to him during the primaries, but after the primaries, him and Lindsey passed so many good policies together, and like criminal justice reform, and all this kumbaya with Democrats. I just think that needs to be out of leadership. I'd love to hear y'all's opinion on that. And also with like Jim Clyburn, the whole argument that is made about him is you don't want to kick like black leadership out of the party. But that's not to say that leaders like him who are approaching their 90s cannot give way to. There's plenty. I know dozens of black leaders ready to take positions in the party who are not of that age, who are not that conciliatory to MAGA, who know what time we're in. So do you guys agree that kind of, I don't know, I don't even know, that camaraderie that they're showing and the glass ceiling, that is the pure, like, that's like a mockery. It's like the whole joke of what DEI is. Like, oh, we have the woman, like, oh, Candace Owens is the top black woman in political media. Like, are we gonna say that? Like, of course not.
Oh, Josiah, you go first because I have thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, so I think the unfortunate reality is, like, I want to be clear. I don't think they're posturing or putting out this public statement for political efficacy. I think they genuinely have friendships and affection for one another behind the scenes. I think like a lot of the rage is ultimately proven to be performative when they're screaming at one another and then they fist bump right afterwards. And so not ever having been in public office, I don't know how you can like walk that tightrope of getting like genuinely pissed and establishing a friendship. But I want to be clear. I think Cory Booker said what he said and Jim Clyburn said what he said because they actually genuinely had positive feelings for Lindsey Graham. So
Biden
number
too,
one,
and Harris probably.
Yeah,
as
same
well,
thing with Biden. Yeah.
But they want to know our reaction to it. Like, okay, that explains it. What do you think of it?
Well, I just want to be clear because I've seen some people say like, why would you say this as a message? And I think they're saying it because they genuinely believe it. They genuinely like Lindsey Graham. Number one. Number two, I don't know how you can genuinely like Lindsey Graham, given that he has subordinated principle for political expedience time and time again. I mean, this is a guy who, yes, he turned tail after January 6th, but otherwise he was on board with pretty much everything that Trump was doing and was not a meaningful brake check or anything like that. And so, yeah, I personally find it disgusting. But like, I don't know what's ever going to change that in the sense like we heard, for example, that AOC and Matt Gaetz used to get along very, very well.
Yep.
Apparently when they both entered Congress together, and Matt Gaetz, obviously, we didn't know the full scope of how disgusting he was at the time, but he was, a little fascist right then and there. So I think that I don't have the expectation that when one of these senators die, that their Democratic counterparts are going to be like, good, fuck that motherfucker or anything like that. But to the extent that they issue a public statement, I would really like to see it more clinical and not so effuse in its praise. But yeah, obviously as a political commentator and as somebody who despises Lindsey Graham and is not particularly sad that he's dead, I don't like seeing this shit from them. I don't know if it will ever change. I feel like maybe the younger generations of political leaders like the AOCs and the Ilhan Omars are probably less inclined to say this shit, but they've also not been serving for decades. So we don't know how they're going to be in 20 or 30 years after serving with, these other MAGA Republican dipshits for 20 or 30 years. It's entirely possible that in 20 or 30 years they'll be eulogizing their MAGA Republican counterparts in the same way. But no, I do not like it and would like to see less of it.
I don't like it. And I just think that in addition to what Josiah just said, even though I can like understand from a human to human level, like we all have family members, and Jola, you're also from a part of the country where the people in your life I know are like these MAGA people, right? And so there's one thing which is interpersonal. And I don't hear Jola or Josiah, who's also originally from Kentucky, right? Like
Pennsylvania.
Guys,
I was born in Pennsylvania, which is where Jola lives, I believe, and then I lived in Kentucky most of my life.
Yeah, so you guys know and are friends with, and me as well, people who have like horrible views and like really, really awful views. And so there's one thing which is like personally understanding it, right? And as an expression there. But I think you have a higher calling when you're a leader in the party, and you have to be honest here. And what did Lindsey Graham stand for? Lindsey Graham stood for MAGA. Lindsey Graham stood for the fucking over of our country to insurrectionists and corruption, and he defended all the way. He would have been a for sure vote in favor of Todd Blanche. And so fuck this guy, fuck this person. Like, so yeah, I get annoyed when I see even like Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, all these people eulogizing like that. I don't go that hard on them because I'm like, fuck, like, does it really matter at the end of the day? But it's just indicative to me of people who they're letting either their personal feelings or this
I want to say too,
take over.
You saying this, I think the call to action should be from, the current generation or next generation of leaders is, I think, especially because the GOP is not a loyal opposition party and they don't seem to be returning to that anytime soon. I think that these politicians should guard against establishing these friendships to begin with. So like, it's easier said than done, but I would like to think that if any of us were running for office and let's say that we got elected, obviously we would try to have constructive relationships when and where appropriate with Republicans. And I don't think anyone here disagrees with that. Like, if you can get bipartisan support for a particular bill and get it over the finish line, you don't have like a reflexive disinterest in doing that. But you should, for the sake of your politics, for the sake of your base, and for the sake of establishing that clear perspective, you should try not to establish friendships with your colleagues. Like, I'm sure we've all worked in a gazillion different places, and we didn't necessarily become best friends or close friends or even friends at all with all of our coworkers, and yet still had constructive relationships with them anyway. I think that the goal should be, I'm not going to be a friend of a Lauren Boebert. I'm not going to become Lauren Boebert's friend. I'm willing to work with Lauren Boebert on certain legislation where our interests align, or where our party's interests align, or where the country's interests align. But I'm going into this refusing to get wrapped up in the bullshit. I feel like that is something that the next generation really needs to prioritize, because the last generation didn't do that. They were like, fuck yeah, let's go get drinks afterwards. No, fuck that.
Talk about the identity politics portion of what Joel asked too, which is the kind of like, we need Black leaders, we need Hispanic leaders, we need people from diverse backgrounds. Talk about that for a second, then let Joel respond.
Well, I think that's, just to reemphasize really quick, you don't, like, as Clyburn, do you really need to give her HBCU cred? I'd love to hear like Black commentators and just hear their thoughts on. Do you have to give her HBCU cred, bro? Like, what?
Yeah, I don't understand that. As far as the id poll of it, I mean, I think the unfortunate reality is we are still in a time defined or shaped in part by id poll. And I do think it's important for the sake of diversity, but also, quite frankly, just for the sake of maintaining the coalition, to have strong demographic representation in leadership. You do need strong women leaders. You do need strong Black leaders. I think it's just good on the merits, but also even if you think that the merits are indifferent, and that a white leader taking Jim Clyburn's place would substantively lead to the same outcome, or indeed potentially even a better outcome if this leader is just better at legislating than Clyburn. I think the practical reality of it is that we do need to lift up Black leaders and women leaders and leaders who represent the base of the Democratic Party, which is women and Black people, and Black women in particular. So I don't have an issue with that, but it just doesn't have to be Jim Clyburn. Jim Clyburn, is very old, and I think that, to whatever extent he lends credibility as a powerful and successful Black leader, he also has something else working against him, which is his age and incumbency. And we are living in a very, very strong anti-incumbency age. The American people seem to have an issue with incumbents as a general prospect. If you're an incumbent Democrat, it's almost like, in certain contexts, like redounds to your disadvantage. And if you're an old incumbent, then it is certainly seen as a net negative. So I'm happy with lifting up Black leaders, but it just doesn't need to be Jim Clyburn.
Yeah, just to make it clear again. I agree with you, and I'm a progressive who believes that race issues are a much bigger.
Did you lose him? I lost him.
We lost you, Jola. You said much bigger, and then we lost you.
Can you hear me? Sorry, I got a phone call. I think it's a much bigger cause that
it's probably Jim Clyburn. He's about to whip your ass.
Let him finish, Josiah.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a delay. You said there's much bigger and finish.
I said any progressives who want to debate that and they think it's purely class issues, I would love to debate that because it's definitely white lash for Barack Obama and social progress in America. But I agree with uplifting Black leaders and having a diverse coalition. But my main gripe was that Jim Clyburn said about Lindsey Graham's sister, who is being appointed in his place for no reason, no qualifications, except that she is his sister. And Jim Clyburn said she is the first woman and first HBCU graduate from South Carolina to be a U.S. senator. So now Clyburn, being so influential, he throws his weight around in the Democratic Party a lot. He's giving her the credibility and a huge long post of breaking the glass ceiling and being uplifting something young women can aspire to because of her success and breaking. What did she break through? What did she achieve? What did she earn?
What he's saying is that young women can aspire that their incumbent brothers die and they be appointed to take their place. Like Jesus Christ. Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is unearned valor for Darlene Graham Nordone. If she wins re-election, then certainly you could make that case more substantively. But you know, this was just like a play for sympathy votes by appointing Lindsey Graham's sister to his position. She did not earn that position the way that, you know, senators and Congress people earn their position, which is by way of Democratic vote. Now, again, if she decides to run to replace him for his full 6-year term in November and she prevails, then that sentiment becomes more factual. But even then, I'm still not sure it would be appropriate for Clyburn to, you know, heap praise on her in this way, even if she won a fucking election. Because
it reminds me of when people were like, with Cory Booker, like, oh my God, he stood and did the fucking speech for this amount of time. And that like those moments, I guess, you know, maybe that energized some class of person. Maybe there are individuals who still want to go back to those bipartisan days or whatever, but it just, and who knows? I'm not a fucking political consultant, but my strong intuition is that the Democratic voter wants to see more opposition, not less opposition, not return to normalcy. They want to see some like significant change. And I do too. I don't want my politicians to like get along with these traitorous fucks. So I think we're agreed on that, Jola.
Yeah, I appreciate the answers. And my final thing I'll say is there's been a lot of posts from the WIC class, as I heard Pisco say the one day, about the Michigan Senate race. And it's very absurd, I feel like. They're saying like the Plattner class now for Abdul, and he just released his tax returns. They weren't the most descriptive things in the world. And there's a lot to talk about that race. And I really want to talk about that more when I get back on shows and everything. But you know, that's happening there as well, where if you have a progressive candidate, they are going to say the moderate candidate is corrupt. And it might be true. It might not be true. If you have a moderate candidate, they're going to say the progressive candidate is racist or sexist. And that might be true and it might not be true. But that's going back and forth in the party. And it's going to be a very difficult primary to get past in Michigan. And I will say for the ID poll, Haley Stevens did say after going to an ICE facility, I'm very happy with the strong women representation they had inside, although they did not let me see anything. So that's really awesome.
Yeah, this is why like people ask me why I endorsed El Sayed. And when I don't have a strong intuition about who's more likely to win against Mike Rogers, those kinds of statements should be like, dude, fuck off. Appreciation for ICE or whatever. The fact that she's had plenty of time, matters to me and Josiah, to endorse court expansion. She hasn't, even though El Sayed has. Those are things that matter to me a lot. And maybe you have a difference of opinion if you're in the chat. Maybe you want Haley Stevens to win, and I certainly will endorse Haley Stevens if she wins the primary or whatever. That's all well and good. What I don't like is the WIC class when they say something like this. They're like, well, once the primary is done, I just have a line in the sand that it was wrong to like vote for Plattner or endorse Plattner before the rape allegations after the primary. Or when they say, you know, I'm not going to vote for El Sayed because he hangs out with Hassan. And that was my line also for Mamdani, that, you know, I'm going to stay out of the race as between Mamdani, Curtis Lewa, and Cuomo, and not support the Democratic candidate because that's just my line. That's the kind of shit where I maybe I can understand it more in the primary context where there's like a vigorous debate about these policies or whatever. I'm very tolerant of policy disagreements, but when it comes to the general, that's what I don't understand is like reinventing this line of purity that was invented by the lefties, right? Or that was used by the lefties when it came to Kamala, Holocaust Harris or Genocide Joe or whatever. But just reinventing it for things that seem arguably more trivial, right? Like hanging out with influencers or lying about physician versus doctor, assuming that they lied. I don't know your guys' thoughts on that.
I mean, I haven't spent too much time seriously in the weeds about any of the particular Senate races, including my own. Here's what I'll say. For me, the red line, who I would support in a primary, is do they support punishing Trump corruption, and do they support systemic reforms, most importantly, Supreme Court expansion? And whoever, supports those positions, they have my preference in the primary. So if Haley Stevens has not said, yes, I support oversight and investigations into Donald Trump, and I support punishing, Trump family corruption, and absolutely, I think the Supreme Court of the United States needs to be expanded, and we need to institute major reforms, but El Said has, then he has my support. Now, like you said, whoever prevails in the primary, they're just objectively speaking better than the Republicans, so they'll have my enthusiastic support there as well. But yeah, those are my two publicly stated red lines for supporting a primary candidate. And it's absolutely the case, by the way, for the presidential candidate. I urge my audience and other audiences too as well that when 2028 rolls around, whoever is in the primary, I think you should just automatically write off. You should automatically exclude from your short list any candidate who will not say, yes, if elected president, I will seek to bring justice to corruption, Donald Trump corruption, Trump family corruption. And yes, the Supreme Court of the United States needs to be expanded. That's just, my unambiguous red lines. I would be a hypocrite if I did not enforce that.
Yeah, and that's just in the primary context, and we've been very clear on that, and we're happy to see some movement on some of the major candidates. Joel, I wanted to get your reaction to that. Were you like in the trenches fighting people on Haley Stevens shit?
My big issue is that I think Wick said something to the effect of, if AIPAC is going to support the more pro-Israel candidate, we must support Stevens, because if Syed wins, then AIPAC is going to spend for the Republican. Yeah, and that was a crazy argument to me. And also anyone I agree that progressives have issues with working class voters, and also rolling out a bunch of endorsements and endorsements from acting like they got an endorsement from Obama because he said something kind of about Haley before. But you cannot act like AIPAC spending 10 times more than AES's Abdul's entire operation, whether it's his campaign or his PACs. AIPAC alone is spending 10 or 20 times more. And for people who care about AIPAC and like AIPAC, if you don't want all these criticisms of AIPAC and for people to say it's corrupt, stop dumping $50 million into Democratic primary races, because it is a big blip in the funding when you have one candidate spending $5 million total dollars in ad buys. You have the other candidate spending $1 million, and then you have AIPAC spending $50 million for the candidate who's raising less money. And then you're blasting out that they are endorsed by Barack Obama, which is not exactly true. Acting like that's not an issue is just kind of crazy for the Wick class to keep on doing.
Especially if you feel, as I do, that Israel has been a malign actor, especially as relates to the Iran war, especially as it relates to our obligations overseas. So yeah, I mean, I think it's totally relevant, and all else equal, I take an AIPAC endorsement to be a negative, not a positive. I agree with you on that. I want to give you the last word though, because listen, I totally support having the vigorous debates in the primary context. What I always hate is this reflexive accusation of either bad faith or dead enderism for people who express a preference for the non-AIPAC candidate, or who express a preference that the quote-unquote more left-wing candidate win in a primary context. I don't think that that's necessitated by it, and I don't think that you've ever argued that it's the most left-wing candidate or the highway. If anything, I feel like you have straddled the line in affirming progressive politics, but you're not I don't think that you label you're not really big on the labels, and you certainly did support Harris and shit. So yeah, I want to give you the last word.
Yeah, my big thing right now is making sure the progressive left does not just call everything corrupt and not learn. Because if you call everything corrupt, you're not going to learn how to be a better campaigner. Or if the center of the party calls everything sexist and racist, they're also not going to learn. I made a TikTok about Jasmine Crockett refusing to, appear next to Tallarico and just saying how that's a piss poor attitude. It's messed up, and everyone is in the comments saying like, "Oh, she did endorse him." No, she said it was a racist race, a racist primary. She said that Stephen Colbert colluded with Tallarico to help Tallarico. He said that Tallarico got social media accounts suspended of her campaign. She said that Tallarico called Colin Allred a mediocre black man when he called him a mediocre campaigner. And that video, like I actually got an interesting reception on there because I just started posting content again, and I go back there and I have 130,000 views on that one video now, and half of it's calling me racist, and half of it's calling me corrupt on every post. Half of it's calling me
calling you corrupt.
Hater, and yeah, like, and I'll be called like either a Jew hater or an APAC simp or like it doesn't matter.
It doesn't even make sense.
I'm battling both sides.
Yeah, how are you an APAC simp for supporting Tallarico? It just I don't understand that.
If I say like Donnie's too far left on Israel, but then Josh Shapiro's a little too far right on it, we got to meet in the middle of those two opinions with like a Brad Lander position, then I get attacked from both sides. So it kind of sucks, but yeah, I appreciate the coverage you guys are doing.
Of course.
Cut through there.
No, I feel like you, Josiah, and I, like there's a lot of like intersection in terms of our dispositions. Like we're progressive, but we're not dead end or lefties. Like we want success. We're pragmatists before anything. And I really do enjoy your focus on like rhetoric and persuasion, which sometimes I feel like I lack. I like focus more on whatever the structure of an argument or my own autistic, whatever, or the meat and potatoes of whatever I'm saying. And so I really do appreciate those alignments. I really appreciate your focus on persuasion. And so I want to encourage everyone to seek out Jola. Is it Jola Talks Politics on YouTube? And what's your TikTok?
Is Jola Politics now, so it's JOLAH Politics on every platform. My biggest ones right now are probably Instagram and TikTok. My last conversation I have on my YouTube is from over a month ago, and it's an hour-long conversation with Hutch about white men in politics and Graham Plattner.
Oh shit!
So that's my video. So it probably looks like I got canceled with Graham Plattner, so I probably got to update that.
Yeah, you should have.
Yeah.
Well, appreciate you, brother, and talk again soon. All right.
Yeah, definitely. See you.
Peace out. Good shit. Hang on. Let's just check in on this hearing, huh? We'll just go back to the hearing real quick. Appreciate you guys. When can you adopt revolutionary politics? When it's necessary. When it's not necessary. We don't need a revolution. We need I would agree, a political revolution, but not like an armed revolution or like a Marxist revolution. That's cringe. That's very cringe. I don't support that. This is not a socialist channel. All right. Bro joins the call, doesn't know about Clyburn's role not in leadership, and lied about the Obama endorsement. All right, so let's take each one of the claims. So he did join the call. Doesn't know about Clyburn's role not in leadership. So when you say Clyburn is not in leadership, what do you mean by that? He stepped down from the formal party leadership position? Okay, but is that a good fit? Okay, he stepped down post-2024, it seems. And before that, he was whip. Okay, but are you being good faith here? Should we interpret Jola to mean formal leadership or leadership in a general sense? I mean, he's a big statesman in Democrat. He's influential. So I think that's like a hyper literalism that I'm going to be good faith and charitable and just be like, he wasn't lying about the formalities there. So, okay, maybe he was wrong about his involvement in formal leadership currently, but he used to be like the whip, right? He used to be one of the whips, and he was assistant Democratic leader until March 2024. So I don't know. I think that this is a little bit, people accuse me of being pedantic. I think it's a bit pedantic on that claim. Lied about the Obama endorsement. That's the claim that Haley Stevens is being deceptive regarding Obama's statements in favor of Haley as though Obama endorsed Haley Stevens, right? That's the claim. what about that is a lie? It's a lie because Obama actually made those statements and they're not acting as though it's a current endorsement. Is that your point? I think that's just going to turn on whether or not you think that they are acting like it's a current endorsement, or whether a reasonable viewer would think that that's a conclusion to draw from, that it's a current endorsement, right? I think that's going to turn on that. And so if your conclusion is a reasonable viewer would not, and they didn't think, or a reasonable campaign wouldn't be under the impression that it could give that message, then that's like a separate discussion. I don't know if it's a lie. I think it's a difference in perspective about what you think the actual intentions were. I think honestly, a lot of this becomes a lot simpler when you break it apart into its constituent elements. Like, what are you saying is false? I think that the accusation is these statements, in the minds of a reasonable viewer, give the impression that it's Obama endorsing the current candidate. And a reasonable viewer would come away from that, and a reasonable campaign would know that when they make it. You understand that? And you're saying that's not the case? If you look at Illinois, every single Senate candidate used their Obama connection. Haley Stevens never said it was an endorsement. I don't think it was even her expenditure. It was a super PAC. And a lot of people use Obama support to say that he did support them, but not as an endorsement. So that's just going to take on your view about what's acceptable, right? Is whether or not it's fair game to do that. Whether or not you think it's fair to do it. In my opinion, I think it's perfectly fair to do that. I have no problem. If I would do it too. If I had clips of Obama, I think there's nothing wrong with it. But I also think that people might think differently. I'm just thinking, like, in this environment, if I had a clip of Obama saying that I was fucking awesome, I would use it. But I would also acknowledge that it could reasonably leave in the mind of someone who's watching it that there's an endorsement, you know? That said, like, the positions would be exactly the opposite if the lefty candidate were the one using the endorsement, right? That's how I know something's wrong here, right? If you switch the things and 95% of people would switch their opinion, I think that there's something wrong there. Call me crazy. I don't give a shit. I think all's fair in love and war in this context. Not everything, literally. I almost just vomited. I said I was getting water. I lied. I was getting more coffee. You wanted me to fucking prostrate myself? Yes, I got more coffee. I didn't get water. That was a lie. I was getting more coffee. Everyone's being chill in chat, right? Did anything happen in chat? Everyone get water. No, I'm good. I was also lying about the vomiting thing. I just had a big burp. Go hydrate, punk. Coffee is mostly... Oh, I have the best chat. Folks, now's the time. If you haven't followed the stream, follow the stream. Like the stream. Sub to the channel if you have it within you. This is a patriotic act. Get to Cory Booker. All right, we'll get to it.
Commented this morning to Republican colleagues about several investigations.
We'll stay on 1.5.
No, I haven't.
Well, you commented in response to the chairman about the FISA investigation.
About
yeah,
what?
he did. I love fucking, by the way, Dick Blumenthal. He's like, don't you guys investigate allegations? That's not what you do. And he's like, no, we don't do that. I'm not a fan of Jolo, so that can contribute to my annoyance. I get it. Listen, I get you. Thank you for the sub prime. Oh, you're the best. New studies say that coffee is better for you than water. Water is the new smoking. I don't think that's true. Pisco sponsored by Duncan. I'm not going to admit. I'll admit it. Okay, I'll admit it. I got an extra cold brew this morning. I got an extra one. And then I put ice in a cup, and then I filled the cup because I didn't want to be harassed. And because some of the ice had already melted. So I actually am drinking cold brew. I'll admit it. Thank you again for the memberships from Jen. Appreciate you. Oh, Bird Lawyer. Thank you so much. Wow. Seems that like asking for subs actually does something. I always feel icky doing it, but maybe I should just do that more often. Everyone who drinks water dies. Is that a Hutch emote? Yo, that's a sick... Should I have a Hutch emote? The thing is, YouTube limits your emotes in a major way. But Twitch is pretty chill about it. Did you brew it yourself? No. What's worse to you, corruption or political investigation? I just take political investigation to be a type of corruption. And so it's like, I guess, corruption overall. I think. I take political investigations to themselves be corrupt. So I don't know if that helps answer. Hutch is bad. Aren't you like a Hutch? You're like Hutch's biggest supporter? You guys ever watch that Ben Jules? Yeah, you guys are you're like Hutch's boyfriend. We need a cold brew. Oh, that's a great idea from Missy. You support me too. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Hutch is, guys, can you just love Hutch for me? There is a funny moment. I mentioned to you that I am almost done with this 11-hour starter pack on immunity decision, never before seen, rare Pisco debates that many of you have not seen before. It's a starter pack, all right? It's got everything you need to get going. It's got links to other places. It's an 11-hour starter pack. You don't have to watch all the debates, but most of them are there. Most of the unseen rare debates are there. There's going to be one that's going to be members only. That one is the big loop, all right? I'm not going to be honest. I'm putting the good stuff in the main video. So you don't have to be a membership to the loop one. That's going to be on the membership Patreon feed. But some of you guys like the loop. I don't understand it. But there's a very cute moment in one of the debates where I'm like, oh, and today I'm going to hang out with Hutch. And I don't even know what we're going to call our podcast. Maybe the DNC guys. It was like a very cute and honest moment where I think we were just getting the podcast together. I appreciate Hutch for his pants shitting story. Interesting. 12-hour. I think this will be a little longer. I'm a supporter of Live and Learn, even if Pisco. What do we do that annoys you? I always hear this is like they sweep for tank. When do we sweep for tankies? Can you just give an example of this? We always get examples, and it's like the Hassan Global Entry thing, which is a liberal defense. It's a defense based on liberal principles that have nothing to do with being a tanky that I would apply to conservatives. And then there was another one, which was like this, the investigation into Hassan regarding the subpoena, right? Or I don't even know if the subpoena was ever issued. Those are like the two issues. Because the Ethan Klein lawsuit stuff, that's, do I get a little bit of a bump for that? I mean, have people shifted their views on that? I feel like the zeitgeist shifted, and now people are kind of changing their minds on that a little bit, right? Some of these lawsuits are dropping. You know, my takes weren't perfect at the time. I'll grant you that. If anything, I think they were too deferential to Ethan Klein. Just putting out there. But it kind of feels like my takes aged a little bit better. And so I'm just like very curious about like, what are the areas in which we're brain broken? Brain broken by lefties. Yeah, I don't really think that that's true. All right, let's keep watching.
What? Excuse me?
The investigation that he asked you about.
Senator, my point is that you're asking me questions.
So he said, "Yeah, I'll take a look into Jack Smith. Look at my messages
about a news article, the source of which was apparently leaks. It would be inappropriate for
this is what I take to be like a derail. Sometimes you got to let a topic go. You got to let a topic go. Do you know me? If people keep contesting shit to me, right? I'm going to talk about it, right? How many people came into my fucking BCs to be like, hey, you're a tanky, and I debated it. So like, I want some substantive areas where like we're too far down the lefty trail. Like, what does that even mean? No, there was some takes related to most of my takes were related to Ethan's motivations. I did change my mind on the nuke denims video. Tomfoolery said some things, and I took a look at it, and I still thought Ethan was likely to win on that one. To be honest, I'm still a little surprised, given the other potential. But now that I see the other precedent that they pointed to, I can see where the court was going. And then the nail in the coffin was the admissions, Ethan's admissions that it was transformative, right? Which the court just ran with. And so maybe I should. In retrospect, I think I was, and I even had a review stream where I was like talking about the admissions, and I think I still gave it like a 70 or something % chance that Ethan won on the nuke stream, and I was underselling the importance of the admissions. And I was letting my realist brain do too much thinking, right? And that happened also. That's the second time it's happened, where I let realism influence like the legal analysis. I did that also with the Virginia case on the ballot initiative. And so I got to stop doing that, or at least signal. But I think I did signal that there was realism influencing my opinion. But yeah, I think I need to do better at signaling this is not a prediction, or the prediction should be taken with a big grain of salt because it's based on realists and non-legal rationale. In your stream, you're fine, but earlier during the podcast, you would stay on a disagreement for too long. You just don't like disagreements? You guys know that. All right, I'm going to disclose something. You know that Hutch actually likes disagreements, right? You realize that Hutch enjoys the disagreements. In fact, sometimes, I'll go behind the hood. There have been at least a couple times where we have picked things specifically to get into disagreements. Not always. I will say that I think that there have been times where there's been genuine frustration. I'm not saying that that's not the case, but yeah. Yeah, I like the disagreements, and I think there's a nice little I think it gave some flavor. And some people be like, I like Soy Pill. No, I like Hutch. And so it's like everyone, it's like your boy band, right? But instead of boy bands, you have a bunch of like losers. DNC losers. Instead of like hot Asians, you just get losers. Pisco versus Hutch always bring. Yeah, I think it's fun. And I think that he takes it in stride. I think once we work out more of the chat moderation stuff, which I think we have done, and you guys should notice it when we're on Live and Learn. It's stricter moderation, so just be aware of that. And I'm sorry if that bothers you, but I just think that's once we sort that out, then it's not as like high stakes because people aren't going crazy. Oh no, it's cool, Vish. Whatever. For me, it's like that's whatever.
For me, as the acting attorney general, to comment on such leaks or news articles that you're referencing. But
I accept that you're not going to answer my question, but I think there is a need for the Inspector General to look into the investigation that was apparently, according to these articles and other information, stopped as a result of your intervention. Let me move on. In 2017, more than
I'm not intentionally trying to be mean to Hutch. I think we bounce off each other good. In fact, I almost think that Hutch should go a little bit. All right, this is pause. I almost said something super gay, non-pejorative, super non-pejorative gay. Hutch should go a little harder. I can't say it. Pause. This emote kills me. This such emote kills me. Kappa Pride. I think that Hutch should and I feel like he's comfortable throwing barbs. But I think he should go a little hard. Oh, he went hard on Soy Pill one time. And I loved that. And you know what? I loved it. And I loved it.
10,000 9/11 victims filed suit against the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. That lawsuit is heading to trial. Information was promised by President Trump in September of 2019.
Oh, yeah,
that information has not been provided. Will you commit to meet with those families and provide the information they need for their lawsuit?
Folks from my office have met with the representatives of those families. We will commit to continuing to have communications, of course.
And provide the information they're seeking?
Well, you're saying, I don't know what the information is you're talking about. So obviously I can't just commit to providing the information.
Well, let's talk about other information.
Okay, guys, let's get out of the snarker back and forth who snarked who. Let's move on collectively. Can we just agree to move on? I'm sorry I brought it up. Like, can we just agree to move on? Can we focus on real issues? Like this man, Richard? What if instead of Richard Blumenthal, Richard Hanania? You ever thought of that?
The
based Ukraine pill.
Epstein abuses. Your predecessor apologized to the Epstein survivors with good reason, because as you've said today, mistakes were made. I'm asking you today.
I haven't seen Tillis
with
yet.
Epstein survivors in this room to apologize.
We're going, Jen. We're going.
Well, so my heart breaks for every victim of any sexual crime, whether it's involving Mr. Epstein or somebody else. And so if you're asking me to apologize that this happened to them, of course, absolutely. This is a horrible thing, which is why this Department of Justice, this administration is focused very heavily on going after these predators. And so, yes, of course, that's part of my job is being empathetic to the victims of crime.
Will you apologize to them?
These predators. Which predators? Which predators? Is that the goose talking or is that the duck? What's the meme? Which predators? States' rights to do what? States' rights to do what?
For the mishandling and mistakes that were made by the United States Department of Justice.
I will absolutely say that any mistake that we made should not have been made. And I very much, I can answer the question, or you can just interrupt me, Senator, but I am answering your question. I very much, and I have said this to anybody that asked and publicly before, any mistake that was made is not appropriate. And so, yes, I am sorry that in about 1% of the documents, mistakes were made. But what I will say on top of that is we put tons of resources to rectifying those mistakes immediately, including pulling down documents within minutes of being informed that there were mistakes, potential mistakes made, and working 24/7 to rectify any mistakes. And that's what I would expect the victims would want us to do, and their counsel and this body as well.
And you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that you can well meet with any of the survivors or victims with their counsel present? You said you can't meet with them, but you could meet with them if
I never said I can't.
So this is a better way to ask the question that Durbin was getting at. At this point, I think it's played out, but yeah, this is what you would have. Wait, hang on. It might, in some instances, if they're represented and if there's some litigation matter, maybe in that moment it would be unethical and violate the rules of professional conduct for you to meet with them independently, someone who you know to be to have counsel, right? Maybe in that situation, but you could, if their counsel is okay with it, ethically do this, or if they okay with it, right? Or if there's a knowing waiver, right? And so this is a better way to ask what Dick Durbin asked, but. Believe it or not, Richard Blumenthal is also old and maybe a few years younger than Dick Durbin. He's got to be like 78, though. Let me just check. Dick Blumenthal. How old is this? He's 80. And let's see. Dick Durbin. What is it with Dicks? Is 81. All right. So 1 year. Every year counts.
Can't meet with them. I said if they were represented.
Hey guys, move on from Hutch. I don't want the Snark shit. Please, move on.
Through counsel, but of course I can meet with them. I'm the acting attorney general of the United States, so yes, I can. I very strongly believe that for these victims to tell their stories and the evidence that they have, they should meet, like any victim of a crime, with the FBI or a law enforcement agent, and that we will do everything we can to prosecute if we can.
The judge in Florida referred your misconduct. She concluded that there was misconduct and misrepresentation and improper purpose in that legal action.
That is what they found.
To the Bar of New York for potential discipline, including losing your law license. I know you disagree with the result of the ruling. Has that kind of referral ever happened by a federal judge for an attorney general of the United States?
I don't know, but I'll tell you something. That judge never asked us to respond. She never gave us an opportunity to respond to anything. And she didn't refer me. She just asked that a copy of the order be provided to the New York Bar, because there are several activist groups that have filed complaints against me. So listen, as I said earlier, I think anybody on this committee, especially the lawyers that have practiced, can read that opinion and reach their own conclusions. But I very much disagree with the judge's insinuations about me. And we're going to do what we can to make that right.
One last question. Would you agree with me that agents of the United States should not fire into cars fire their weapons into cars unless there is an imminent threat?
Give a short answer to that.
There's a well-established standard as to when an agent can discharge their firearm, and I think that's something that should be followed in every case.
And that includes not firing.
Blanche is much more competent than Pam Bondi. I'll give him that. But the case law speaks for itself. I can't possibly right now give you a categorical rule, and so his instincts are better than Pam Bondi's, which means that it's extra important to perform well against him.
Firing weapons into cars.
Mr. Chair.
Do you want to respond to that?
There's not really a response. It requires federal agents to follow the rules.
Then let's move on. Before I call on Senator Britt, I want another letter supporting the nominee from the American Border Story, a national organization representing 300 angel families. Quoting from the letter, the families we work with are not focused on politics. They want leaders who take crime seriously, who understand the national security implications of open border criminal networks, and who will prioritize victims over ideology. We believe Todd Blanche understands that responsibility and would approach the office of Attorney General with seriousness it demands.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Without objection, that'll be entered in the record.
Do you agree with your predecessor's position on X, on hate speech? Remember when she's like, we need to prosecute hate speech?
Senator Britt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think that's an excellent segue. I appreciate your commitment to
all of the victims, the Epstein victims, your commitment to hear from them and fight for them. Thank you for saying that today. I only wish that my Democratic colleagues had that same level of conviction when it came to meeting with the families of those who have lost loved ones at the hands of illegal aliens. So thank you for that letter. Thank you for your commitment. I can only hope that they will answer the call and meet with their own constituencies who unfortunately have lost ones that they hold dear. Mr. Blanche, I want to applaud the work that you and DOJ have done to reduce crime and violent crime across the country. We've heard it a number of times here today, both in the chairman's opening, to Senator Moody talking about it, to you talking about it. We currently have the lowest murder rate that we've had since 1900. When you're looking at violent crime arrest, we are up 184%. This is real results. This is what you're supposed to be doing, keeping Americans safe. We know that you've done that through a number of ways, task force and joint operations, interagency cooperation. We've seen the forces, those task forces, successfully pursue numerous cases in our state related to major drug trafficking, related to firearms trafficking, all of which has been linked to, in many cases, broader.
Yes, I do officially endorse Count Benface for the Clacton by the Sea by-election. And I especially resonate with his policy of moving the hand dryer at the Oxen Treaty Inn to a more sensible location, whatever that policy is.
Criminal enterprises. So we're glad that our children are safer and that our communities are safer. What I'd like to know from you, because we've seen in Alabama this have tremendous results. We've even seen in one case a corrupt local law enforcement officer in the Southern District of Alabama who had engaged in a range of criminal activities in his capacity as an officer being held accountable through this work. Based on what I've seen in Alabama, I hope that you continue this all across the country. Can you speak to the work of these task forces and the success that you've seen and how you intend to build upon this work moving forward if and when confirmed? With respect to elder financial fraud and the extent to which we will work to continue to make this a priority under your leadership and the importance of collaboration with state and local law enforcement officers as we work to bring justice to these people who have been abused.
Yes, Senator. We are very focused. Absolutely, the entire
organization.
Initial question. Fitness to serve of all nominees who come before any of my committees. I asked the following two initial questions. Since you became a legal adult, have you ever made unwanted requests for sexual favors or
questions?
committed any verbal or physical harassment or assault of a sexual nature?
No, Senator.
Have you ever faced discipline or entered into a settlement relating to this kind of conduct?
No, Senator.
Mr. Blanche, over the course of the past 5 months, the New Mexico Department of Justice has talked to your staff about getting access to information for its investigation into alleged crime at Jeffrey Epstein's Zorro Ranch. Will you and your team continue to cooperate with the New Mexico Department of Justice?
The hearing, I think you're doing very well, Mr. Blanche.
Affairs and other First Amendment rights is the responsibility of the government and the Justice Department. Senator Tillis.
I just want to get
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to take up where you just left off. Thank you for being before the hearing. I think you're doing very well, Mr. Blanche. I'm going to kind of ascend to the rarefied air of the moral high ground here for a minute. As I've heard some of the Democrats talking about this administration, it's almost as if they weren't here when the Biden administration did the indictments against President Trump.
Yeah,
we've already heard talk about Jack Smith. We haven't talked about the way that they dealt with a family member who was being indicted, and Hunter Biden. I don't remember them saying anything during those days in Judiciary Committee.
What do you mean?
I don't think I remember them ramping up the freedom of access to.
You mean when the administration actually did indict Hunter Biden, or at least the special counsel David Weiss under the Department of Justice?
Clinic entrances and trying to arrest pro-life people from the law that they decided to ratchet up in 1994. A couple of important cases there. And then the January 6th Capitol riot prosecutions. The fact of the matter is, and I'll get to this in a minute, the part I don't like about it.
No, the Epstein stuff's important. People care about it, unfortunately.
Thousands of people's
lives. When I say unfortunately, I just mean I think that they should care more about the corruption aspect of it. But I just think that the Epstein stuff resonates with people. So it's just how you ask it.
Were destroyed because they did something stupid.
I don't think Ossoff is
on the Judiciary Committee. There's a vast difference between doing something stupid and doing something that destroys your career and wins you financially. And this administration, the Biden administration, tapped on the emotions of the time to over-prosecute and weaponize the DOJ and went after people that I believe deserved a pardon because they weren't the people that attacked police officers. They weren't the people who knowingly destroyed.
Oh, but he did pardon those people. So now what?
Destroyed the Capitol. They weren't the people who proudly went in like the QAnon shaman and pretended like he'd taken the Senate ground.
Yeah,
they're the people that get me mad. Which is why I'm not going to talk about them anymore. But
because it bears poorly on the administration, that's why we're going to not talk about them anymore.
It's remarkable how it's almost as if that Men in Black, that device they use to erase their memories, it's remarkable that these people sat before this committee when all that was going on and not a whiff. I hate duplicity.
All that was going on, and look at what he pointed to. Trump was indicted for trying to steal an election and for an obvious crime in the classified documents case. Yes, based, good, not at all weaponization. Hunter Biden was prosecuted. Yes, I would say that the pardon was corrupt of Hunter Biden. I don't agree with it, but that was after the Democrats, had lost the election. So I'm just not sure what hearing was at issue where they could have questioned, I don't know, Merrick Garland about it. So I'm not sure what the double standard is there, other than for people who say that it was a good thing to pardon him. I don't agree with that. But even that, like, compared to the violent people who attacked fucking police officers, all that was all that. And then they use the FACE Act from the 90s. So the prosecutions under the FACE Act started in the 90s. That's all that. By the way, there have been FACE Act prosecutions under both administrations.
And I hate situational ethics. And I want to lay the groundwork to say I was against that, and I'm also against some of the decisions of the president. Not you, Mr. Blanche. You work for somebody, and you got to do what you're told to do. And I hope you stay within the ethical bounds of the law. You have to answer to the bars and everyone else.
Oh, my God.
But it's just jarring to hear people criticize this administration when they can't look in the mirror and ask themselves why they weren't criticizing an administration when they happen to have a blue jersey. Now, my criticism.
Fake outrage. Fake. Loser fuck. Fake. Duplicitous son of a bitch.
Of the administration with a red jersey. January 6th, I have searched heaven and earth, and I haven't found anything except a passing comment at a C-SPAN conference. So can you tell me definitively that you think that any Capitol police officer who was harmed on January the 6th was a victim of a heinous crime at the hands of the person who did it?
Yes, and should have been prosecuted and was.
And they were. And so I just, with the members, please, as long as you can prove you've been consistent, use those sound bites. But don't use them when you look the other way, when fundamentally at the abstract level.
Because Hunter Biden, what? What's the inconsistency?
President Biden did everything that you're accusing President Trump of doing. And
what?
Part of what we've got to get rid of, Mr. Blanche, is this political physics going on. American people are an exceptional people, and they always like to best each other. And what I've seen happening here is when we have a bad action of one administration, I'll be damned if we don't repeat it with the other one. I want leadership that says we're going to ratchet things down and not make the heinous mistakes that the Biden administration did. Let's be better than them. Not better at prosecuting people that maybe we shouldn't, or take a little bit more time before we indict them. But let's just be better than them. Let's set an example and stop this spiraling, or the next Congress that I will not be a part of will be talking about it again. Or
fuck this person. This person always sucked. Never believed him to be anything other than a duplicitous piece of shit. And anyone who ever Till's, no, he was never reasonable, never been reasonable. He sucks.
In 2029, if a Democrat president comes in, they're going to up the ante, and they're going to go right after the behavior of this administration.
You better believe it. And good, and punishment. And we're going to try some creative things as well.
As an example of why they should. Because this administration has done the same thing to justify some of their behavior. I'm not criticizing you, but I'm trying to just cut through the rhetoric.
Why not? Would you ever say, I'm not criticizing you, Merrick Garland. I'm just criticizing Joe Biden.
People all know that we are at this place today in part because of the actions of the Biden administration and the weaponization that I even saw under Garland.
We forced them to do all this corruption. We forced them to do the slush fund. If it weren't for Biden, we wouldn't have the slush fund.
Generally supported. So let's just be real here, people. If you're going to criticize one administration, look in the mirror before you do it.
Fake, loser,
Mr. Blanche, I want to stick a fork in this turkey of a 1776 fund. And you've said that it's moot. I've had colleagues here, attorney. I'm not an attorney. I'm a business consultant. I see a problem. I want to solve it. This is a problem. It should never be paid out. You've said it's going to be moot, that it's moot. Others, these smart attorneys that I'm surrounded by, I think that the courts are probably going to deal with it. But why should we waste the court capacity on this issue? If I could walk to the Senate floor with an agreed-to piece of text coming from the administration that just renders this whole thing dead, gone. I don't need a approach language. I don't need a statement from the administration.
Good question. He's also watching the stream where I asked that very thing.
Administration. All I need is language to say everybody around here said it's over. So why can't we agree to language that I can walk down to the Senate floor and get a UC and dare the Democrats to oppose ending this, and dare a Republican to if the president supports it? Why is that a bad strategy?
It's not. I mean, certainly the Department of Justice and the White House has worked.
Well, no. Oh my God, he didn't ask the question.
With you and your colleagues to come up with language. We do not object.
No, we don't need legislation. We just need you guys to agree.
That path or including it in some other.
I want to make the distinction, though, because I know that Senator Collins and the appropriations team are working on this language. But you've already, I don't know if you've been paying attention to Congress. You've got your own job to do, but we're not necessarily getting along really well right now on the party lines. Schumer's already threatening a government shutdown. We haven't even had appropriations discussions, except ongoing negotiations. He's already threatening a shutdown. So that language could be in a bill that's dead on arrival because nobody's going to do it. My question is, who on earth, who in this Senate chamber would raise an objection if we were able to put something on the floor that ended this debate? The only reason I think that
what does it say that the accusation in the mirror? It's crazy. What does it say that someone tried to do this? Right? He's so outraged that what would you say about someone who tried to do it? Right? They tried to do it. What do you have to say about that?
Democrat would be opposed to it is they love milking this thing for what it is. I want to stick a fork.
Milking it. So us objecting to it, us calling it out for the corruption it is, and his first thought is like, oh yeah, we should, they're bad for calling it out because they want to milk it, so we shouldn't let them milk it. So he's basically raising a political, it's all projection, right?
In it. And can I get your commitment to maybe provide us with some technical assistance on what that language would look like?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Blanche, I did want to just echo, and Mr. Chairman, I know I caught him off guard, or if I can seek unanimous consent to put into the record the letter that Senator Cornyn and I sent to Mr. Blanche.
Without objection.
So that's the letter on the issue that Senator Britt most recently brought up. I think there's a way to solve that, and I have confidence in your ability to do it, Mr. Blanche. But it is very important. And I guess for the purposes of back to the pardons, I get pretty emotional about that. Does
anyone believe this? Emotional about the pardons.
I think we need to do a better job of looking through the pardons process. Okay, I've talked about the January 6 pardons, but in this administration, and I'm no fan of Ed Martin. That's exactly why he'll never get confirmed in the U.S. Senate as long as I'm here. That's only 172 days. Maybe he can come back next year. But I think the pardons process is something.
Is he like disintegrating?
Else we have to look at. The Democrats are criticizing this administration for pardons. You take a look at the egregious list of pardons in the Biden administration. And let's not forget that the Biden administration.
It's good to Booker. Useless questions.
Good afternoon. Our president has a very well-documented history of attempting to corruptly influence government officials to advance his own personal interest. He called the Republican Secretary of Georgia asking him to find enough votes to overturn the election.
True.
He withheld military aid to pressure Zelensky to investigate Joe Biden's son. For these things, he has been impeached. He's been criminally convicted in Georgia, indicted in Georgia because he uses his power to unjustly influence people. When a president routinely pressures public officials for his own personal benefit, the Department of Justice has to remain independent. This brings me really to you, and I think what has you at the center of so much concern is that you seek to lead the Department of Justice after being the president's personal lawyer. The American people are really entitled to know whether your allegiance to the rule of law is your focus or your allegiance to one man who clearly has an insatiable appetite for revenge, self-enrichment, and the abuse of power. So I want to talk about your record. Under you, the department has prosecuted people that have caught folks on both sides of the political aisle by surprise. Jim Comey, Letitia James, my colleague Adam Schiff, Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook. This casts a shadow over your ideas, any ideas of independence. You directed the arrest of Mayor Ras Baraka of my city of Newark. You weren't at Delaney Hall on May 9, 2025 when he was arrested. But yes or no, did you have a conversation with Special Agent in Charge Ricky Patel ordering him to arrest Mayor Baraka?
I had a conversation. I didn't order him to arrest. I authorized the arrest, which is my job.
So you were not there, and we have body camera footage of him then moving and saying, we are arresting the mayor right now per, this is his quote, the Deputy Attorney General of the United States. I want to put that into the record, your comments there. And the district court, assessing all of your conduct, admonished the Department of Justice. This is the quote of the judge, the federal judge. Your role is not to advance political agendas. Your allegiance is to the impartial application of the law and to uphold due process for all. But this is just one example cited by over 1,200 current and former Department of Justice officials appointed under presidents of both parties who warned that you should not be in this position because of your inability to be independent from your personal allegiance to Donald Trump over the rule of law. I met yesterday with Epstein survivors. Some of them are here in the room today. Congress, in a bipartisan fashion, passed the Epstein Files Transparency Act because the American people were demanding justice. Yet you failed to abide by that law and release the files by the deadline established by the law. And when the files were finally released, you failed to protect the survivors that law was intended to protect. Survivors' personal information, including names, phone numbers, home addresses, and images were released. Powerful people were redacted. Survivors were subjected to re-traumatization. More than 1,200 victims, yet only 2 people have ever been prosecuted, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, I was stunned earlier by your conversation with one of my colleagues that you wouldn't even commit to meeting with the survivors, but you did meet with Ghislaine Maxwell. Your claim that you can't meet with these victims because they're represented by counsel is utter nonsense.
Yeah.
Counsel can be present or a client can
they can come and they can waive it, yeah.
Waive their right to have counsel, but you're a lawyer. You know this. That was not truthful what you said to my colleague. You said that they should meet with the FBI. All of these women have reported their crimes decades ago, but yet you won't meet with them. What you will do is meet with Ghislaine Maxwell. Over a year ago, you sat with her, and you publicly said you were seeking the truth. So let's talk about what that 2-day meeting produced. Did your interview with Ms. Maxwell lead to a single additional person being charged, yes or no?
No.
Did it lead to a single new investigation, yes or no?
I can't talk about whether there's any investigation.
I'm not asking you about an ongoing or closed investigation. I'm just asking you about this unusual
question, yes or no.
Did you or anyone else from the DOJ or associated with the president discuss a presidential pardon with Ghislaine Maxwell or her attorneys?
No.
Did you discuss clemency, yes or no?
No.
Did you discuss...
She was convicted. What do you mean clemency?
Did you discuss her transfer to another institution, yes or no?
No.
Well, just 1 week after your meeting, Ms. Maxwell was transferred from a low-security federal institution to a minimum-security prison camp. Were you involved with that transfer?
When, as I've talked about before, in the time leading up to me going down to meet with her, we learned that she was receiving threats. It turned out...
I'm going to interrupt you for a matter of time because...
Okay, well, it's not a question I can answer, apparently, in the time you're giving me.
I'm going to tell you this because I deal with issues of criminal justice. When people are under threats in a Bureau of Prison facility, they're put into solitary confinement or protective. They're not moved to a camp.
That's not always true.
It is.
You're
Well,
just wrong.
what is true is someone that is accused of child sex trafficking under the Bureau of Prison's own policies is not put in a facility like this that seems clearly like a reward. The Department of Justice is also responsible that powerful corporations play by the same rules. Let's take a proposed merger between Paramount, Warner Brothers, and Discovery. This is no ordinary transaction. It was a proposed $111 billion merger involving two of the last remaining legacy Hollywood studios. As Deputy Attorney General and later Acting Attorney General, you exercise oversight of the Antitrust Division. You approved the decision to close the department's investigation into that merger, yes or no?
I was part of the decision.
Yes, you were involved in that.
You don't even let me answer, man.
Did
That's
the career...
Man, how dare you?
Attorneys who investigated that deal recommend closing that investigation?
I didn't have a conversation with the career, but as I was saying
I didn't
earlier,
ask you that. I asked you, did the career attorneys who investigated the deal recommend closing the investigation?
I have no idea what they
You were in charge of that department, yet you have no idea. Well,
I didn't say I had no idea. It's no idea about the question you asked, but what the career attorney's view was.
You do not know what the career attorney's view was?
I'm not sure what the view was with respect to closing it or not closing it.
Let me tell you why ethics laws that bind you about the appearance of impropriety are so damning in this case. On the same day that Paramount shareholders voted to approve the merger, David Ellison, the head of the acquiring company, hosted a dinner that you attended honoring the President of the United States. While you were at that dinner, the DOJ was still investigating a merger. Did you speak with Mr. Ellison on that evening?
No.
Did you discuss with anyone involved in that organization that evening the department's ongoing investigations?
No.
Well, 6 weeks later, after that dinner, that investigation was closed, that you're stating you have no idea if the attorneys in charge even finished their investigation.
That's not what I said.
What did you say?
You asked me a question about whether the attorneys recommended that the investigation be closed, and I said I wasn't sure. That's different than what you just threw back at me.
Do you believe that creates an appearance of impropriety that you were at a dinner?
No.
Okay. The Justice Department ethics rules are very clear about avoiding the appearance of impropriety. In a case like this, I don't think that's appearance of impropriety. I think that's improper. That the elected, that the connected and the powerful are getting a chance to rub shoulders. It would seem appropriate that you avoid those kind of appearances and dinners like that.
Every appearance or dinner or speech that I give are cleared by ethics officials.
So your attendance at that dinner was cleared by ethics officials?
Everything that I do.
I didn't ask you everything.
Oh, good shit.
You do. Was your appearance at that dinner
You
clear?
can ask the questions, but you cannot control my answers. I'm under oath, and I can answer the questions. I choose to answer them.
Were you...
You can't tell me what to do, Mom.
Appearance at that dinner.
You can ask the questions, but you cannot control my answers. I'm under oath, and I can answer the questions. I choose to answer them.
Were you
so what I will
approved
tell
to
you is when I do
yes
things
or no?
outside,
Were you approved
when
by
I do
ethics?
things outside of the department, whether it's a speech, whether it's a dinner, whether it's an event, they are approved by ethics officials.
You did not answer whether that attendance was approved.
Every time I go out, it's approved. Yes.
You know, Lincoln, it was said about him that if you want to see the true character of a man, don't view him in adversity, give him power. I believe you've had a lot of power. And so we don't have to speculate about what has been revealed with your time in that office. We don't need to worry about what kind of attorney general. You've already had that power. This isn't a job interview like usually. You've sat before this committee before. You've made promises time and time again before. You got the job, actually, to be the number 2 and the acting director.
Doing okay.
So this isn't a confirmation hearing. This is more of a performance review. And clearly, when it comes to the treatment of Epstein victims, when it comes to politically motivated prosecutions, when it comes from avoiding appearance of impropriety with corporations, you failed. You're asking this body for a promotion. And you've spent today making a lot of promises to follow the law, promises to be independent, promises to serve the American people and not the president. But we don't need your promises. We have your record. We have watched you exercise one of the greatest powers entrusted to any public servant.
Ammunition.
And what have you shown us? 1,200 victims waiting for justice. What have you shown us? There's 2 prosecutions. While the people involved, the victims, are waiting for action, one of the people prosecuted gets the most cushy arrangement possible after you visit with her. Again and again, you seem to be favoring the interests of a president and the powerful. You've chosen Trump over truth.
I don't need a ride. I need
You've chosen
cold brew.
corporations over the Constitution.
I don't
you
need a
failed to meet
ride.
the test. I'll say this in
Just
closing. This is why your nomination should fail. The Attorney General's client is not the president. It's the American people. You've been protecting one man for most of your career.
You misspoke, didn't you?
For years and years and years. He has demonstrated himself to put undue pressure. This is why he was impeached. This is why he was criminally indicted. If your record and your testimony today should show us anything, it should show you, in my opinion, that you should not be confirmed to this job.
Thank you, Senator Booker. Before I commence with my questions, I've been asked by Chairman Grassley to enter something into the record. On behalf of Senator Grassley, I'd like
guy's an insane person.
to enter into the record a letter supporting Mr. Blanche's nomination. This is from the Newark Police Superior
Wait a
Officers
second.
Association.
Enhance. This looks familiar. Doesn't this guy kind of look like tomfoolery?
Which represents the leaders of the Newark, New Jersey
Doesn't Mike
Police
Lee
Department.
kinda look like-
The letter touts Mr. Blanche's experience, character,
I wonder how
temperament,
much of
and
you-
leadership. It goes on to state, quote, Mr. Blanche has consistently demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the rule of law, the fair administration of justice, and the constitutional rights afforded to every
Someone
citizen,
put it
including the
side
due
by
process
side.
rights of law enforcement officers. Throughout his distinguished legal career, he has earned a reputation for integrity, professionalism, sound judgment, and respect for the rule of law. These qualities are essential for the nation's chief law enforcement officer.
All right, shut
Close
up,
quote.
Mike.
In a baseless fishing expedition. This was un-American, and it comes uncomfortably close
Is the
to
Padilla
spying on
stuff
a
good to
co-equal,
watch?
coordinate branch of the U.S. government. As you know, protecting individual
Sort of human trafficking or child predators.
Thank you.
This week, Juan Sebastian
Seems like a pretty darn good deal. I see my time's expired. I believe Senator Padilla is up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blanche, welcome. Do you believe every human life is sacred?
Can you repeat that sentence? Sorry.
Do you believe that every human life is sacred?
Yes.
So do I. A lot of my colleagues have made remarks about our colleague who recently passed. This last week, we've also seen Lorenzo Salgado Araujo fatally shot by an ICE agent during an enforcement operation in Houston. Earlier this week, Juan Sebastian Guerrero was killed in another fatal ICE-involved shooting in Maine. I'm not here to debate immigration policy or how immigration enforcement has been conducted by this administration. My questions are specific to law enforcement policy and best practices. Given that these are officer-involved shootings, federal officer-involved shootings, what role should the Department of Justice play in ensuring independent and transparent review and investigations over these incidents?
It depends on the agency that the law enforcement officer was a member of. So if it's an FBI agent as opposed to an ICE agent or an HSI agent. And the role that we should play depends. It depends on the conduct. Normally, each agency has their own procedures for investigating any type of shooting. And it usually involves their Inspector General or an internal office. At some point along the way, the
I don't want
DOJ
to catch
will
up too quickly here, but I want to come back to that point. But first ask, should state and local law enforcement be involved in ensuring
we
that there's
can
an
watch our
independent
Chad.
investigation of these
I
incidents?
mean, it depends. I think there's a lot of time.
All right, guys, this is where we're going to finish on this little examination by Little John Ossoff. And by little, I mean he seems kind of tall. This is for Director of National Intelligence.
You have an obligation to be honest and forthright with this committee, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And is it the case in the Juan Orlando Hernandez case that the President of the United States pardoned a man who had worked with the Sinaloa cartel to facilitate massive narco trafficking into the United States?
The Colombian guy.
I don't remember the specifics of that case.
He was
but
convicted in your district.
He was convicted.
Yeah.
We convict
Right.
a lot of people for a lot of drugs.
Convicted of narco.
This guy is an insane person, Jay Clinton. He ran the SEC for Trump, I think. And he was also the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, I think. He's an insane person.
Trafficking, yes?
I believe so.
No, so at massive scale, yes?
Well, you're telling me what I know. That's kind of...
Look at this. Look at this icy stare. This is the kind of energy I want from every Democrat.
He was. I believe. Look, I'll take your word for it. He was a convicted narco trafficker.
Did the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, pardon a convicted narco trafficker?
I believe we just discussed that.
Dude!
The President provided a pardon, yes.
Yes or no? Did the President of the United States pardon a convicted narco trafficker?
Yes.
Who won the 2020 election?
I'm not going to do this with you.
This is a job interview. We've established that you have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee, yes? You do have an obligation to be honest and forthright with
Ask it every time of every person.
the committee?
Yes.
Who won the 2020 election?
Like I said, I'm not going to get into that with you.
But you do have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee.
Is anything that I just said not honest or forthright?
Yes, you're not being honest or forthright. Who won the 2020 election?
I think I've answered the question. We can keep doing this.
Well, we're going to keep doing it because you're not being honest and forthright.
I'm not
Oh my God, what a fucking Chad.
going to engage in the theater.
It's a simple question, Mr. Clayton.
And I've answered
Who
it.
won the 2020 presidential election?
I've answered it.
You're here asking for the support of senators to lead America's intelligence community. We've established that you have an obligation to be honest and forthright with this committee and with the American public, but you refuse to answer a simple matter of fact about the 2020 election. Is that right?
No, that's not right.
You're not refusing? Then answer it.
Question. Who won the
I have
2020 election?
I have answered the question.
Answer it. What is your answer?
I've given you my answer.
What is your answer?
Keep asking.
You refuse to answer a basic question about who won a presidential election,
No,
but you asked to lead America's intelligence community?
I'm in love.
Isn't it humiliating to be unable to answer this question, to have to indulge the president's delusions? We know, you know, everybody in this room knows the truthful answer to that question. Why can you not give it?
I think I gave you the answer.
Are you aware that Director Gabbard was present at the Fulton County raid in Georgia earlier this year?
You discussed that with me yesterday in your office.
Are you aware that Director Gabbard was present at the Fulton County?
Everyone needs to be like this. Every single motherfucker. I don't care. People are like, oh no, senators and representatives be different. No, I just want killers. I just want all of them to be killers.
Raid earlier this year?
You discussed that with me yesterday in your office.
Are you aware that Director Gabbard was present at the Fulton County raid earlier this year?
You brought it to me, my attention.
What is going on here? You've said at the beginning of this you have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee. I'm asking a very simple question. Are you aware that Director Gabbard was present at the Fulton County raid earlier this year? Yes or no? Are you aware?
Oh, a man after my own heart.
You won't answer that question either.
I just said I was made aware of it by you yesterday.
No, that's the first time you heard of it?
The first time you learned that Director Gabbard was present at that raid was in my office yesterday?
It was the first time.
This guy is one of the biggest scumbags.
In my recollection, I've thought about it recently.
Oh, Weasel!
But Director Gabbard was present at that raid was in my office yesterday?
It was the first time that in my recollection, I've thought about it recently.
Huh? It was the first time in my recollection that I thought about it recently. What does that even mean?
Now, was I aware of it before?
What?
You brought it to my attention yesterday.
Okay.
I had not.
So you had not known.
I had not thought about it until you brought it to my attention yesterday.
Your answers lack credibility. Your testimony lacks credibility.
Coherence.
You're being evasive and you're not being candid or forthright. And everybody across the country is going to watch this and know that. Are you aware that former Director Gabbard testified that her presence at the raid was, quote, requested by the president?
I'm not aware of that until now.
Okay, you are now aware of that.
Yeah.
Are you aware that members of this committee are already probing Director Gabbard's potential misconduct in this matter?
No, I don't. I'm not privy to your probe into.
Are you aware that the General Counsel and Deputy General Counsel of your office have already provided testimony to this committee regarding this matter?
No.
If the White House Chief of Staff or the President asks you to travel somewhere across the United States and oversee the execution of a domestic search warrant on a sensitive election facility, will you do it? Is that appropriate? Is that appropriate for the Director of National Intelligence?
That's a hypothetical.
We all.
Would you grape a baby? That's a hypothetical.
No, it's not appropriate.
Senator Ossoff, your time has
National
expired.
Intelligence. Will you answer the question?
Your time has expired.
Will you give him the opportunity to answer the question?
Fuck this piece of shit too.
Is it? Is this not material right now, sir? Is it appropriate for the Director of National Intelligence to oversee the execution of domestic search warrants at sensitive election facilities? Yes or no?
I think you're asking me, as you just said in your first comment to me.
Yes or no, is it appropriate?
Look,
No?
you are asking me to comment on a matter that you just said was under investigation.
No, I'm asking you.
Okay, Senator Ossoff, your time is expired.
Base Kick and Chad, 10 out of 10, no notes, guys. And we're going to end on that. Can't be any better. John Ossoff, he's getting up there to S tier. He's getting up there to S tier just because of that shit. A man on a mission. End on that, folks. Please like, comment, and subscribe on the shit that I'm putting out there. I'm going to release a really long video, and so you got to watch it, and you got to like and subscribe. This was a great questioning. That's what I want to see. I don't want to see the shit. That's what I want to see. Every senator should be a killer like that. No, end on Tom Cotton crush out. What is this? What is this? All right. Twist my arm, why don't you? We'll get a little crash out.
Clayton, for your testimony.
We'll do a little crash out.
Thank you, Mr. Clayton, for your testimony today.
Mr. Chairman, do we have time for any follow-up questions?
No. They're not second round. The Capitol Police will receive the annoying or remove the annoying lunatic from the crowd.
Mr. Clayton is aiding Israel in laundering money through World Liberty Financial.
True. World Liberty Financial.
I apologize to lunatics for comparing that guy to them. Mr. Clayton,
I apologize
thank you
to lunatics.
for your testimony today. As a
Sorry,
reminder, we
lunatics.
expect to have a vote next week. Members, questions for the records will be due today at 5:30. Mr. Clayton, I trust you can respond to those no later than 5:30 on Friday. This hearing is adjourned.
Absolute fucking shit show. That Ossoff questioning. What a just amazing. Guys, thank you so much for watching the stream. Make sure to sub, like, comment, all that good stuff. I appreciate it. Videos coming soon. One is going to be, like I said, the starter pack on immunity. We have a debate review, Ask Yourself and Avi on the Rob North shit. That's coming too. And then, if you haven't seen it already, from the fucking back catalog, a Andrew Wilson moderated debate between me and Rob Noor. That'll be on the burner as well, for those of you who haven't seen it. I want to get all those classic debates to your attention so you can see my arguments, how they've developed, how they've been fleshed out. But more than anything, I really appreciate all of your guys' support. Best audience there is. Stay cool, and we'll talk real soon.